Hello everyone, welcome. It is I, the Wizard. And yes, people in YouTube chat, a wizard arrives precisely when he means to, whether you like it or not. So, today we have some very special guests. We have Nomon, welcome Nomon.
Hello.
And we have... Aiden, shall I do it? Shall I do it?
Hello.
No?
No.
Welcome,
No.
Aiden. You don't want me to do
Hello.
it? You don't want me to introduce you properly? Fully?
But fucking please do not
I'm
repeat
curious
the
now,
fucking
what the fuck?
disgusting
All right,
things that
chat, if you want me to give
said.
If you want me to give a proper introduction for Aiden, you can contribute via tip.oozloo.net or funder.oozloo.net. Here are the links. And I will give Aiden a proper introduction.
Oh my god.
Remember,
Don't give him money.
if you want, and you can bid back and forward, if you want the tsundere to be embarrassed, now is the moment. Anyway.
You know I was going to
ladies and
share
gentlemen.
this link on YouTube. I'm reconsidering that now.
She's
Or not, you do
retaliating.
on
We've got
Twitter,
nothing
I
to lose. We've got nothing to lose. All right, welcome. Today I am also streaming on Kick as per the recommendation of a certain professor, and we're going to see if that does...
Oh my fucking god.
What? Oh, sorry, I must have said it wrong. We're going to see if that picks up any users. If you wouldn't mind, chat, I'm asking today specifically that you hop over to Kick and watch there. I know I just linked the YouTube, but hop over to Kick and watch there, and we'll see if we can get Kick to promote to my channel, because I'm told by Aiden that it does actually work to get the channel promoted. The Kick actually does sort of like push content and get you more viewers. So
From my understanding.
if you can, I'd appreciate it if you watch there instead. So there you go. Professy sounds like a bad pet name, says Brit Twit. To me, it sounds like a good pet name.
It just sounds disgusting is what it sounds like.
It sounds like a fucking luxury fashion brand.
There is another option, of course. Did you mention how you appreciate them calling you something at the airport? What was it?
Look, I just put when you go to buy an airline ticket, they ask you for what, prefix you use, Mrs., Mr., Ms., and usually there's an option for doctor. And even though I'm ABD, I usually do pick doctor. And so it's like, oh man, this is the one time people actually call me doctor based. Inaccurate, but I don't know.
I think you mean
docty. It leads it goes along with me, carrying a bunch of books around with me and having a cane and stuff.
Docty Aiden Paladin.
No, not that, not whatever you said. I refuse to repeat it.
What, out of fear of being clipped?
No, out of fear. Not out of fear. It's just out of disgust.
So you don't fear it.
Opportunity to do so, Aiden. Demand them refer to you as master.
I know you can do that.
Masty,
like all those years
Aiden
of dog
Paladin.
school paid off. I can get people at the airport to call me doctor.
I think you mean Masty. Masty, Docty,
No.
and Professy.
Jesus
Aiden Paladin.
Christ. Dude, this is going already off the fucking rails.
/ support AD Paladin. There we go.
No. Please, no.
Kick still shows 0 viewers. Come on, chat. We're going to tell Kick that I have viewers. We got to do it. You got to do it. In Trump's voice.
I don't know why I'm watching on Kick.
Quattro has asked, are you a masty of the nasty? Well, Aiden, are you?
No. I mean, social science is pretty nasty because it's retarded, but... And I do have a master's degree. So.
I have nothing to add. Let's go through some of our memes for today. If you feel like you're bad at your job and it's making you depressed, just consider that, as the investigation of the recent heist revealed, the password to access the Louvre's video surveillance system was Louvre.
No fucking way.
Genius.
But then this guy says, as if anyone can spell anything in French correctly, and then gives some wrong spellings of Louvre. And then as soon as they type it in wrong 3 times, your account has been locked. Yeah. So security does matter. However, I suspect in this case, this is not how they broke in. The problem is with a password like this, it doesn't usually work how it does in the movies, where you look on their desk and you guess a few things. You look at what their pet's called, you just type that in and it works. Sometimes it does, I think, but not often enough for it to be reliable, and you get locked out as it implies here. So most often it's a cleverer method than that, not directly getting the password, but maybe sometimes it is. But in this case, they could have done that, but it's not something you can rely on, so they didn't do it. It's Nancy Pelosi. Yes, that is one of our stories today.
Oh no, I fucking remembered.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to that soon. But first, other things. Here is a picture of Kash Patel, unmodified.
I don't know. Something seems a bit off about this image.
And it looks like a combination of Charlie Kirk and fucking Zoran Mamdani.
What it's Charlie Kirk.
That's how it looks to me.
Kash, isn't it? I mean, I can tell from the shape of the head in the picture that the base picture is Kash Patel. Because I know that picture of him, he just looks like freaked out in it too. So it's just been AI'd or something. Yeah. What is this meme?
That's a good question.
This meme, Aiden, relates strongly to a meme that you sent me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Charlie Kirk has been hiding behind a furry mask the whole time.
No.
And look at
my
the
suspicions, but I didn't know.
the beautiful American flag colors in the background there.
What does this suggest about the phenotype, I wonder?
America
question.
first.
How do we rhyme? How do we make like a mnemonic with small face? Small face. What rhymes with face that implies like dysgenics?
Sorry, I just got called by the restaurant I ordered my shit from.
You already got it. Why are they calling you?
I know. I don't know. They called back and just said, "Hey, it's ready." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I've got it." So, like, I don't know.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
That is. Wow.
Anyway, it's not the only picture
You're
of
already
Charlie Kirk
halfway
spotted
through
in the
the
wild.
bottle.
No,
What a
I'm
fucking
not.
wonder of logistics. I wonder how that even happened.
Fuck you too.
Oh Jesus.
Holy fuck. As extreme dysgenics.
All right. Anyway, yeah, there's Charlie Kirk. Just this Charlie Kirk furry edition, and his Charlie Kirk brown edition. Probably what happened is upon the moment that Kash Patel invoked the name of Valhalla, Charlie Kirk was so ashamed that his soul was dragged out of heaven and down into Kash's Indian frame. The greatest curse, frankly, worse than hell. And
there's another one, by the way. Another Charlie Kirk sighting.
Please help me.
In a war in fucking Warsaw.
In where?
Warsaw?
You mean Warsaw?
Yeah,
I think a couple of fucking things started floating on my desk there.
That's how you pronounce it in Polish.
We were sent this shocking photo of Charlie Kirk spotted at a Warsaw Chick-fil-A, and TT elite officials are on their way to confirm. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, there's Carly Chirk.
There
Nachos,
he is,
who are you
at
talking
a
to there?
Chick-fil-A in Poland.
Aiden, answer Nachos. She's talking to you.
Oh, pretty good.
I got you to admit you're a faggot.
Look, my name's Gaiden. It's already
It
been
sure
admitted
is.
to.
If anyone's wondering why Aiden is currently called Gaiden, it's because apparently I'm not supposed to
Shut
say.
up.
Oh, am I not supposed to say? All right, well then I'll just imply. There you go.
The shame is too great.
Let's see what happens when I do that. She missed a chance, lads. She missed a chance to
Wait, has
be
been
the
the same
G.
letter? Wait, has it been the same letter?
Okay, to be fair, you did participate in a complete successful end tower, so
Yeah.
arguably you have. However, Debris
Yeah, I
put
can
one
change
too
it
many
now.
R's. Fuck
No. That shouldn't fucking count.
Chat, press
So
1 if
is he-
Aiden
It's
participating
just a
on
harder
the
R.
wrong letter does count. Thank you, HFNH.
Why?
It's very
You didn't
generous.
specify that. You didn't specify that it had to be
Isn't
on the same
it
letter.
obvious? He says about his unspoken, completely fucking
No,
archaic
you said I just
rule.
had to participate. You said I had to participate in a completed
Yeah,
end
yeah,
tower
yeah.
in
You
order
can
to
remove the G.
Yeah,
you can
thank
rename
you.
yourself to AD Paladin. HFNH says
fair.
nothing. Slide checkers across the table. Nothing special, Wizard. I just want to go off into the weekend as fast as possible. Please wear the pilot helmet. Let's fucking do
Nice.
it. Where is it? There it is. Fantastic. Daka would be proud. There you go. You like how it's very slightly transparent, so it looks like you're seeing through the visor, except you're also seeing through all the rest of it as well.
Yeah, you could
It's
probably.
sad.
You could make it into a PNG
I could
and
do-
have like
I could do stuff
just
with it,
have
yes.
the helmet part be transparent.
I
Yeah,
could do stuff with it, yes.
or the visor. I mean,
Yeah, but I think this is good. So that contribution, it didn't specify that they wanted me to introduce you properly, Aiden. But they did contribute after I said whoever contributes, may lead to that. So what do you reckon, chat? Should I introduce Aiden using her full, proper title?
everybody knows who I am.
Which has actually
don't
grown
need to-
longer during
it's-
today's stream.
Yeah, there's no need for further introductions.
Isn't there? What do you think, chat?
Nope.
I feel there is.
Sir Aiden.
I had forgotten about this until today. I discovered it on accident.
What? Discover what next?
Nothing.
Oh, nothing?
Yeah,
I think you and I are thinking of totally different things, to be honest.
probably. Probably, actually. Oh no, that means there's like more than one.
Yes.
Fuck.
All right, next thing. Democracy moment.
Cringe. Read some Aristotle.
Who's Aristotle? Who is she? Aristotelusi.
Wasn't that the guy who lived in a cave?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, it was the guy that lived in a pot.
Oh my god. No, that's Diogenes.
I have done more
Diogenes.
damage to you by responding wrongly to your gay political musings. Some wrestler. Oh yeah, Aristotle. That was your alternate name, Aristotle Paladin.
Yep, sure thing.
That's what the A stands for.
Yeah, Aristotosi. Thank you, JDF.
Ugh.
Democracy moment. I'm gonna fucking pin this so I can just unleash it on you whenever I feel like it. Aiden.
It's just cringe, bro.
So glorious. You only think it's cringe because it's working. Anyway, next up. Ben Shapiro has received apparently $6 million from AIPAC.
Look, it was promised to him about like 30,000 years ago.
It's
All right?
his turn.
Yeah, it was the 6 million that was promised.
This very easily, the screenshot very easily could have been manipulated, but it's still funny.
No,
even if it
oh,
was.
you think so? You think this might be fake?
No, I think what it's reporting on is roughly real. In fact, it might be more than that. But what I'm saying is the specific number seems, well, shall we say, conspicuous. No, but what do you think of this number?
coincidence.
I think it's a bit high. I think he was probably paid a lot less, but he wants to up his like cred.
There are two good ways to respond to the 6 million number that won't get you in as much trouble as saying what many people believe is actually true, and that is my long-time preferred response, which is no, it's 5,999,999. Because it makes a mockery of the notion that it's exactly 6 million, and they can't complain because it's still roughly 6 million, but it does show that you're not just accepting it blindly.
Oh no.
And then,
they will complain about that.
Oh, I'm sure they will, but they don't have a good reason to. So you can easily argue against it. And then the other way to respond is,
they tried to cancel
what the
me
fuck
for
is
that
wrong
years
with you?
ago,
You,
over
you
exactly that.
anti-Semite, it's actually 30 million. And then if they deny that, you call them anti-Semitic again.
No, I ran into this exact issue like 6-7 years ago, where I said that, well, nobody, because of problems with the records, nobody knows the exact numbers on it. And I did say specifically, like, it could be higher, it could be fewer, and I was talking about in the context of Poland, actually. And then it was like, no, you can't even say anything like that. It's a very different time that we live in now in terms of ability to say shit about that because the left has decided to be extremely anti-Semitic all the time, but also really dumb about it. So I don't even know what you're allowed to say anymore in that regards. I don't know if you're allowed to joke about things like that.
If you live in Germany, it's still illegal. Aiden, have you seen the contribution that's just come in?
No.
Thank you, Born Gamer, who says, give the purple burb lady a proper introduction. If anyone has about £19, they can flip that back around. They can bid against it. But
I'm not going to give you £19 for that shit.
Okay. Then I'll introduce you properly.
Booze. Okay, go ahead.
Chat, are you ready? See if I can remember every step of it.
Oh, I didn't know there were all these steps in it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
try to remember
please welcome to the stream politics expert and culture war veteran, Professor Aiden Paladin.
Because you've already said it to me, it's now lost its power. I'd already heard it once. So it's still fucking awful. Okay,
come on, Aiden. We're both soldiers in the culture war. Let's storm the beaches of the mainstream media and win the culture war.
I want to. How do I cease to exist? How do I evaporate? How do I leave this mortal coil instant transmission style?
Well, you might get shot on the beaches of Culture War D-Day, and then you'll leave.
What was Culture War D-Day?
A good question, actually. Maybe it hasn't happened yet.
What, like Jan 6?
Well, no, I don't know. Maybe that's more like the Blitz, because it was a minor win for them because it was such a strong narrative, but it ended up not being as effective as they thought it was going to be, like the Blitz wasn't. Anyway. But yeah, a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is culture war related. So I'm glad that we have a soldier, arguably a general or perhaps a colonel from the culture war here to give us her expert opinion. Aiden, do you remember this fantastic picture?
Yeah, I got another one. I got to go find it on my phone though.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It's truly one of the worst images ever created.
Nah, it's great. Yeah, this one's good as well.
Yeah, oh my god, this one, yeah, get in, normie. Oh
Look,
my god.
At least one of these people is still based and correct on everything, and literally me, and it's Farage.
Oh my god.
We're about to save civilization, Aiden. Get over it. Get on board or get on the other side.
I don't know. What am I doing?
Look at these. Look at these, the culture war legends. They're like the ghosts of Kiev of this conflict. Right, Aiden?
Oh my god. Yeah, Samuel Hydenko.
Yeah. Spooner is in pain as well by the sounds of it.
Or Samoyej, wasn't it? Samoyej Hydenko.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I don't know if we'll ever know if the ghost of Kiev ever really existed, but I don't think he exists for long.
He exists in our hearts.
Yes. Yeah. There it is, Spooner. HFNH has contributed and says, no, she is burb, that is all. I'm so sorry, HFNH, it came in a little late. Is there anything else you'd like in return for the £19?
I'm okay
Besides
with
which,
being burb.
Technically, HFNH was just under enough, but I didn't specify because it's visible in the Discord.
I'll rename myself to Burb. There you go.
Fair enough. Just this big JF voice. Well, remember, £25 for me to read an entire news story in one of the voices that I can do readily, which is the JF voice or the pirate voice. Could also do like the epic announcer voice, which I can kind of do, or I can do my version of it. And then maybe like a posh twat voice I could do as well readily. That just wants to pick the story. You could do that. You could do that. Just ping me when the story starts. Contribute whenever you like. Ping me when the story starts, and we'll do it for that story. You see, JF says this. I think I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, yeah. JF was complaining,
this shit he's been tweeting is
understandably
disgusting.
complaining about the evil things that women do. Do you know? I don't have it open today, so chat. If one of you has it, please do link it.
Yeah, didn't I send it before? Yeah, it's fucking. He's. Does he still follow me back on Twitter? Hang on.
All right.
Being followed by JF, that must be a
He
special
does.
kind of pain.
Well,
okay,
you see,
which one was it?
women are just like that. They just do that.
Oh no, he retweeted that post I liked from Dutton. Fuck.
Aiden, are you suffering with the position that JF's politics are way closer to yours than they are to mine?
Oh, I'm well aware of this. That's why we used to, like, you know, be,
Yeah.
well, that's why we're
Yeah,
muties.
you have the politics of someone who buried their wife in the woods.
Oh my god. Wait,
Yeah, Aiden, look at these woods I'm going to leave you in.
Oh my god.
Yes, Quattro is correct. JF knew when
Wait, you mean
Epstein took money
JF,
from him.
right? Right?
From what I have heard, JF did not know that Epstein was a pedophilic, like
That's
industrial
what he
scale pedophilic
claims.
trafficker at the time. But still, he did get money from him. So it's like, oh, okay, so you didn't know he was an industrial scale pedophilic trafficker. However, the industrial scale pedophilic trafficker found what you were doing useful. So
It was the post
questions
where
to
he
be
said
asked
something
there.
about. He said something about how like women. This is it.
I
This is
have it
it.
here.
I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
People are awfully misinformed about female suicide. From the dawns of humanity, females have been threatening and killing themselves as part of an act of psychological abuse against their husband. Here's grok on this suicide tradition observed in traditional Iroquois tribes met by early European settlers. A woman committing suicide is often doing so in order to psychologically traumatize her husband. It's as if she was taking her vagina out of your reach and singing, "Can't touch this." This is the
What do you wanna
follow-up
bet
to the really
Well, it's because
questionable one.
because he was he tweeted the really
said
questionable one, and people were
this.
like, "What the fuck?"
The answer is you shouldn't wait a second. Move on, next woman. Women often die or disappear on purpose. It's their way of trying to stop your reproductive streak. Don't let their instability be an obstacle to having a large family with many children.
Dude, it's so insane. And then basically what happened is he quickly hit back when people started to respond to this with like, what the absolute fuck with. Well, clearly I'm referring to suicide. I'm clearly referring to female suicidality here.
Then why
Even
did she
though-
disappear?
Then why did you say die? What? Also, you didn't say women often kill themselves. You said women often die. These are very different words in terms of their connotation and denotation too.
Can you imagine him being
Um,
fucking arrested by the police for murdering his wife and he's just shouting like, no, she did it on purpose. It was her idea to kill herself in the woods. Even though I killed her, it was her fault. She took her pussy away from me.
I wouldn't even be surprised if that he has, you know, worked it out in his head essentially in that way. Is that, yeah, she was denying, she was, you know, she wouldn't give me the pussy bouse. So I had to take her out, you know, behind the fucking woodshed because she was denying me my access to many children.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, it is so fucked up that I do feel terrible for Alora, which I know everyone calls her Mama JF, but do you remember this is a real woman who is dead? Like, holy shit, and mentally disabled.
The ethics of JF are an enigma wrapped in a mystery.
Wrapped in a
in shit.
Frenchman.
And it is sad that she is remembered as Mama JF and not as Alora. Fucked.
She's branded with JF forever. Chat,
Yeah, I
though,
know.
there's more of you here now, so I'd like to remind you that if you wouldn't mind, I'd really appreciate if you would go and open this link. Even if you don't actually watch the stream on Kick, I am told by a certain Docty that this is a pretty good choice for growing a channel where you don't self-censor. So we're going to see if we can tell Kick that I have viewers and see if they will make my content available to more people.
Yeah, I think it's worth trying. At least from what I know is that Kick is pretty cool with the payouts. I think they, like, just being honest, I think Kick probably does do some botting in and of itself. But a lot of these smaller platforms do that. Rumble does it. Rumble definitely does it. Rumble will, because I remember for a while, like, Spoon was like, oh, we get such a high percentage of viewers versus our YouTube chat. It's almost the same number, if not higher. I'm like, yeah, well, they're not real. You know, it's because it's well known that Rumble does that to try
I
and
have
incentivize
noticed
people to
Rumble
stream
doing
there.
that. Yeah.
I don't know if
noticed
Kick
Rumble
does or
showing-
not. I've heard it, but
Well,
Rumble certainly.
One way or the other, it shows way more viewers than you actually getting. I think it could be that
Yeah.
I doubt Rumble is just artificially inflating the number, though they could be. I think it's more likely that they're just counting everything that visits the page sort of aggressively as a view that's constantly on the page. So like it'll if a
Probably
bot
exactly
scans
what it
it,
is, yeah.
if like a search engine bot scans it, it'll count that as a live viewer for half an hour or something. So most of my streams there would show a higher number, but it wasn't real people. I suspect it wasn't.
Yeah, I guarantee that's almost exactly what it is, or some variation thereof.
Yeah. Well, someone say I actually wouldn't rebroadcast copyright materials. I don't like to do that. I have my own standards on that. Not out of sympathy for the big corporation, but like especially if it's a creator I'm aware of, I wouldn't do that. Try to avoid it. Then again, do I fucking care about Nintendo? Not really. They might try to sue me though. Like a lot of YouTubers use Nintendo music, and I'm thinking like, how are you getting away with that? But they just do sometimes.
Perhaps the worst company to try to copyright infringe upon.
Yeah, and it's very
Other
common as
than
well.
Maybe Disney.
Weirdly common.
They think Disney will just fucking send a death squad to your house, practically.
So, Somnus, I'm asking this in such a way as to not reveal too much, but was that your alt earlier today? Right, let's go to the next story. You could do movie watch-alongs on Kick. It's more okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe. I guess by streaming fucking movies in Cabal, which of course I'd never do, I guess that is me streaming copyrighted materials, isn't it? Maybe it's just a matter of like, I don't like using it in my own work. I'm not sure why. Maybe that's dumb. I'll think about it. I wouldn't want to do that for any smaller creators. I'd want to either support them or find one that's
one thing
that's
when
CC or something.
you're screening a movie in a private Discord or a membership Discord of some whatever. It is there is a difference between that and broadcasting, right? Inherently, in terms of the law, there's a difference. I think now it might be considered broadcasting on Discord, but no one's gonna come after you if you got like 20 people watching a fucking movie on Discord. I don't think. Particularly not a 20-year-old film, in the case of V for Vendetta.
Disney the price of Disney Plus has jumped from $80, I assume, a year to $160 a year.
Doubled, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not
fun.
recommend giving them money.
I mean, they're
Hey,
Disney. Why would you give Disney money in the first place?
Yeah. If they're struggling that much, then now is the best time not to give them money.
Yeah, I mean, that's well, it is interesting because it does indicate potentially that they are suffering finally some financial ramifications to the point where, and the DEI and USAID kind of money and anything that they might have been getting in terms of subsidies are probably not coming into the same amount because woke's been put away or being put away, and anything that they were getting in terms of all of these subsidies and bonuses and benefits for putting in all this gay shit probably is not coming in as much anymore. So, I mean, they gotta do something for it.
Yeah, I hope
suppose.
that's it. I hope that's it.
Suffer, Disney.
It's so true. Solnus says the Death Squads are a Wizard of the Coast thing. They probably get a frequent customer discount from the Pinkertons. Yeah, I only heard about Wizards of the Coast doing that once, but that implies they may have done it more than once.
Once is enough.
Once is enough. Yeah, once is enough.
Calling the fucking Pinkertons on a random ass dude.
Because they sent
fucked
him
up
the wrong
and
box
sent
of
him
cards.
something. Yeah, they could have just asked him as well.
Yes.
They could have just fucking asked. I don't think they did.
Yeah, the guy was like a super fan. His YouTube channel was reviewing Magic cards and reviewing new sets. So he was already like a turbo fan who likes the product. And as far as I know, I didn't look into the guy's channel too much, but as far as I could tell, he was usually quite positive towards their stuff. And then just, rather than asking him, and they knew that he was a YouTuber who covered who covers Magic, and they still sent the fucking Pinkertons to his house, armed, and he had a little baby too, or like a young child in the house. They even took the foil wrapping, the card wrapping out of his garbage can.
Yep.
That's fucking insane. So fuck Wizards of the Coast and fuck Disney.
Oh, you know what? Actually,
True.
no. I support Wizards of the Coast using the Pinkertons because then the Pinkertons can force people to come to the prearranged games, so people don't like
What, you mean
miss
FN?
sessions.
What, you mean like Friday Night Magic?
I don't know what that is, but if you like prearrange a game of
Oh.
whatever the fuck it is they make,
Okay, so
And
every
people don't show
Friday,
same
Every
thing
Friday
with
at 7
TTRPGs.
every Friday at I think like 7 p.m. At least it was when I still went to FNMs. It's everyone gets together at the card shop or whatever, and you play draft or something like that. Everyone plays games of Magic together. Friday Night Magic. It's been a thing for years and years. Yeah, so I guess that would be it. Enforce them at gunpoint to come to the FNMs. They didn't used to have to do that. We used to come willingly and happily.
There's a quote here: "Pinkertons, we are literally murder hobos for hire." Good reference.
Well, the U.S. had to make new laws to deal with the Pinkertons, just to be clear, regarding paramilitary groups. And it was
basically what they are.
so when they are, and it's so funny that over that stupid Beholder thing that came out like a month ago or whatever,
Yeah.
I had so many leftoids defending, like full-throatedly defending the use of hiring the Pinkertons. The Pinkertons are not a PMC. It's the company needs to reclaim its property. It is astonishing to watch these fucking commies at every point always betray everything they supposedly believe in to defend company.
Yeah, the fucking irony of hiring union busters while being a comic.
That's what they were first and foremost. Or maybe most famously, if not first and foremost, because I don't think they were first and foremost. So most famously, is they were union busters as well. So like, and of which there were many of these groups. But
Yeah,
because
they
Speaking
showed
of
them
which-
like union rallies and beat the shit out of people.
in West Virginia, Pinkertons were involved in the big massacre there.
Yeah, didn't they shoot a bunch of people just for
Yes, they
being,
did.
like, at the rally?
Yes, they did.
We do have another
But,
story today on
yeah.
union busting, and in fact, I'd say we could get to that now, but let's hold off just for the time being. We'll do our main story actually, which is, I think it's this one. Right. Bit of editorialized writing here, but I quite like it. Pelosi to discard unprofitable congressional sideline to focus on stock market.
A mate one.
Congress was just slowing her down, says Front Page Mag. Now, this is a quite editorialized, sort of comic written article, but the details are still in here. It says as follows. Representative Nancy Pelosi, 85 years old, who has spent 39 of those years in Congress and has been involved in politics for about 60 of those years, has announced that she'll be stepping down from Congress to focus on her investments. While Pelosi has been a fairly terrible legislator, they say, having made the country worse each time she served as House Speaker, she is a very successful stock market investor. Indeed, the Pelosi investment tracker is quite popular, and headlines such as 3 Nancy Pelosi stocks worth scooping up this November from Yahoo Finance, and 8 top Nancy Pelosi stocks to buy from the US News and World Report showcase her investment skills. Don't think about topping Nancy Pelosi. Some cynical folks say that the
Oh
only
God!
reason...
Why would you say that?
The
You
only
did this
reason...
shit to me earlier. But with a fucking cat girl ears and shit.
Oh yeah, we were talking about...
Nancy Pelosi.
We were talking about Nancy
Nancy-
Pelosi.
Piece of shit,
Nancy
made me see
Pelosi,
that.
right? Nancy
Nancy
Pelosi.
Pelosi, yes.
There you go.
Some cynical folks.
Ugh.
How did I get you to do that without even forcing you to? I was gonna reveal that later in the article.
I don't know.
Some cynical folks say the only reason Nancy Pelosi is such a savvy investor is because she has inside information. No, say it ain't so.
Surely not.
And once she leaves office at the ripe young age of 87, she'll have a chance to prove them wrong. Surely the Pelosi Equity Fund won't be far behind, as unburdened from the need to put out press releases about how great San Francisco is. She'll be able to focus on her one true love. Not her husband, obviously. Her investments. Her husband is too busy getting hammered by a near homeless radical leftist.
Yeah,
very drunk
thank
and
you.
high.
Thank you
Hammer
for
man,
clarifying.
who's also homosexual.
He was only nearly homeless. He did live in a van down by the river.
No, I think there was a picture of his house. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else, but I think he lived with his mother.
No, Oh, maybe he did. I think he actually lived in a van, but he may have had a permanent residence with his mom.
It might have been that, yeah.
Yeah, just this, yeah. Don't fucking get on me for that.
Nacho says that
okay.
was, yeah, the whole hammering situation was weird, and I think it's rather interesting. The left thought to be like, yeah, the right attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband. No.
Well, the thing that was bizarre too.
Like how every right-wing attack is actually a left-wing attack.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it was the same thing with the Melissa Hortman stuff, where that's bizarre. It obviously the Hortman campaign had worked with the guy in some capacity, who ended up committing that atrocity, and so there was some strangeness there, and it was a Tim Walz appointee. And then, of course, the narrative was, oh no, well, he became radicalized to the right, and it's the same kind of shit they try to spun about the Hammer Time event. But the reality is that when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, there was a lot of trying to bring back up Melissa Hortman. They can't do that really because people start to ask questions about obviously the connection with Tim Walz and the fact that he was a Democrat appointee.
Mm.
And then it's the same thing when they try to bring up Nancy Pelosi. And it's, of course, the issue being Nancy Pelosi and her husband are alive. So when you talk about this, the right-wing violence or whatever, which even in that case, it was not, I mean, that was just a gay tryst gone wrong, clearly.
Yeah.
But they have so struggled to find, which is why the video I've been working on now for like a month, and I'm getting further along in editing, is on like who actually commits more violence. And the reality is the right does commit more violence because the right is better at it. The left plans way more violence. They are but they're fucking inept, as can be seen, for example, and no, I don't think it was planned in the Pelosi case. That was, again, just a gay tryst gone wrong. But so much of there, from the statistical calculations I was able to make, it was between, let me find the exact percentage. It was up to 77% more violent plans are made by the left than the right.
Mm.
That was the lowest level of observation. 46, I think, is the mean that I came up with. 46% more.
Catboy husband of Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, Pelosi. Yeah, that's the one. Yes, you've been doing a lot of research on this recently. I don't mean to to get you.
Oh no, who gives a fuck?
Out in the sort of the weeds of the details, but it is interesting. What Aidan has essentially found is that, and this is obviously subject to interpretation about what counts as left and right wing, but Aidan's looked through it.
Yeah, I did.
Left wingers plan more violence, but right wingers succeed in more violence, which does skew the stats somewhat.
I wouldn't feel so confident in it if I didn't find it both in the US and the UK. When I found the exact same trend in two very different countries, I went, I feel kind of confident about this one now. So, because it's such a strange thing, and you need to be able to have the data sets that show planned and discovered, planned but discovered attacks. So we have no fucking idea the actual number of plans because the vast majority of them are never carried out. So you're relying on a really specific statistic there. And how useful it is questionable, but it is a consistent statistic across different national contexts, which I think is telling.
Okay, what's this? On the unions story that we have later. Hold on a second. It is November 19th, 2019. I'm waiting on GTA 6. It is November 19th, 2020. I am waiting on GTA 6, etc. 2024, 2022, 2024, 2026. And then, my bad, folks. So, we have this story a little later. We'll get to it. But firstly, we are not finished with Pelosi. We're not finished with you, Pelosi. Anyway. Are you feeling uncomfortable, chat? Pelosi kept signaling until the last that she might stay, and Dems were very deferential and insisted that none of the contenders like AOC's Mini-Me or that California state senator who likes dressing up in leather and chains could ever defeat her. And we'll never know. But surely they'll never be able to defeat her stock-picking track record. Well, not unless they just align themselves with the inverse Kramer. Nancy may not have a place in the hearts of her countrywomen and countryxers, but her legacy as PLSI will long live on the big board. Congress was just slowing her down, he says. Thank you, Daniel Greenfield. It was a short
By
but
the
sweet
way,
article.
More reporting like this.
if you do want to see the graphs I was talking about, I did post them. That is detected plots in the US and detected and attempted plots in the UK. Now, I did one by percentage, and then I did one by total number, but I didn't run the calculations for Canada, although I could have, Arden. I'm sorry, I have to these are massive, massive data sets, and it took an enormous amount of time to do this. Not enormous. It took a couple days to do it, to be able to go through all the data and make sure it was as accurate as possible. One is in percentages, and then one is in total numbers. And the percentage is smaller. It's very, very tiny.
The axis that you've used there is, it starts very close to where the data is.
What? R.
So it starts at 32 on the UK one, for example, and then right wing is 34 and left wing is 37. So they're very close, according to that.
They are close. They are, these are not vastly different. It's the same thing in the US as well, but they are consistent findings, and you have to understand these are longitudinal data. So we're looking at, in this case, I was doing 1990 to 2019. So the course of, 29 years. And I chose 1990 because that's the year I was born. So the years where like I could maybe remember some stuff, it really was that simple I don't know. That was why I chose to do that. Whatever. Everyone is easily find outable. But the fact that it was such a consistent trend in two different national contexts, and to the same, again, like we're talking about small amounts, but how much is not detected? If we find the same trend, then the amount of like planned attacks, and there's all kinds of other research that I have to back this up in terms of psychology and other shit. The left is just incompetent at violence. Because it also, this is another one that's important to display that. 1 second.
Aiden, Nacho is just telling you that you should respect your elders, i.e. her.
Oh, okay. Based. Respected. Okay, this is a good illustration as well. This is more recent, 2002 to 2019. And this is where you can really see where it happens. They don't kill or injure as many people. And again, in my opinion, this is an issue of incompetence. They really want to, but they suck at it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we saw the guy who tried to shoot up the ICE van and just killed 3 illegal immigrants and then himself. Or hit. I don't think he killed 3, but he hit 3 illegal immigrants and nothing else.
Actually, this is a good question. Does this graph include the suicide at the end of the attack?
Interesting. I'm not sure it should necessarily. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
So a bit more on Nancy, if Aiden will allow us. Okay, so Trump has made a statement on Nancy. He says she was rapidly losing control of her party and it was never coming back. I'm very honored she impeached me twice and failed miserably twice. So that's Nancy's legacy, being a massive insider trader and then failing to defeat Trump. There you go. Was that that thing that she did the tearing of the paper back in roughly 2016 in Trump's first term? That's what she'll be remembered for, from being a salty background bitch. What is this? More datums is from Aiden. That's what the datums is are. Ah yes, datums is the best TNG character. So I don't have a lot more on this. I guess we'll find out why she retired. But what I was going to say is
I was fucking muted. I don't know why I muted when I pushed to talk. Okay, I do have that since 1948. I have data going back to 1948. I got it with Weather Underground. Got it. Sorry, continue.
Okay. What I was going to say about Pelosi retiring is if she really did say, as this article implies, that she retired to focus on her investments, if she is insider trading, which is very likely, then she didn't retire to focus on her investments. She said that to save face, because it looks like if she says that, it implies that she could still focus on her investments while unable to insider trade, but she won't. What she's actually retiring for is one of a few things. Either one, she knows that she will be politically defeated by people in her own party, or possibly that the rigging will catch up with her and she won't be able to do that anymore, though it's San Francisco, so it's not that likely. Or two, she is too old and has health issues that she for some reason doesn't want to admit. It's one of those two things.
Oh, she clearly... Okay, Nancy Pelosi, I would say out to lunch, but her lunch is a gin and tonic, and always has been. So she's been out of it for years, as are many prominent Democrats. So no, but it's so funny. They ran on and they still are. Trump is insane. Trump is senile. They've been doing that for 10 years now. Trump is senile. He's insane. He needs mental health checks. He keeps getting mental health checks. Biden wouldn't get mental health checks or put it off for a very long time. I think he did at some point have a mental health evaluation. I don't recall, though, now if that happened or not.
I can't remember.
Do you remember?
But if he did, they covered up the results.
Oh, yeah, it was surely spun, which I know they would say about Trump. But you can tell from someone's actions and behavior, as you could very easily with Biden, and as you could tell very easily with Nance. She's going to an old folks' home, is my guess.
Yeah, a very expensive one, but still.
Oh, yeah. She'll be sipping martinis to the day she fucking dies.
Nance, is that a new word for a certain something, Aiden?
No, Nance is just like a nickname for Nancy.
I know what it is.
Oh,
It's like
you want me to call her a nonce? I mean,
No, I don't want that either. Never mind.
See, I don't know if she is or not.
Let's watch
Something
Nancy
else.
Pelosi getting confused.
Voting the day that we lost Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
But to be clear, you're not taking any arrows out of your quiver. You're not ruling anything out.
There's a reverb.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's been for a while.
Yeah, it's because I am sending it through the stream audio channel and also my voice audio channel. You just mute the other one, but I've muted it for you. Okay, so let's watch that part again.
Anything out.
Good morning, Sunday morning. We have a responsibility.
Classic.
We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Even the reporter's confused.
Good morning.
Yeah, I forget his name.
We have a responsibility.
Yeah, the terror sets in.
He's
God.
like, is she having a stroke live on air?
Well, he's probably like, oh God,
Stronking.
this is going to get clipped. This is going to be posted everywhere, and I'm going to have to defend it.
Yep. Yeah. So, of the
was
two
5 years
reasons I
ago.
gave, I think the correct answer is both. Yes. Both she is afraid of her political position and she has worsening health issues. Now, I want to make clear, as we said with Biden.
I think so.
Yeah, as we said with Biden, sympathy for for people suffering these conditions is naturally present. Great sympathy for that. But when it comes to the people who directly affect the direction of the world and when they are so corrupt and evil, that does overcome the sympathy for people suffering these conditions. So I'd have sympathy for anyone else really who's not this evil suffering from these conditions. Dementia is not nice. It's very horrible. Many of us know people who have had dementia. But with these people, the amount of evil overrides my sympathy around the condition.
And I mean, they would say that about any of us, of course. So
No, they would actively wish it upon us.
right, and would wish it upon us actively. I don't like to speak ill of the ill or dead, even if they were pieces of shit. I don't know if you're going to cover it, but what's his name died this last week?
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney. Did we cover that
Shane
already?
Dickey. I
Dude,
didn't
because
cover it.
fuck him.
No.
Well, fuck Dick Cheney. And he was a Republican, of course, but he was a warmongering. Oh, and don't look into it.
Yeah, vice president under Reagan? No, during Bush it was.
Hey, do you remember the BP oil spill?
Yeah.
Do you know who was actually responsible for that? It wasn't BP. It was Halliburton, his company. They pressured BP into taking the blame for it because that is how much fucking power someone like Dick Cheney has and had. So fuck Dick Cheney And I mean, like, at some point, I know it's like, oh, you're also being violent or you're being disgusting because you're celebrating someone's death. If someone is a warmongering piece of shit, and it is something that cannot be said about Donald Trump, for example, he has not been a warmonger. If you have been a warmongering piece of shit, yeah, fuck you. I will not shed a tear when you die.
There's a
it's like
distinction
when
between
Henry Kissinger died. It's like the devil is dead. You know, the witch is hanged.
There's an important distinction between being very, very critical of someone when they just happen to have died of old age and celebrating an assassination. A big difference between those two things.
Yes, thank you. There really is. Because, like, well, good riddance to bad rubbish in the case of an old person who has died of natural causes, who was a horrible human being and caused demonstrable, observable harm to the world, and celebrating a young person's assassination, or anyone's, but in particular, a young person with 2 young children, for example.
I wouldn't say either should be disallowed, but I would perhaps alter my respect for certain people depending on what they said in those.
The moral and ethical kind of weight that I would place on both is obviously different. But the left likes to act like, no, it's identical in all ways. Here's 2 things that are only similar in one very tiny way, maybe if you squint, and therefore they are identical. That was the Freedom Tunes, or the quote about that's been going around recently, along with Millennial Woes, making discourse impossible, quote.
Interesting. Well, I don't have much else on Pelosi. We can read through the BBC article, though. Pelosi has announced her retirement from Congress, ending a decades-long career that saw the California Democrat become one of the most powerful figures in U.S. politics. That's one way of putting it. In a video message, she said she will not be seeking re-election to Congress at the end of her term in January 2027. Got to put up with her for a bit longer, but not much longer. But she'll be replaced by someone probably worse, unfortunately. It marks the end of a storied political career, they say. She's apparently 85. I think the other article says she was older. I'm not sure. The first woman to serve as Speaker of the House, led her party in the lower chamber of Congress from 2003 until 2023. We've made history, we've made progress, she said. We've always led the way, blah, blah, blah. Pelosi first elected, aged 47, elected by her party to be Speaker of the House, blah, blah, blah. Detail.
It's just a highlights reel, it seems like.
I just don't know if there's anything else interesting, but if there was anything interesting, it wouldn't be in this article, would it?
But have you played Trump's reaction to finding out she died? Because it is really funny.
Died?
She didn't die.
Oh, not died. What was it then? What was he reacting to? Not died. What am I thinking of? What the fuck happened recently? Was it? What happened where he's like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. What the fuck?
I can't remember.
Now I'm getting confused with I must be getting confused with something else.
Trump says the following.
Oh no, based.
He says the following. Nancy Pelosi, the old and broken political hack who impeached me twice and lost, is finally calling it quits. She illegally made a fortune in the stock market, ripped off the American public, and was a disaster for America. I'm glad to see the stench of Nancy Pelosi go.
Hang on, what am I thinking of? I'll find it here in a second.
Strong. Worth asking, though, and this is something I was going to say earlier as well. Okay, Trump, based, you have the power to pursue her for her crimes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got one
here,
obnoxious femoid confused with another.
Calm down. You have accused her here, Trump, of committing crimes on a large scale. So are you going to pursue her for them?
Fuck no.
Unfortunately not.
It was,
I fear.
I
do have a story
Nancy
today
Pelosi
that talks about
confused with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Right. We do have a story today, though, that implies that, yes, he does go after some of them in some ways, like not nearly as much as we'd like, but it's better than we thought, perhaps. We'll look into that. Okay, here is a response.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
About Nancy Pelosi?
Nancy Pelosi's retirement.
I think she's an evil woman. I'm glad she's retiring. I think she did the country a great service by retiring. I think she was a tremendous liability for the country.
And on Dick Cheney.
I thought she was an evil woman who did a poor job, who cost the country a lot in damages and in reputation. I thought she was terrible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Wow, based.
Thank you, press. Thank you.
Yeah, it's an honest politician. Hey, we found one, maybe.
I don't know how honest he is.
I think this is how it gets, though.
What did you say? Sorry, you cut out.
Is that this is probably how honest it gets, honestly, with politicians.
He's not honest all the time, but
no, he's
when
not.
he isn't,
But,
usually
yeah.
it's like it turns out later it was a good idea not to be, but not always. Israel is a big black hole in his record as far as
Yes. However, he does tell the truth. Well, he's honest when it comes to his enemies. And I did get Pelosi confused with Ginsburg, but it's certainly that clip of Trump being like, "You're telling me now for the first time. I'm just hearing about this." He clearly already knew or something, or didn't care. It's such a bizarre reaction.
All right, well, I'll play it since you mentioned it. I might remember this. I might have seen it at the time.
I posted it in chat.
I know.
Wow. I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time.
I do remember this, yes. It was strange.
It was really weird.
Mm.
It's very Mr. Bush, the planes have hit the towers kind of level reaction.
The reason Bush looked so terrified about that, in my view, is because he had been told, he just didn't think it was credible. So he said, don't react to it. And that's what the cover-up was. They knew about it. They just didn't react to it.
I think the left overplayed how retarded George Bush Jr. was, but he was retarded. He was a Nepo baby. He was a Nepo baby hire in the grandest sense. I really think he's kind of a fucking idiot. So is Jeb, by the way. The whole family just, I don't know, something wrong there. He can still win. He can still win.
Wait, a Nepo baby? Rip George Bush. Long live pirate software. Yeah, whenever I say...
There's many such cases of Nepos.
Yeah. Whenever I say misunderestimate, that's a Bushism. In case you didn't know.
He had so many just very memorable and great ones. I do kind of miss that era of politics where it was just, let's all just dunk on this fucking retard we've elected president.
Brit Twit and Spooner posted it with the exact same meme at the same time.
Except for Brit Twit's one includes the guacable.
The guac, yeah.
Which is in my opinion, the better version.
Ginger, I do have that story, yes. I hope I can't guarantee we'll get to it today with a lot of things, but I'll try to. All right. So I don't have a lot more to say on the Pelosi story. I think we get why, but maybe there is more to it. Maybe we'll find out more as time goes on. But yeah, as far as I can tell, really the conclusion is good riddance. Yeah. All right. Speaking of what I mentioned earlier, with the potential good news on the topic of Trump actually going after people, let's see if I can find this, because this seemed quite good. Wasn't that one? There we go. Panic unfolds. Non-profit sector battered by 419% surge in job losses and grant-making freeze. Now, non-profit sounds pretty good, and there are certainly, there are probably good non-profits out there, but
allegedly.
Non-profit is also the broad category under which most of the, shall we say, globalist political influence groups are. Various NGOs, international NGOs, for example, they'd all be non-profit, or most of them. And they're losing a lot of jobs. Now, when I saw this, I thought, oh, they're probably just talking about the charities. There's no way the actual globalists would be taking a battering. Well, imagine my shock when it turned out. Let's read on. This is from Zero Hedge. They say, long before the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, the protest industrial complex, which fuels endless color revolution-style operations against MAGA and is bankrolled by billionaire-funded dark money networks, declared war on President Trump and his supporters many years ago. It's only now that the White House is beginning to understand the NGO beast and the funding webs that, quite frankly, want regime change at any cost necessary. This year alone, the Trump admin has dismantled USAID and threatened RICO charges against the Soros Foundation. I fucking missed that. That's really good news.
Yeah, I had missed that as well, to be honest.
I don't know how we missed it.
Now,
that's surprising.
Well,
it's from
will anything
ago.
Happen?
Well,
yeah, but will anything happen?
Well, we'll see. Because
question.
just the threat of doing something like that is effective sometimes. So we'll see what happens. But let's read on, because this does talk about potential changes.
Or just the threat of it then being posted and published on Zero Hedge gives you the impression that something is happening. So you get get those positive vibes and go, oh shit,
Sure, that's possible. Yeah.
something good's happening for once. And this is all part of the whole political fucking circus. Maybe, I don't know. I hope it does.
Possibly. No, you might be right. Let's read on. This year alone, Trump admin RICO charges against Soros Foundation. There have been headlines in the news that the Gates Foundation abruptly severed ties with the Arabella Network, an organization I actually hadn't heard of, but it organizes a lot of these operations, and reports revealing foreign influence operations among far-left NGOs waging war on Trump. So revealing them. The nonprofit industry, one of the most mysterious and complex to understand, has been placed in the limelight for the world to see as the White House's coming crackdown has spooked nonprofits, not just on the far left that want to destroy America from within, but even nonprofit operators on the right. Interesting. John Wick says to be fair, there's far too much news this year, easy to miss something. It's a little less than it was last year, to be honest, but it's still a lot. But I do want to cover more stuff. I probably should stream more often. I have a plan I'm working on now to do that. So there's a picture of a dog, right, Aiden? That's what that is. Anyway, take Lawson Bader, president and CEO of Donors Trust, a major conservative donor-advised fund, recently warned the White House against politically motivated investigations of leftist nonprofits without strong evidence of wrongdoing. Following the assassination of Kirk, Bader told the Free Press he's alarmed by retaliatory rhetoric. Bader's comments came amid reports that the Trump admin is planning investigations into leftist nonprofits like the Open Society Foundation, which I think that's Soros, and many other foundations. Following Trump's pledge to fight domestic terrorism and organized political violence, this also comes as Vice President J.D. Vance and Senior Advisor Stephen Miller have declared war on the radical left groups, as they say. Hey, Aiden, they're doing a sort of culture war. Maybe you could be advising general. Yes? No? Are you? Oh, Aiden has pushed to talk on. She's forgotten that she's muted. Maybe, I don't know. There have been numerous reports from the Capitol.
Wait, I was actually just in the restroom. I just happened to stop by for a second because I have to I must have gone to grab myself something else to drink.
No worries.
Was I supposed to react to something?
I was just saying something that would have made you cringe.
Oh, good. I'm so glad I missed it. All right, you're back.
I'll repeat it for you.
You can say it again, you know.
There have been numerous reports from the Capitol Research Center investigative researchers Peter Schweitzer, that's a Voyager reference, and Seamus Bruner of the Government Accountability Institute that show an abundance of evidence via 990 filings, whatever that means, that Soros foundations and other leftist billionaire-funded groups funneled money into pro-terror groups. So that's beyond doubt. Schweitzer's top researcher Bruner even addressed President Trump on live television about the nonprofit crisis that has waged an endless war against the White House. And here are the numbers. There's like context missing here, but this isn't like the total amount of money that goes between them. This is just the amount that could be found going to terrorist groups in the US, I expect. So you've got Arabella, the one mentioned earlier that Gates is affiliated with or was affiliated with, Buffett, who's another billionaire, I think, Ford, which is the company, I assume it's the same company, Rockefeller, which you've probably all heard of, Singham, which I hadn't heard of, but they talk about it more in this article, Soros, and Tides I haven't heard of. But actually, Soros is among the smaller groups here for some of these categories, although the largest for this one. So for domestic extremists and or civil unrest advocates, Soros is one of the lowest contributors. But for pro-Hamas and or radical Islam, Soros is one of the highest, actually, which is not what I would have guessed. You got foreign influence as a category there as well, which is relatively low, actually. That might be more direct. Maybe that's directly from Arab states, that one. But then they could launder it through the billionaires as well. Yeah, it's not just as destabilization. That's what Soros is all about. Perhaps Soros spends his money more wisely because he puts it in places where he can get, in smaller local elections, where he can get judges and district attorneys elected. He said, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. Oh my God, League of Legends? They don't mean that specifically.
This is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. and we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network.
I don't think he knows about. I don't think he knows about League of Legends, but they might not be happy about that.
The Open Society Network. It's other funding networks. The Arabella funding network. The Tide.
I'm gonna skip to watching it on here because it's not showing properly on the website.
This is
skip forward a bit. Yep.
Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number 1, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, etc. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So, again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous, probably. So if you could,
Ooh, strong word. Yes. In most cases, you could at least argue that.
Very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out.
Good. At least we can see there's some movement there, at least in the sort of early stages.
I would say the reaction is these kinds of press briefings are essentially theatrical. Trump already knows this information.
Sure.
So I suspect the use of the term treasonous there is very intentional.
Do hope so.
Oh, sure. So do I.
Yeah. The worry has been that not much would be done to actually bring people to justice. Trump is doing a pretty good job of fixing things, but he's not necessarily doing enough to punish those who broke them. Many of us believe that, and I do think the former is ultimately the higher priority, but both are very important. So I'd like to see him doing more of the latter category as well. At least we can see here that there appears to be some movement. I'd like to see more, but it's better than I thought it was.
Of course, the ironic bit is, oh, Trump's going after his political enemies. He's going after his political enemies. Well, you mean like you did to him?
Mm-hmm.
There is no room. There's just no room in the dialogue there for, well, Trump's going after his political enemies and he's attacking them. He's using lawfare against them. When they did it to him repeatedly, they continue to. The left has, the Democrats. So it's kind of like.
I think Arden wanted to go for Jews, but that's not a slur. However, there is a slur starting with J-I.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You'll figure it out. There you go.
Yeah, I know what it is. The reality is that I don't know. Trump has been Trump. Oh.
Well, this one is still just as good. Go on. Complete this and then we'll do Jeed.
Well, I'm trying to also make a statement here about this, is that there is no room to be. It's the same shit with the Charlie Kirk thing in the sense that, oh, but the right has been violent as well. No, and I have fucking statistical evidence to also demonstrate that is not the case in 2025, even with the right's greater capacity to complete violence. It's no longer the case. 5 times as many attempted or completed acts of terrorism by the left in the United States in 2025. 5 times more. There was one, and there's been 1 right-wing attack, and there's been 6 left-wing attacks. Now, that's been building, and it was building the entire time under Biden, which goes against other global level data. So something is so fucked with the U.S. left that I don't know. They're clearly some. I don't want to be all like Tim Pool civil worship because I don't think that's going to happen in any way. But they're unhinged. They have no. They totally do not exist in reality whatsoever anymore. And when you don't exist in reality, when you're a universalist and your ideas are metaphysical, well, you can justify all kinds of acts of violence.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for posting the fucking dictionary definition.
Well,
of the
apparently
term.
I fucking had to because people can't spell it. It's just chaos. How do you call yourself fucking racist? You don't even know that word. Come on.
They don't even know. How about what? Don't you know any of the fun slurs? Guys, come on.
Cheat is all well and good, but come on, that's a really fun one.
Yep. Bridgefit, let's go. I think I know where we're going with this. No.
Typical
delete that.
Ardent.
Can I post 2 and make it more clear?
No, that's called a mud hut. If you build too much of it yourself, it's a mud hut, not an end tower. Okay. Apparently, that's what I learned.
I didn't know that. I didn't know this.
Moonkey. Yeah, okay.
No,
okay,
no, my God, no. Jesus Christ. Dude, you need to have like a racism course with your fucking chat.
Cricket, you idiot.
With Cabal.
I'm disappointed in Cabal.
They didn't even know where to go with that. Right. See, that's the problem with the M one.
Successfully spelt monkey with a bunch of other words in between.
It could be monkey, but that was not what I think we were going for.
Moonkey.
We were trying to spell something else.
Yes, moon cricket. Haven't you heard of that one, Ardy? Ardent? Ardy looking.
I mean, I presume he has.
AD Pally D.
Jesus Christ, why are you being so fucking kawaii right now? Giving all these people gay names.
Gay. All right.
I mean, you're the ones being gay, not me.
You just called me kawaii.
I said you're acting like by giving all these fucking names to people.
All right, Aiden. All right, it's fine. It's fine. You think I'm kawaii? That's fine by me.
That's not what I said.
Chat, press 1 if I'm kawaii.
I said you were acting kawaii.
Chat, press 2 if Uzulu is gay.
I mean, 1 would also kind of be that, to be fair. By the way, they're compatible. You can say both. Well, all the people are saying I'm gay right after I asked if I'm kawaii clearly want me, thus also believe I'm kawaii.
The same thing.
Everyone typing 2 just hopes I'm gay because they want, they want a piece of this. Kawaii gazer.
Wow.
Well, there you go. Let's start again. S, said Britwit. Which S are you going for? Thank you, Black Tier, for being so honest about your bowel movements. Oh, I know which one, yeah. You cosplaying as the gayest action flick Top Gun. The unpopular opinion, the original Top Gun wasn't good. The sequel, on the other hand, was fucking brilliant, but the original movie wasn't good. I didn't like it.
Wow.
Yeah.
No taste. Confirmed.
The music was fine. Gay Asian. Someone's denouncing gay Asian Uzulu. Ha! Ha!
Wait, when do you become
Descent
Asian?
in the
when
ranks.
did Asian?
Good question. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Well, that's about all on this story then, as far as I know. just good, keep pursuing them. Or do we have more from the... There's more in the article. Let's keep reading, actually. Given the hard evidence uncovered by CRC and Schweitzer's team, Bader and others in the industry have called for defending philanthropic freedom instead of digging deeper into the NGO world, warning that investigations into far-left charities could backfire and eventually be used against conservative causes. No, it's not.
Good.
It's not actually political. It's about the violence.
How about?
I mean, it shouldn't be.
Good.
It might
How
also
about-
possibly true. Yeah.
How about good? I would like it to also be used against quote unquote conservative causes. I would like all of the fucking dark money shit to be released under the auspices of it being an NGO. Because the conservative shit's going to be all sorts of Israeli crap, and you know it. Outside of the stuff that we already know about.
Obviously, if it's political, then yeah, I don't care if it's left or right. It should be assessed on the basis of whether it's actually dangerous or even potentially whether it's like politically wrong or something. But there is a certain amount of freedom that should be displayed, but it's also often non-citizens doing it. So that's a problem as well. And it's groups that want to hurt the US. And when like before Trump declared Antifa a terrorist organization, there's legal arguments you can make that you can't touch them. Now that he has, sorry, too late.
Well, they'll do what they always do, which is they just rebrand. As mentioned in the Weather Underground earlier, the Weather Underground and a lot of those old leftist groups that people forget about, like the Animal Liberation Front and the Earth Defense Force. These, by the way, the Earth Defense Force and the Animal Liberation Front, these eco groups committed more acts of terror than did the KKK. And by the way, more specific, they committed less than the KKK, which is a Fed op, but they committed more acts of terror between the 1990s and 2019 than did ISIL. To put that into some fucking perspective for you, these leftist groups that were active, protecting the animals and protecting the trees. It wasn't Earth Defense Force. It's like Earth Defense League or something. It's something stupid. It's some Earth Defense Force is EDF. It's a game. Whatever.
Yes.
It's in my graph. I just got confused because I was thinking about the game.
If they keep up the terrorism, they might end up committing more than first wave feminists.
Well, yeah. Well, geez, it's really hard to keep up with women in terms of deaths because of all the abortions.
See,
women really leading
deliberately. They die and disappear just to spite you.
Well, they do kill babies just to spite you, and
hey, leave Triple alone.
God. Oh my God! No, I really want to fucking evaporate.
Aiden, do you really think saying such mean things about an ally in the war of culture is aiding us to save the West? Come on. A general like you should know better.
I was just too autistic. I didn't realize the implication. And then maybe I did.
It was the drunkenness rather than the autism.
Yeah, in that
case,
case,
it was mostly the
alcohol.
Drunkenness, yeah.
It was
but let's
liquor
not
take the wheel.
the influence of the autism.
No, well, it's the influence of alcohol over an autistic brain, so it's super fucked.
I do want to make it clear that as far as Triple and Quattro have said, they're not actually offended, but I do find it funny.
I know, but
funny
you like,
just how absurdly offensive what you said would have been to most people.
I know, and that's why I feel like such a piece of shit. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, too much blood in her alcohol system, Jada, indeed.
Yeah.
It's a good thing though. Yeah, Aiden hasn't had anything to drink for ages though, right, Aiden?
No, I have. I'm drinking tonight because I had something that fucking pissed me off. I am trying to fucking quit again though. I quit for 6 months and then Charlie Kirk was assassinated and I've been kind of fucked ever since. I'm not even joking. I don't know why the assassination of Charlie Kirk had the effect on me that it did, because I didn't even particularly like the guy. I thought he was a dork, politically speaking, but the things that have happened since and the event itself have been very, very disconcerting to me. You know?
Yeah.
I'll get back on my wagon eventually.
Triple says, I would change my name to Triple Child Murderer, but I don't want to risk Discord's wrath.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you better not get fucking Yakubed.
You'd have to change it to Triple Child Unaliver.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Somnus is speculating.
Rubicon was crossed.
Somnus is speculating that Charlie was your Oshi.
And I also agree, Wolf, too. It wasn't the assassination itself. We kind of expect political, as fucked up as it is to say, we do kind of expect political figures to be targets for assassination. It was the fucking reaction that is continuing even now. I find new shit about it almost every day that I have to now add into the video that I'm working on, because it's like, oh, Jesus Christ. They're just, I'm sorry, they're evil. There is no other way to describe it. The people who are sitting there continuing to celebrate the murder of a young father are evil. And even though I knew that, both from a vibes and political sense, but also from a sociological and scientific sense, had not ever hit home as much as it did until they assassinated that man. And then, more importantly, celebrated and continue to celebrate it. I mean, they did during Halloween. The Halloween displays were, again, like, no, we are not letting this go. Yeah. We love the fact that we murdered. And it is a collective we. We killed him, and we are very proud of it. That's fucked. And by the way, I think this will be historical. I don't often think things like that, in that the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I think, is, I hate to say it, a bit of a turning point.
Is that what the name meant all along, in?
Well, people got all weird and conspiratorial about that, but prophetic, perhaps. Serendipitous, maybe.
Aiden, in your honor, Triple has renamed herself to Triple Child Unaliverer.
No.
Unaliverer.
Triple, no. Oh, I feel so fucking shitty about this.
Well, maybe that'll persuade you to have less alcohol. Because then you can at least intend your extremely offensive jokes and statements.
Well, no, but it wasn't a joke. It was. I'm not.
Oh, so you weren't joking. So you seriously believe it?
Oh.
No.
Wow.
No. There was a statistical thing I was trying to explain, and I explained it poorly. I will not relitigate this. Let me go sink into my hole. I gotta die somewhere in a hovel or something, in a pit in the ground over this.
You're not allowed to die until the culture war's won, soldier. Now take this gun.
Oh my God.
We still don't have ethics in game journalism yet. We're not done.
That's never happening.
Gamegate never ended.
August never ends. Indeed.
We're still in Gamergate.
It's still August right now.
This, but unironically, Gamergate just grew. It joined a larger movement, and we have bigger fish to fry currently than ethics in games journalism as a main focus, but it's still important, and it still hasn't been achieved.
We will get back to it eventually.
Yeah, among other things too. It's part of a bigger problem. We just discovered the problem goes deeper, so we followed it to its source, and now here we are, political activists. We just wanted to play video games. Right, Aiden?
I mean, I was politically active since 2008, so 2006 actually. I was like a weird ANCOM in 2006. My first political thought was, wouldn't it be cool if like everybody had the same stuff and we all worked together collaboratively? Because that is what you're supposed to think when you're 16 years old. And if you think that past the age of 16, you're fucking retarded.
Thank you, whoever that was, for supporting Aiden Gamergate Paladin.
Great. No, I did. I mean, by the way, I was conducting research on video games during Gamergate, so I was intrinsically involved, just in a different capacity than most of the internet.
Congrats on becoming Gamergate itself, Aiden.
Oh, it's so cool. I love it. It's
you carry the legacy of Gamergate on your shoulders, young lady.
When can I die?
When we win the war.
Okay,
we have ethics in games journalism.
Yeah, exactly. When Anita Sarkeesian pays for her crimes.
Yeah, I would like her to pay for her crimes.
I don't think that's.
No, she has.
I don't think that's a problem.
No.
Given she married herself.
Anita Sarkeesian married herself. Thank you for thank you. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yes, like this bitch married herself. We won
In front of her
on that
boyfriend,
front.
by the way.
I know. What the fuck? I think officially you win when you cause a woman to be so fucking insane over this gay bullshit that she marries herself in front of her boyfriend. That's what I call a dub.
I mean, imagine being cucked by your own wife.
Yeah, I can imagine that's called iDubbbz in many such cases. But
with
being
no
cucked by your own
other
wife
man involved.
with your own wife. With your own wife.
With and
Your
by
wife
your own
cucks
wife.
you with herself.
That's a different
That's
She
level.
is her own bull. Chat is now supporting Aiden Sarkeesian.
Not really. I don't know why. Other than the A association.
Anita Sarkees Aiden.
It
Keep
kind
going,
of
Chat.
works. It
Yes,
actually
John
kind
Wick.
of works.
Sarkeesian
Sort of.
ironically married herself. Look it up.
But there should yes, she did. And not only did she marry herself, she had a big photo shoot and had a designer wedding to marry
Yes.
herself.
Yes.
Spent tens of thousands of dollars not to marry her boyfriend, but to marry herself.
Mm-hmm.
Wowie.
It's even more sad than that because she did that as her birthday party. It was a wedding
Right.
themed birthday.
Yeah.
Yes, right. A wedding themed excuse me. No,
Does
I know she may
so
have called it
fucking sad, man.
it was for her birthday, but the idea of a wedding themed birthday party is retarded. She married herself for her birthday. Let's be clear.
She
Which
wanted
is
to give a
about the
generous
most-
present to the birthday girl.
What? Okay, Uzlo, you're a narcissist. Is there anything more narcissistic than marrying yourself
yes,
on your birthday?
but I'm not a severe narcissist. I think we could possibly agree.
Well, you might have some sort of perspective on this. Is there anything more narcissistic than marrying yourself as a birthday present to you?
Well, as long as she didn't have people there who she had one way or another basically paid to turn up and be happy for her. Oh, wait.
Yeah, she did that too. And she paid people to show up and pretend to be happy for her.
Man, I am so ashamed this happened in my country.
Was it in your country?
It was in
Finland?
Sweden, yeah.
Oh, right. Yes, it was. Yeah, she did a vacation or travel wedding and everything.
Oh, yeah,
That's why
a
it was so
vacation
expensive.
For her birthday, where she married herself in front of
Yeah.
her house.
I mean,
That
you're
has
all
to be the
invited.
most narcissistic thing ever, right?
You're all
what else
invited
could
to,
possibly meet it?
You're all invited to my wedding to myself, and you're all expected
When's that
to
happening?
cheer.
Congratulations, Mazel
Thank you.
Tov.
Thank you. Well, it was my birthday a few days ago, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you all missed it, chat. You all missed it.
Oh no. I didn't know, obviously.
Okay, Vil has confirmed that I'm not that bad of a narcissist because I'm a Scorpio. There you go. Get wrecked.
Of course.
That's logic.
The fucking astrology.
Dude, I gotta actually, I'm serious about this. I think the next video I might do is on if there is any reality to star signs. And I'm not,
Where'd you get that idea?
You were the one. Yeah, you told me about this, and I've been thinking about it, and it's been
Mhm.
niggling in the back of my brain of being like, oh wait, maybe because in the same way that like with the SRB data, where based on the time of year in which a person is conceived, it changes the odds of whether or not they will be a male or a female because of conditions at the time. That changes the odds. So it would therefore actually not be outside of the realm of scientific reality and possibility.
That's what I'm saying.
That people
think there is-
conceived during different times in different conditions
Yeah.
would maybe have different personality, broad archetypes.
Yes.
If that's true, and I can prove that, I don't want to make a video and publish a video about that though, because then women will watch my channel.
I want
and I
to
don't want
make
that.
you have to say, actually, horoscopy is true.
I don't want to do this.
I want to turn you into the woman you were born to be. No, I think there's probably more than nothing to it. I think like 90% of what you encounter is just like hype and marketing and bad uses of it. But in terms of the star sign stuff is irrelevant. But when in the year you were born probably does affect personality.
It probably does.
It would be difficult to extract which factors or what aspects of personality are from that. But I reckon with enough data, you could. I reckon a good social scientist could do it, and we have one right here. So I suggested that Aiden give that a go.
Thank you. The problem
you're here
is,
too, Aiden. Hello.
I think I could. I think I could do it. I think I've like ascended past this plateau where I used to just rely on other people's research, and I've stopped doing that. I do that as well, like just to back my shit up. But now I just do my own research whenever I can find data, and I'm like, and those are the kinds of things like birth records and personality that I can do really easily with mass scale data. So yeah, this is actually something that is feasible for me to do, and I don't know if I want to know the answer to this question, to be honest, because if the women are right, I'm not going to like that at all. Sorry, Bill's also talking on Discord, and I am a push to talk, but he's also yelling. So,
yeah, I think there might be something to it, and I'd be interested to see someone find out. I wouldn't really trust anyone else to come up with a good answer on that, but I would probably trust your answer.
I mean, if the answer is no, I'll tell you if it's no. I actually suspect no, but maybe it's a yes. And that alone is worth investigation.
Yeah.
How is no one? Someone has to have done this. I just haven't looked into it yet. Someone has to have done it.
Yeah. Vil is saying that there's lots of cancer in Cabal. Cancerous people. Cancerous star sign people. People with a cancer star sign. Got there in the end. Nacho says, you trust a woman?
Cancerous individual myself.
Yeah, indeed. Nacho's asked me if I would
people
really
whose
trust a woman.
star signs have cancer?
We're going to have to ask Aiden to relay her findings to someone who can speak with authority, i.e. a man, and then I would trust it.
What I'll do is I'll just send it to Dutton, as I always do. I'll just send it to Ed Dutton and be like, here you go. What do you make of this? I'll send it to all of my my friends in the dissident right and just be like, well, this is weird, isn't it?
Honestly, Aiden, if you want any input from someone who is from the more sort of in-depth horoscope side of it rather than the social science side, Vil in Cabal is would be your expert.
It's no offense, but I do not want any input from that at all. I want to look at just the pure mathematics, statistical.
What if Mercury is in Gatorade?
Science. I don't really care if Mercury is in Gatorade or.
Wolf says, I'm looking forward to Aiden's next video. Why white girl space racism makes hard times.
I mean, so not the vast majority, but there's an overwhelming percentage of people who are born in September because it falls right after the holidays, or excuse me, 9 months after the holidays. So people make a lot of babies in the winter when it's cold. Baby, it's cold outside and shit. So you do find I do know this statistic is that there's an abnormally high number of people who are, or disproportionate number of people who are born in September. So you get a lot of Libras, for example. But that's the only thing I know about it in terms of statistics. I am, however, fascinated by the premise. We'll see where it goes.
What was the other thing I told you could actually research after that, which was equally silly, but actually equally potentially interesting? Because I did make another recommendation.
I don't remember when I went into the sex ratio at birth stuff. That came out of some crazy Trekkie guy being like, "Did the death of Elvis change the sex ratio of the United States?" And I was like, "Well, what an absurd thing to ask." But he was right to ask it. It was a legitimate question. So like, fuck. So now I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, you know what? Throw horoscopes in there. Why not? Because maybe there is something to do. Maybe that the scientism, and I will call it that, the scientism of academia has so discounted things like horoscopes because they are retarded and, for the most part, just nonsense and made up feels and vibes, that we've actually potentially discounted something that may have some basis in reality.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be the case. I'd actually far more like to be able to disprove it. But if I can prove it, that would be insane.
Yep. Ghost says, get this Berber pumpkin spice latte stat. You'll need it for the horoscopy. Nachos has volunteered to be your Pisces
that's very
study.
Painful.
What? And a pumpkin spice latte enema?
Well, yeah, I would imagine so.
Oh yeah, horoscopy. is when they stick stars up your ass.
Right. That's what you're talking about, right?
But for medical reasons. It's medicinal stellar anal insertion. And that's just the kind of conversation we end up having on these streams.
It continues to amaze me.
Hopefully some new people will have joined on Kick, who will now have left in disgust. What a great thing to enter the stream to. The first thing he heard.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Remember, chat, if you wouldn't mind, please support the channel by watching on Kick. We're going to see if we can get Kick to promote the channel. And the more people show up as viewers there, the more likely they are to promote it. Ooh, new Merivius elf comic. Aiden, look, an elf is being retarded.
Or is an elf expressing how I feel about you all the time?
Aiden, I'm not sure if you can say that. You should say that, considering that the elf woman in these comics, like many versions of the future, ends up with her really liking the human male, and like that's the inevitable destination of the story.
Just the final panel. I had it saved in anything just to post it. Look, I did. See, it was sitting in my clipboard.
Chat, is that
to be boosted?
Chat, how accurate is this picture of Aiden?
I mean, accurate within 99%.
The clothing isn't grandma-like enough.
That's a good point. Everyone else has their beloved except I, the lonesome heroine. But
yeah, Ginger,
what
a coincidence
no one by my
indeed.
side, and here he is.
Yeah, Ginger's the one who sent it to me. So I was sitting there waiting with it in my clipboard.
Yeah, it is impressive how ugly they're able to make the elf woman in exactly one panel of each of these comics.
It's not that difficult.
Are you saying that from experience?
Yeah.
You're saying you have drawn ugly elf comics before?
I don't think that's what she means.
No, I mean like this picture exists.
Uh-oh. Stop fishing for compliments, Aiden.
No, I'm not. I love this picture. That's why I have it saved, because it's so funny.
Stop calling yourself ugly in a picture where you're clearly not ugly.
That was the happiest moment of my life, I think. I'm so glad it was captured in photographic evidence of how happy I was in that moment to be holding that box of Cheez-Its. In this moment, I am truly euphoric.
How easy it is to make ugly elves. It's so easy that even Bethesda can do it.
I mean, true.
Bethesda is a master at making things ugly.
Yeah.
HF&H makes a good point. When they're ugly, it's easier to choose who's kindling. Because after all, it's cock sleeves or kindling. For all elves. That is the choice they are forced to make.
Yeah, I'm good.
As what?
I'm good.
As which one?
I'm good.
I will have to
keep
assume
raising
then.
my register. I'll keep raising my just a little bit each time you ask.
Well, okay, just go ahead and DM which one you choose. All right, and I'll I won't read the DM out on stream. Maybe.
Surely.
Right,
wait, maybe.
Surely not.
Just choose which one.
He's gonna read it.
Don't worry, I won't.
There you go.
Okay, no, fair enough. I can see the merit in that choice. Yeah, it's rather a terminal choice, but I could see how it could be better. All right, let's have a look at this. Player's best attempt at a sexy elf girl after 2 hours of character creation. And Pelennel's justification to kill them all.
The struggle is so real. You have to install so many mods to not look like a fucking weird freak.
Or you just play as a Nord, Imperial, or Breton.
No, wood elf only.
Why would you play as an Italian?
They're made of Play-Doh.
Aiden, confirmed bean appreciator.
I do appreciate beans, and I don't understand.
She's integrating well.
All right, I have all kinds of questions. I have so many questions about this. There's things that I don't understand why we don't do in the US.
Water pipe?
Yeah, it's one of many I had at the time. It's not a water pipe. It's a hookah to smoke shisha tobacco out.
You're
of.
saying there's a hooker in this picture? Wait, who is it?
No. If you put weed in that, it'll fuck the whole fucking system up. You can't put weed in that. I mean, you
It's
can,
not
but you
strong
really
enough.
shouldn't.
Is that an Irish flag or an Italian flag?
It's Irish because the guy sitting next to me is my friend whose name is so fucking Irish, which I have told you, who is now my attorney, that it is so fucking Irish. I really wish I could tell people what it is, but just imagine the most Irish name you could possibly fucking think of, and that's his name.
Potato or potato?
That's why the Irish flag. It was also St. Patrick's Day, to be fair.
Isn't it Carbamo Famine?
Yeah, that's his name. That's his name. How'd you guess it? That was it.
You're right.
It is a 3-point name, chat. If you're interested in coming up with the name of my attorney, it is a 3, like first, middle, and second name of the most Irish name. O'Brien O'Seamus O'Reilly is pretty damn close.
Yeah, he's so Irish that he's extremely dangerous to specifically Irish school children whenever there is a British police officer nearby.
Fuck off.
What do you mean? You're not Irish.
Yes, I am.
Huh?
Partially.
The fuck?
I'm like broad Celtoid and Angloid and then German.
Is that the basis for which you're taking offense? You're vaguely Celtic.
Well, no. I know exactly. Like I know my whole Welsh family's history, but the Iroids changed their names a whole bunch, so we can't trace them as easily.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad at least you're integrating with the appreciation of beans.
There's no problem in revealing this. I'm already doxed as fuck. My middle name is Ireland, for fuck's sake. Dude, what the fuck do you think?
Well, your middle name is Ireland?
Why is your middle name Ireland?
Country name?
Oh, I see.
It's Aaron, which is
Listen,
Gaelic
I'm not,
for Ireland. Yeah.
I'm not saying Aiden literally is Dai, but they have so many similarities. It's baffling.
I mean, it's certainly a theory.
Mm.
So how do you explain the litter box?
I don't have a litter box
anymore.
Excuse me, this is slander and lies. This is the liberal media making shit up again. Quite literally in this case, there's no litter box.
Where's the fucking evidence of the litter box?
Chat, post the evidence of the litter box. I think it's still in the system somewhere. I can't remember the fucking context for the litter box, but it was something to do with you and Dai. Didn't you swear to shit in Dai's litter box on dumping with Uzlu? That sounds familiar, yeah?
Oh, I did. I did threaten to shit in her litter box. Yeah.
Yeah. That does sound like something you would do. Like the threat, obviously, but also the actually doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do it.
That's the litter box.
I'll fucking do it.
Somewhere there is a clip of this. It's probably in the meme system. If you do equals litterbox, I reckon you'll find it. I don't remember the context of that anymore.
I don't either.
No, it's not that.
Wow. Fucked up.
It will be in there at some point, though.
Cat box, maybe?
Probably not.
Some people call it a cat box.
Aiden something. Aiden shit.
Oh, great.
Aiden cat.
Nah, so you don't even know where the memes are.
It's there
Can't even
somewhere.
find and locate the memes.
I don't think it's a Wizards in Space joke, Arbla. Maybe.
Aiden shit. Oh my god, we're going off the rails.
Pussy
Are we
box.
supposed to be?
No.
Are we supposed to be streaming about politics or something?
I think politics was like a vaguely a vague hope. Aha. We have the audio version.
There it is. I'm just a cat, okay? It's fine.
You can be
No, you're
our
a
cat
human.
and his bird.
Aiden, you're a human.
No.
You're a human. You're not a fucking cat. All right, you're not.
I am though, die.
You're not. You're a human with mental problems.
I'm just a cat. I'm just a stupid fucking cat, die. That's all it is. I'm just a stupid fucking
You know
cat.
what? Go shit in the litter box then.
I will.
Go fucking do it.
All right, I will.
You know what? Debase yourself like the retard you are, dude.
Show me your litter box, and I'll go shit in it. I'll shit in your litter box. Die. I'm gonna come to Ireland and shit in your litter box.
My cats will attack you.
And shitting in your litter box.
It went on like this, as you can see, for quite a while.
That was brutal.
Not half as brutal as what Dai's cats would have done if Aiden had tried to encroach on their litter box.
Oh my god. You know what? I stand by all of those statements, despite how drunk I was at the time.
Wait, you were drunk at the time? Oh, I don't know about that. That sounds like so Aiden to
You
me.
sounded stone cold sober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like normal.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Good. Anyway, yes. Shall we attempt to talk about politics?
Politics. I like politics.
Politics.
I mean, I hate it, but you know, it's fun.
I too hate it. Let's talk about it some more.
Let's go.
Let's do a couple of other stories, and then we'll get onto the one that I want to drag Quattro on for. All right, so this is just like someone's just expressing the pattern. 1, have capitalism, life is good for 90%. 2, find the 10% who can't thrive even in ideal conditions. 3, tell them socialism would fix their problems. Use their support to implement some socialism. 5, have mostly capitalism, life is good for 80%. 6, find the 20% who aren't thriving. 7, tell them socialism would fix their problems. Use their support to implement some more socialism. 8, have some capitalism. Life is good for 70%. 9, find the 30% who aren't thriving, etc., etc. Yes, unfortunately, this is just, I think, kind of true. It's if you were to have it's possible to have too much capitalism where the rate of thriving goes down. And ideally, you want a situation where, yes, people who can't thrive in ideal conditions, as I've put it here, that includes layabouts and retards. Not all of them are necessarily to blame, but it also includes people who just, for some other reason that's not really their fault, can't work as effectively. And a system that doesn't do anything about that is not necessarily as just. So there's questions to be asked there, but there's a balance to be struck, and it's it should be struck on the basis of what makes sense, not just what socialists want.
The problem is that capitalism is, like all hierarchical systems, the natural state. People trade goods for services and so on. So it's always, capitalism is how shit fucking exists. And there's no way around it until you, I don't even think if you get your dilithium crystals, etc., you're ever going to get around that goods for services in some capacity. Or, I mean, maybe you could get rid of fiat and do it all in gold or something, or in dilithium. I don't know. But it's always going to be goods for services, because people won't do shit for free. Again, going back to the NGOs and the idea of a nonprofit, everyone who works for a nonprofit gets paid. I got very close for working for the Susan G. Komen Foundation because they offered me a job many, many, many years ago. And despite being that's the women's breast cancer, their big organization. And I thought about taking it, but I can tell you right now that when I was offered that job in like 2009, the starting salary was $80,000 a year as a marketing director or marketing person, right? Which is nothing to sneeze at. But that was for a quote-unquote nonprofit.
And it's Aiden with the barely relevant gloat. Thank you, Aiden.
No, it's not a fucking gloat. My point is that everything is fucking capitalism. The whole idea of this word capitalism is absurdist.
It barely even needs a word to describe it. Absurd. It barely even needs a word to describe it because it is the natural state of humans. You could call it commerce, just to refer to the things humans do rather than it being a discrete system. It's not a system. It's just what people do naturally.
True, Ghost. Yes. So life is good for the 90%. The other thing you get out of it is if you have a Christian society as well, or a society with a moral foundation, right, with moral systems, then most people will be willing to spend some of their excess money, maybe not most, but a certain portion of people will be willing to spend some of their excess money to care for those who cannot survive naturally in this system.
Yes.
And that is how it worked throughout all of human history. Maybe not to the best fucking outcomes, but is it better now?
It's debatable where the line should be drawn. There's certainly an argument for a very libertarian approach where people have such a healthy economy because they are so free and unrestricted that they have enough spare income that they are eager to just give it to people who need it more, who can't survive otherwise. But I do fear that will still
incentives.
That is still going to lead to people falling through the cracks and just dying horribly where the state could have helped them. But of course, if the state tries to help them, it will go too far and it will lead to too much bloat and then people will be too disadvantaged by it. So,
well, I know that this sounds cruel, but we're animals ultimately in an evolutionary environment, and we are not in harsh evolutionary conditions. If someone is so just fucked that no one cares about them at all, and there's no way for, and the only way that you get into that position is if you are like a fucking pedophile. You know what I mean? People don't look at children who are born with a horrific disease and say, well, fuck them. They just don't. People who are charitable and kind and are high in this particular trait, and it is a trait, by the way, charitability, they will give to those kind of people no matter what. They won't give a bunch of money to a rapist pedophile, and that's because of their choices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, they also won't give money to a bunch of Nigerians
I'm not
on the other side of the planet. But why would you give money to those people? Because when you give them money, they reproduce more and then create more of the problem you're trying to solve. See Mr. Beast building wells, right?
Yes. No, I'm not. My sympathetic group is not pedophiles, Aiden. There probably is a relatively small number of people who in a society who wouldn't receive charity, but who might instead have received state charity if they had gone for that. But to be honest, that's a pretty small boundary, and you could maybe argue that there isn't actually much of a difference between which one is more accessible in a healthy society. It also does depend on whether society remains healthy, but then one of the ways it becomes unhealthy is by too much state power, too much state intervention in the economy. So there's definitely arguments.
Well,
I think
one of the things that's
the strongest arguments for the strongest position that you can easily argue for the economy is a very libertarian one.
Well, and you can see this happening actually right now. We have a very real world experiment occurring currently, which is that a bunch of people who have been cut off from their SNAP benefits are now going to church to try and get food. And not because they are starving, let's be clear. Pretty much, there might be a couple people starving in America, but if they are starving, it is by choice. They are anorexics, right? Almost nobody who is an American citizen is starving. There's too many social safety nets for that to happen. And people are realizing, you watch these like TikToks and things, people going, oh, I'm going to go scam a church now, which is the astonishing element of it. They realize, oh, wait, I can go get food from a church. And rather than just take what the church is offering openly, they go and try and scam them, just as they do the government. Those people, sorry, I don't think the world would miss them.
But at least private organizations would probably protect their money better than the government would in those cases. So yeah, there's definitely an argument for that.
Maybe not Christian organizations, but maybe.
Well, yeah, it depends. Probably usually better than the government anyway, but yeah, it depends. Sorry, Britwit, I did see that. So I get it right. I'll wait for it to pop up in Discord before I read it out, but thank you for the contribution. I should be giving Cabal credit to the contributed as well. I will do that in a moment. Either way, yes, this is just a short thing to say that this is pretty much true. The balance may not be total capitalism, but it's higher than it is in most cases. And if you're going to readjust, if you're going to try and find the balance between state intervention and pure capitalism, if you're going to try and find that balance, it should be found on the basis of what is actually best for the society, not on what the worst of society demand. They don't get to demand.
Yeah. And if you have, excuse me, this is where I think that a religion comes into play. And you don't have to agree with it, but with a religion or whatever, but where particularly Christianity comes into play. is that it gives people a sense of higher moral value. And I found this in a study that was conducted by my first advisor, where he found that the levels of altruism that were reported from students at my university, which was a Catholic institution, my undergrad, versus our rival school, which was a public school, and or a public by that I mean non-religiously affiliated, is that, again, they had lower levels of altruism than did students at the Catholic university, where we were required as part of our ability to complete our degrees to do civic service. And I just think that there is a role that religion plays there that is beneficial to society in a way that may not be immediately evident. Because when people believe in a higher power, in a greater good, or something like this, then they do have that drive that says, I want to help others. And I saw it so much in my Catholic institution. I saw it everywhere. And not just did I see it personally, we demonstrated it in data.
Yep, you can definitely trick people into doing good things.
It's fine. I actually don't mind the framing of it that way.
Mm. I'm being a bit uncharitable, but I am being genuine. Like that, I advocate for it, generally speaking, for Christianity.
So but the outcome is the same. Good things are being done.
Yes.
People who fall through the cracks are being helped by people who, whether or not they've been trekked, or you think it's a trek, they truly believe and they care.
Yes.
And they are doing
Agreed.
it not because they're being forced at gunpoint, essentially, by the arm of the government to help, but because they want to.
Mm.
It makes everyone feel better about it. It doesn't make it a perfect system because no such thing exists.
Yeah, Nacho's many people do good things because they're good people. But if we have a system that tricks others who aren't like that into actually being like that, then
sure.
I'll go for that system.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
consider its pros and
I don't
cons,
agree
but
with
generally speaking, that's a good thing.
I don't agree with the framing, but that is the ultimate outcome, is that if you're tricking, and by the way, with retards, you do have to trick them. You do.
Well, what I'm saying here, Aiden, of course, is I understand you don't agree with the framing, but I'm presenting it to a fellow atheist to try and put across what I mean with my sort of pro-Christian position, despite not being one. Nacho's, yeah, but you're thinking of it on an individual level. Yeah, you don't have to be friends with someone who has to be tricked into being nice, but you do have to live in the same society as them. And if they are the majority, it's better that they are tricked into being nice than permitted to be whatever the fuck they want to be.
Yeah,
so
let me ask you this question.
And most humans are like that. It's very rare to find people who are good just because. That's a relatively small number of people in the world who are reliably good just because they are built that way. So yes, I would rather the rest be tricked into being good than not.
Who would you rather be your neighbor? Someone who is a stupid Christian who's been tricked into believing that God is real and they're worried that their immortal soul is on the line and so they have to be nice and they have to be kind and charitable, or someone who believes that God is fake and hates humanity and thinks they need to fucking escape from this reality because it's eternal torment? Who would you rather be your neighbor? Just as a question.
There are certainly
Genuinely
other
speaking.
categories, but that question could come up where you could have to choose between the two. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
So Nacho's saying we need less people. Society exists only because there are enough people to make sure it does. If we had less people, we wouldn't be able to do the things we can. I do believe that population count is necessary for quality of society. Now, there's some variation.
Yeah, don't be fucking Gates pilled. Okay?
Yeah,
it's cringe.
It's a very utilitarian view, and I think you're missing out a lot of side effects and indirect effects of what you're asking for, which would destroy everything. The solution cannot simply be, well, the rest of society isn't as good as me in this one way, so they should cease existing. There's got to be more to it than that. Evolution deigns they should exist. So why?
No, it says, would you rather live next to an edgy nihilist or a homicidal nig kept in check only by threat of hell? I am presuming, by the way, in my hypothetical, a non-N infested society, right? Talking about if you were in a society, a largely homogenous white society, would you rather live next to the nihilist or live next to the Christian? I don't know. I would choose the Christian, personally. But you might disagree, and that's fine.
Yeah, it would depend on other factors if I had other factors to choose from, but if those are the only things I knew, I probably would say the Christian. It would depend on the kind of society, though. If Christians were in a sort of dominant and arguably oppressive position in society, maybe I wouldn't. So there's a lot of factors there, but still, generally, it would be in that direction. Yeah, like someone that is religious, there's no guarantee they'll be good from it, but I don't think it would have been selected for by evolution if it didn't tend that way.
As I think came up in watching V for Vendetta, dominating and oppressive in what way? You mean like saying, I don't like gays, I think that gay marriage is wrong and unholy? That kind of oppressiveness?
Not necessarily that.
Like I'm talking about like 90s. What was the case in the 90s? And what most Christians, and look at Christian churches, they're some of the most cucked places on earth at this point.
Yes.
So they're kind of, pray for don't love the sin, love the sinner. Those kind of people, which is the majority of Christians, or a nihilist. Under the current gestalt.
I think Zenman, it's not necessarily comparing like to like on the sides of Christian and atheists. I think Aiden's just trying to demonstrate the point that even atheists would agree in many cases that Christians tend to be better people, but it depends very much on the society that you're in. I wouldn't even agree
with that.
Okay. Maybe I
wouldn't even agree with that inherently. Better people in terms of soul, not necessarily. However, having a rationale built into your behavioral complex of saying, I will not do this thing because I am afraid of hell. And for midwits and retards, that is potentially a very compelling framework.
Yeah.
As it also is for very high IQ people who can understand or conceive of like metaphysical concepts. Overall, it is, I think, better to have that to a certain extent, if you're talking about the betterment of society.
I wonder if religion,
group faith.
I wonder if religion helps high wits by resolving decision paralysis more often.
I think it does. It has for me. Yeah.
Again, Zenman, I don't think she was necessarily making it's not a competition between atheists and Christians, the point Aiden was making. It was making a slightly different point than that. It's not saying like, well, if you wouldn't pick the nihilist, then atheism is wrong. Because if it comes down to the atheist versus the Christian to live next door to, I don't know enough to say.
Sure. But that's kind of the point of the theoretical question. Without having any other information, just that, you're going to move next door to somebody. It's you and one other house on the block, right? Just two houses. And you can either choose to live next to a nihilistic atheist or a devout Christian. Who would you rather live next to? And I think that kind of the natural answer that people will have to that is telling.
It would depend somewhat on the times, but probably generally the Christian, because the nihilism is the problem, not the atheism.
I would agree, but they tend to come a bit hand in hand. Not inherently.
Unfortunately, they often do.
But and you can have, I suppose, nihilist Christians. I'm sure they exist as well. I mean, I'm a bit of a nihilist Christian myself. Mm-hmm. So it's just that's just a vibe check. That is truly. There's no data behind that. It's just, what would you rather do? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking a question. I'm genuinely asking the question. And I think most people, I think if you polled the majority of people, they would say they'd rather live next to the Christian than the nihilist atheist, except for when you then control for political ideology, and then you'll get the whole left being, the nihilist every time, because they're also nihilists.
Yeah.
But this is all speculation. It's all hypotheticals. It's in your brain. You have to use your heuristic processing to figure out or make the assessment of who would you rather live next to. I mean, it's very obvious if I were asked the question, who would you rather live next to, a black guy or a white guy, right? People are more able to understand that, I think, heuristically at this point. And I gave you no other information but based on statistical realities.
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same question then about would you rather live next to a nihilist atheist or a devout Christian, you know?
Mm.
And that's the only point.
Vil makes the point paganism had morality before Christianity, and humans had morality before paganism. I just like to bring it up whenever it comes up. People that say Christian morality, it didn't come from Christianity. Christianity did correlate with it, did synergize with it, did, in some ways codify it, but in some ways anti-codify it, because you don't pick everything from the Bible as gospel, despite the term meaning that. You don't follow everything to the letter. Some people interpret as they do, but there are things in there that
I'm being
contradict.
edgy, don't worry.
That's fair enough. That morality is good for survival, so it was selected for. However, arguably, Christianity is good for survival for high trust society, so it was selected for. Just like high trust is good for survival, so it was selected for.
Yeah, you have to try and make like a heuristic analysis there, and try to just think. That's the thing, is that you should be able to answer that question instantaneously. Once you start thinking and mulling it over and trying to go, oh, this, that, it's why surveys will be like, you got to answer this question right now and then turn the page. You do not have time to malinger over this.
I'm sure that wouldn't induce any oppositional response.
Not if you make every question in the set similarly timed to avoid malingering. And avoiding malingering is a thing we have to account for in statistical analysis. I'll be right back.
So on this, there are certainly interpretations that say that Christ overrode the Old Testament. Question may be asked, then why is it still there? But there are also interpretations that say he didn't, or that it was only partial. JPEG says, let's hear how it is. Fuck pre-Christian morality. Christian morality is superior. It correlated well with existing moralities that were then promoted around the same time. The morality didn't come from Christianity, though it was favored by it. And it correlated with high trust societies. It correlated with certain climactic factors. It all came together. Christianity was part of it. But these factors are not from Christianity. They simply aligned well with it. And so they selected for each other. It's a bit of both. Do people pick a morality that aligns with high trust societies because they are high trust good people? Or do they become high trust good people because they pick an ideology that promotes that? Well, in terms of human development, it's always going to be the first one. It's too complex. Morality is too complex for it to just come from a book. No, it comes from action. It comes from selection evolutionarily. But the book was also selected for, helped to codify and structure it, and probably guided it in a slightly more effective direction.
You got to give instructions to retards. Because they don't, they need the fear of God and hell in their minds. Again, like you get the high IQ people, they're not so concerned about it. Sorry, Bill's really loud right now. I'll shut up.
That's all right. I think we'll move on anyway. It's an interesting conversation. You know I enjoy this topic. But we will move on because we have a lot of other stuff to cover. And we have something here that actually relates strongly to something we were talking about. Regardless of party or ideology, men are so much more tolerant than women that the gender tolerance gap dominates the ideology difference.
Yeah.
Here's the data.
So I want to show you the interesting part of this data. Did I not? We did this before, didn't we?
We talked about this, you and I, on call. We haven't talked about it on stream yet.
Oh, okay. So you
Aiden,
know
do you want to
most...
go off for a few seconds? We're just going to grab a drink quickly. Be right back.
Yeah, sure. So what I would like to direct your attention to is the most interesting aberrant piece of data in this set, which you may be able to see. So the square, if the shape on the graph is a square, it indicates that's a woman and a woman's position and opinion. Now on the x-axis, you have the tolerance towards left-wing ideas and left-wing positions. And on the y-axis, you have tolerance towards right-wing ideas and right-wing people, essentially, and again, vice versa. And in the broad circle, the big pink circle there for women, you will find that there is one circle representing men. Women vote almost entirely, or think in this case, almost entirely as a collective, with the exception of this one gray circle, which are men who haven't thought about politics much.
And they are significantly less
interesting.
Tolerant. And anyone on here who says, I haven't thought much about this, is significantly less tolerant. The only male group that is within the broad area of the women results is men who haven't thought about politics very much. Now, you could argue, and I think this probably is it, but at least it's part of it, that this is just, I haven't thought about it much because I don't tolerate politics in general as a topic. That might be what it is. But it's still quite...
this was on the topic of free speech. But this was not asking a broad question. It was asking, what's your position on free speech, on who should be able to have free speech? What kind of speech should be tolerated? And in this case, men who had not thought about politics much clustered very closely to all of the women. Now,
you also notice...
I don't really know necessarily what that means.
Yeah.
But it seems to be that, like, because I'm not going to necessarily say that men who haven't thought about politics much are stupid, because, look, I wish I didn't care about politics or didn't think about it much. My life might be a lot easier. But women are more discriminatory, both towards their own group, their in-group, and towards out-groups. This is a large portion of the video I'm working on as well, on editing. Women are always much more discriminatory. They are by evolutionary nature. Women have to be discriminatory to survive. Or at least that's the hypothesis. Whereas men have the sort of liberty, right, to be more tolerant and to accept different ideas because they're more able to defend themselves. Women have to be, despite all of their claims of being so tolerant, have to be more discriminatory to survive.
Unfortunately, they're not more tolerant, they're just more compassionate, and compassion can be very dangerous.
They had to, well, excuse me, I didn't say tolerant, though. They have to be more discriminatory.
Yes.
They pretend to be tolerant because it's a social norm. Oh, okay,
I wasn't correcting you. I was correcting the stereotype. But something else worth noting here is that the most tolerant, approximately, or at least the most balanced tolerance from any group is libertarians, which is not that unexpected. It doesn't necessarily make
totally
it better either, but it is interesting.
No,
but then the least
I'd say it's
tolerant,
actually condemnatory.
Maybe. The least tolerant group who have an opinion on politics are the people that say that they're moderate, middle of the road. They are the least tolerant overall.
Yeah. Yeah. Does that surprise anyone here? Knowing people like Dev? People who cloak themselves in the, and I'm not saying you, but many people who cloak themselves in the robe of centrism are not centrists, but it's part of an identity of essentially, I can get away with doing shit by calling myself a centrist and pretending like I don't care. Pretending I'm neutral.
In terms of people I know of who call themselves, start with this, atheists, I have to be like, okay, unfortunately most of them are retards, but there's a few good ones who do it properly. Now, I have to deal with that, but it's worse for centrist as a term. I don't know anyone else who does it properly, as far as I would consider. And there's probably some in Cabal, but it's a term that is used so much by leftists who are trying to pretend to be moderate that it's become a blackened term. I would like to use it for myself because I believe that I have a conception of politics which balances both sides, not Overton window wise, but overall objectively wise, as fundamentally valid and necessary, and that the correct position on average is between the two extremes. But of course that fluctuates with the times.
Well,
that's my general philosophy, and I'd like to use the term centrism for that. But unfortunately, people who position themselves left of the center of the Overton window, which is already skewed left, believe themselves to be centrists and widely call themselves that until they're fucking proven not to be. And so the term has been blackened by that.
The other thing that I just noticed is that the something else, is it not, women who haven't thought about it much either are actually also the least tolerant.
Yes.
Look at that.
Overall, the least tolerant,
Yeah. Overall, of both groups. So idiots.
Of the average of both groups.
Now, again, it does beg the question, are they saying that because they just don't care? They don't want to be bothered? And in fact, they find politics very annoying, which might be the case. And the fact that you find similarity there, synchronicity, is very curious. Because that may actually be the answer to that. It's not that they're stupid, it's that they hate it. And so they just kind of hate everyone. Maybe those are the nihilists. Speaking again of nihilists.
Maybe. Unfortunately, Ghost, that term has also been kind of blackened. Less so.
But it is specifically, haven't thought about it. And if you have thought about it enough to be like, no, I hate this shit, I think you might choose the something else category, the dark gray, not the light gray, which is curious.
Yeah. The light grey may have been people that were rejecting the whole survey.
That's also a possibility. However, I've not read this full study. I would hope that they accounted for that. It's very easy to account for in data. If you're looking at a survey and it's like they're just filling in the same box every time you throw this data out. That is a manner of course for survey methodology.
Yeah.
No, it should be. At least I hope it used to be. Maybe not anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a few points on this. What was the interesting one I pointed out before in?
I mean, it's the men in the women's circle, and then also that same portion of women being the least tolerant. However, what you do find is generally conservatives. It tends to be like moderate people who tend to be the most tolerant, right? Yeah. People who actually identify themselves as moderately right or moderately left. Now, I would say that, or excuse me, it's more accurately, probably more moderately right, if I'm being completely honest, based on other data outside of this from that I've looked at very recently. Moderate is another problem with survey data. There's something called acquiescence bias or pro-social bias. In that, people will just say what they think sounds good to the researcher. Yeah. It's an inherent problem with survey methods that you cannot account for. There's no way to account for it. I mean, you kind of can, but then you really risk throwing out valid data.
You do have to trick them into saying something honest because they think they're not being tested on that. That's one thing you could do.
Actually, you don't. People, you tell them the survey is anonymized, and they will tell you the truth for the most part. Except political stuff tends to prime other questions. So you have to I'd have to look at the actual wording of the survey, because if it's heavily laden with political implications in any way, it starts to activate that part of the brain and they go, oh no, I'm representing my tribe now. So I have to make my tribe look good. Yeah, and that is a potential problem. You have to be very, in fact, that's why I always suggest with survey methods, leave the demographic questions to last, please. How the fuck do you keep putting the demo questions first? You should never do this. Oh my God. It's such basic survey methods, but scientists fuck it up all the time.
Yeah, interesting data. The question of what we can extract from this in terms of self-congratulation, which is better? Because tolerance is not always a good thing. Maybe the correct average is 50%, depending on what you are being asked to tolerate. Because if you're tolerating bad things, that's arguably worse than not tolerating good things. It can be anyway. Exactly. So maybe the correct answer is around 50% should be the correct average. And frankly, libertarian men are pretty much the closest to that. So perhaps not doing too badly.
Well, very conservative men are at 60%, over 60% tolerance of right-wing, towards the right wing, but they're also at 45% tolerance towards the left. The left is, I mean, you kind of do hit, you don't even hit 60% for men, or maybe, no, it's under 60% tolerance for left-wing men towards the left wing, and it's 38% tolerance towards the right. So the most left-wing, very liberal men are significantly less tolerant, both towards their own group and towards the out group, than are the most conservative men, according to this graph.
I'd be interested to see.
Just look up the numbers.
I suspect that any of these dots that are in blue or green, so the really left-wing men or women, are probably virtue signaling a little bit with how tolerant they are of the right wing. I would be interested to see what the real numbers are and to see those blue and green dots go way lower on the chart, because that's how they fucking act.
The reality is that this whole idea of a liberal tolerance is a misnomer and counterfactual. For example, I looked at a big series of studies in the video I'm working on would you push someone in front of a train, right, to save a group of people? You had the trolley problem, right? And the leftoids just go, oh yeah, I will definitely push someone in front of a train to save people if the guy is white.
Yeah.
Conservatives made no distinction.
Mm.
The conservatives who said, yes, I would be willing to push someone in front of a train, made no distinction on whether or not the person was white or black. The people the liberals, however, who answered the same question, were just like, yeah, push the white guy in front of the train. Fuck him. Almost, I mean, to an astonishing degree in statistical analysis.
Yeah.
It's rage and it's hate. And it's why you find it with these people. They're just consumed. They don't have a positive motivator in there. It's all just, who do I hate the most right now?
Unfortunately, yeah, that's how the left often works. Are you sure that wasn't worded as, question 1, would you push someone in front of a train? Question 2, what if it was a racial minority?
Okay, I'll tell you how they did it.
Because if it was worded that way, it would change the interpretation, but it would still be bad, just not as bad.
So this is how they did it, is that the guy's name was either, excuse me, let me go find this.
John or Zimbabwe.
Yes, his name was either Chip Ellsworth III or Tyrone Payton.
That's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
It has to be to serve as an appropriate.
Chip. Is that the scientifically whitest name? Chip.
Yeah, Chip Ellsworth III or Tyrone Payton.
Tyrone Payton.
We know that Chip Ellsworth III is a white guy, and Tyrone Payton is probably a black guy, right?
They should have gone with Cecil Fortescue. That's a fucking white name. And then Dan Quisha, fucking Dan Quisha, field negroid.
Yeah.
Son.
They didn't say this is a white guy and this is a black guy. They said, are you going to push Chip or are you going to push Tyrone? Right. And the liberals said, "Oh, push Chip. Fuck Chip. I hate Chip." And not only did they do it in the trolley problem, they did it across 8 different scenarios.
Of course they did. Yeah.
Every single time they did it, and every single time the conservatives showed no racial preference. And they did it also in scenarios where their own life was on the line. They didn't show a racial preference in who they would throw over the side of a lifeboat if their own life was in danger. Liberals did. Every single time they said, oh, well, fuck Chip. Oh, well, not Tyrone. We must save Tyrone. He's so important. Even in a scenario wherein Chip or Tyrone was guaranteed to die. They would let him sit on a life raft and drag them all down to fucking Davy Jones' locker so long as he was a black dude. That's how liberals chose to answer that question.
Yeah. Ezra's asking the real questions. Who would you rather save, Chad Thundercock or Herschel Lieberman Bergblattstein? Or Vile Shlomo?
Yeah, well, Vile, obviously. I mean, he's got such a trustworthy sounding name.
He really does, yeah. Yeah, so conclusions on this are various, and I think there's still a lot of thinking to be done on it, because what do we infer from the light grey dots? What do we infer from whether tolerance is good or not? But I think what I do want to say about men versus women here is that I'm not sure how true this is, but to a large extent, I think it is, that principles are the result of testosterone. And so here you go, here's the results. It's more principle to be at least tolerant on average of the average person. So you should probably center around 50%, depending on how the question is asked, depending on what it's being asked about. Then again, if it's about, do you tolerate them having free speech, these numbers should be a lot higher. A bit concerning. So I don't think it was that clear cut. I think it was something more specific.
I think this is evolutionary. When you really start to break down psychology, it almost always does become evolutionary. The women in this set are reacting from an evolutionary perspective, as are the men. Women need to survive. Men are capable of taking risks. And in fact, adolescent male risk taking is a whole fucking thing that happens particularly, again, in males. Men have a greater propensity towards risk taking because of rewards of taking a risk. Because of their greater capacity because they're stronger physically, so they can, take more damage potentially. Women can't risk that in the same harsh evolutionary conditions. So it totally explains why you get these two broad oval shapes of clustering.
That is certainly a possible explanation.
Yeah, They might say they love all the blacks and the minorities, but when push comes to shove, no, they're very intolerant, and intolerance is an evolutionary stratagem.
Toast is asking what evidence I have for my opinion about, I think he means about testosterone and principles. Again, this is not something I'm sure of, but it's something I suspect is true. I'm sort of working it through. That testosterone leads to the ability to stop yourself from reacting emotionally and to think, to concern yourself as well with long-term considerations, and to stand up for yourself, to oppose the group doctrine. All of those things are essential for reasoning on principle. Principles are also usually truthful, at least in the long term. And I think testosterone helps with all of that, from what I know. Because testosterone is not the violence chemical, it's actually the controlling violence chemical. So it's mostly a good thing. That's probably where it comes from.
Whereas, yes, women are just trying to survive to the best of their capacity. So when push comes to shove, they are less tolerant. They might say that they're the most tolerant people in the world, and they may even act that way. But if they were placed into harsh evolutionary conditions, even just a question of free speech, they always reveal themselves to be less tolerant because, they don't want to die.
That may be the answer. There might be other things to it, but again, this is an interesting result that I think requires more thought. Let's move on for now, though. Chinese woman, 72, who swam 8 hours to escape communism, says she's disgusted her children are voting for Mamdani.
Oh, I saw this, yeah.
Yeah, this is quite sad, and the point of this is not to focus on this particular story. It was more so to just cover the fact of the Mamdani thing. He has won the election to be New York mayor, I think there were a couple of other similar elections in the US. Now, if you remember,
yes.
A few weeks ago, I covered someone else saying, and I agreed with them, the left is going to pretend that these victories mean that there is a blue wave, a blue resurgence against the Republicans, and that's a referendum on Trump's success. However, notably, he mentioned, and it's true, these races are in deep blue areas. They don't indicate fucking anything about that.
The other two big wins were Abigail Spangberger, or Burglar, whatever. The woman who, if you saw the debate between her and the black lady being like, asking about Jay Jones, messages saying that he was cool with killing Republicans' children, and she refused. Do you remember this clip? Did you see it? And she just stood there and refused to answer.
You may have shown me this, actually, yeah.
I think I did. I can't remember her name because it's a double-edged name. But her opponent, the conservative, her opponent, asked her, "What will you not say something against the horrific things that Jay Jones said? Will you not come out against it?" And she just stood there in silence and smiled. She won. You know who else won? Jay Jones, the guy who made those statements. Now, they are all in pretty deep blue areas. So what it means is not necessarily telling. However, what I think it does demonstrate is that the Democrats in the United States, and maybe the Republicans too, I don't like them either, to be fair, don't care about anything other than winning. They do not care about morality. They don't care about, and I think what it really shows, and I illustrated this in my data, they are at the point where there are no more rules. Yes, murder is on the table. Yes, assassination is on the table. Yes, terrorism is on the table. Because from their perspective, anyone not within their camp, and by the way, they always punch to the right. So if you're just a little bit further left or a little bit less left than them, they will punch at you. I also illustrate this in the stuff I've recently collated. As long as you're within their camp, they will do anything to protect their own. There are no bad tactics, only bad targets.
Yeah.
And that includes murder and death and all kinds of horrible things. Because from their perspective, we are standing in the way of them reaching communist utopia. If only all of these fucking Republicans would die, then we would finally have our universalist utopic future. We'd be in Star Trek. And they are true believers, some of them, and they do truly believe that. So if you believed that that a group of people was standing in the way of you obtaining utopia, would you not be willing to kill all of them?
No, because I have enough
I wouldn't.
testosterone to act with principle.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't. But if it's like, everything in my life sucks and it's so hard, and if only these people were dead, then my life would be great, and I'd be a billionaire, and I'd be able to do everything I want in life. Because that's what these people truly believe. Well, is it any wonder then why they're fucking insane?
Despite the fact that that is obviously insane, and that is what a lot of them believe, if not most. I do still maintain, I think, that even with how caustic and evil that is, I do think it's a necessary part of human development, but it is up to us to oppose it. That's also a part of it. So let
me give you a statistic on that, by the way.
The elections are, I don't know if they were rigged, but there's a fair chance they were one way or another.
Have to be.
Even through, again, also they don't have to be, but they probably were to an extent as well. Also with gerrymandering, and with other things that are not directly rigging, but are basically rigging. It was always going to go that way with those elections. I suspect, if anything, Trump's popularity across the country has stayed level or possibly slightly increased. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of referendum against the Republicans for the midterms. We'll find out.
I will give you a statistic because I was thinking about it. In terms of the amount of violent language used on Reddit of all places, tanky subreddits, like the far left subreddits, which by the way are the only leftist growing subreddits on Reddit as of 2021, and I can only imagine that has exacerbated in the interim, people on tanky subreddits use violent rhetoric at 47.5 times the rate as the rest of Reddit. Of Reddit.
Yup.
Yup. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch my video in like a week or two, and I'll have the citation in there. But yeah, there it is. 47.5 times the rate as the rest of Reddit. Threats of violence.
Americans unfortunately don't get to criticize London for being run by Sadiq Khan quite as much anymore, because you've got Zoran running NYC now. And you've seen how bad it has been for London.
Yep. Not our capital, to be fair, but might as well be in terms of, what does New York mean to America versus DC? Comparatively to what does London mean to the UK versus, any other town. Yeah. Although it is actually the capital in that case, still.
Yep. They're both the financial centers by many metrics.
Yep.
So I'll read this.
There's similarities, yeah.
I'll read this excerpt. An elderly Chinese immigrant who swam for 8 hours to flee the country's communist regime said she is appalled that her children are casting votes for Zoran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral election. Song Ying, 72, believes her 2 grown sons do not see the perils of the Democratic Socialist candidate's far-left policies, which she described as alarmingly reminiscent of the circumstances she risked her life to escape nearly 50 years ago. Quote, socialism has been a disaster, Song told the New York Times. Everything I've seen and experienced points to that. It breeds laziness and kills the motivation to strive. It's a great start. There's much more to it than that, of course. That's bad. It's a great start. A couple of things I want to mention. Firstly, Aidan, I think you know this. Where in Germany is the AfD support centralized?
It's largely in the rural areas, like Bavaria, isn't it?
Am I wrong? It's very strongly correlated with Eastern Germany.
With the East. Yeah.
I do believe this indicates something that I've been arguing is true for a long time, and I think you agree, but maybe agreed less than I would say, that people broadly can be inoculated to bad ideas by experiencing their effects. And the whole Western world is going through this right now. It's being inoculated to all of the shitty, bad ideas of the 20th century come back in their commodified forms, come back in their in the form that empowered by those who do have wealth to use them for their own ends. It was first implemented by governments who maybe had good intentions, but either way, by governments, by entire nations, by non-Western nations. Now, those same ideas have been developed and used by those who just want to use it for their own personal power. That's what we're dealing with. But that era is temporary, in my opinion, and we are going to be inoculated against it for a long time to come. Much like, whether you think it's a good idea or not, the Western world was inoculated against fascism and Nazism after World War II.
It was inoculated against communism as well.
And,
I'm reminded of the words
large
of
parts
Ronald
the world
Reagan.
were.
I am reminded of the words of Ronald
But a
Reagan,
lot of
which
work was done to undo that inoculation on communism.
Yes, it was.
Ted's also, I believe it was Ted, presented the opinion that the reason this is happening is because as industrial society grows, especially industrial mechanized warfare becomes more necessary, the bureaucratic state grows, and leftists just have the mindset for bureaucracy, so they gain too much power. That has been a curse of the 20th century, even though for a large part of the 20th century, the more traditionalist and conservative perspective still held a lot of power. Gradually, it was taken over as more and more bureaucracy grew. Now, at this moment, bureaucracy is ridiculously bloated in most of the Western world and could be significantly reduced. But even then, it's still going to be very powerful. It's still going to be very powerful and very leftist. The argument Ted made is that AI will end up replacing the leftists in those positions, and maybe so.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
But of course, the Ronald Reagan quote I was referencing is the 9 most evil words in the English language, which are, do you know them?
I am the government and I'm here to help.
There it is.
From the government.
However, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. From all my many criticisms of and things I dislike about Ronald Reagan aside, that is the left's, that's their paradigm, is that every problem that I have in my own personal life is someone else's, and the government can come in and fix it. They can cut the knees off of the people who are standing taller than me and force equity. Now, it doesn't, in their opinion, many of them, equity is we're all millionaires, and it's just, rich people preventing us all from being millionaires, not understanding that if we were all millionaires, then you'd still be in the exact same state, but your money's worth less. So it's utopic. In the literature, it's called universalist. These ideas are broad and metaphysical, and oh man, like if we just all like live together, bro, like we'd all like money is like a concept, man, which it is, to be fair, but it's all fake and gay shit that they believe in. They are not strategic is the important part. They don't have strategies or stratagems to be able to like figure out how to actually improve their lives. It's just fucking vibes. Vibes is the right way to describe it. And Zoran Mamdani, his entire campaign is vibes. And so that appeals to that group of people. It also appeals to people who've lived in New York for less than 5 years. 90% of which voted for him. So immigrants voted overwhelmingly for the immigrant. Yeah. Women also did.
It's also true that there was no sort of valid opponent that anyone had any chance of voting for.
Sliwa was the only real opposition, because who the fuck's going to vote for Cuomo?
Exactly.
So he was essentially, despite his opposition, running unopposed by any serious candidate, because a conservative can never win in New York, obviously. So he would have to be opposed by a serious Democrat, and his Democratic opponent was fucking Cuomo.
New York's elderly Jews torn between man who would kill them for being Jewish and man who would kill them for being elderly.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. All right.
Oy vey, how could this have happened?
Yeah, a lot of people voted for Cuomo. A lot of people did vote for Cuomo.
Jews
it's true. It was more that, and the question was always between Cuomo and Mamdani. Sliwa never had a chance. Now, although I think we need to take a moment to appreciate Sliwa for his dedication to wearing that fucking beret.
I didn't actually see this guy, to be honest.
Look up Sliwa. He
How the
wears
fuck
a beret.
do I spell that?
Sliwa.
New York, Sliwa.
See?
Yep.
This guy goes hard.
That is a Bert. I call it a Bert. I had a friend when I was a kid who couldn't read it and read it as Bert.
Yeah, whatever. This is the guy that he's running against. Now, although I think it goes hard, I think it sends kind of a fucked up message to most people of the man who wears military attire in every appearance. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Makes him look French too.
Oh, that's the worst. I think it goes hard, but I can understand why this was a bad look to make it literally your like iconic thing is I wear a red beret and I'm the conservative option.
I approve of the red color, implies alignment with Trump, but I don't know if he really is.
But it's a beret also, which implies revolutionary sort of imagery.
They used it, but it was originally commonly used by the British Army in World War II, I'm pretty sure.
It was. I'm saying in the common gestalt, the beret is a military accoutrement.
She had French on the brain there. She had to use a French term for it.
I did. You primed me, so then I had to think of the French word for it.
Mm-hmm. So there you go. All right, let's continue. Got a few more stories, and then we'll bring on our expert correspondent for one of the bigger ones. Okay, this will be fun.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, let's talk about Tommy.
Oh, so okay. Let's introduce this and challenge Aiden. Let's usually speak without interrupting him. Difficulty impossible.
Okay. Can you give me no, I'm cool. No, I'm locked in. Let's go.
She's locked in. Okay.
I was getting ready to another drink, but I'm cool.
Okay. Back in, I think it was 2017, I did a series of streams. I did like 6 streams that were several hours each, research streams, where I was trying to establish what is Tommy Robinson? Is he a hateful, bigoted activist, or is he a British hero? And the conclusion I came to back then was, okay, I can't find anything he's done wrong, and a lot of the things he's talking about need to be talked about, and almost all the violence around him was not started by him. It was started by literal aggressors sent almost deliberately looking to attack him specifically, and that's likely to be true. So I concluded the answer was British hero. They were quite popular streams, and they were some of the first streams I did. And I think that is largely true, but with a big fucking asterisk, much like with challenge failed. Much like with Donald Trump, I think he is generally speaking an American hero, but the Israel thing is a big fucking asterisk with 6 fucking points, isn't it? With Tommy, the difference in the scale of the two things, the hero part and the asterisk part, maybe even more skewed these days. I'm not sure how bad it was back when I did the research. I don't remember this coming up actually when I did the research. It may have got worse since then, but right now it seems quite bad. I haven't looked into in great detail how what the nature of his alignment with Israel is, but if it follows the pattern of everyone else, then I expect to be disappointed. This is a video described as his working through a re-education camp in Israel. So let's have a look at this and see what we think. The caption here is watching in real time as Tommy Robinson works through his re-education camp in Israel and seeing him report daily in front of a camera on what he learned and unlearned, like a 3rd grader reciting a book report, is uncomfortable but illuminating.
Do you understand, though, that people may have some skepticism or even paranoia? I mean, you know the history of the Jewish people. It's thousands of years of discrimination. It's the BNP, it's, the Cable Street riots, all of these things. Do you understand where that skepticism could come from?
Did the BNP care that much about Jews? Actually, I can't remember. I don't remember.
Maybe a little bit. But look, I think we should. You didn't really necessarily put the premise behind this so much. Is that Tommy Robinson, for some reason, took a fucking trip to Israel and then published what can only be described as a fucking struggle session, which is what this is. So Tommy, apologize for being British, essentially. Is that not what this is? I continue watching it because I think it's what it is.
Someone says the problem with Tommy and Israel is they apparently defended him when the British government was really kicking the shit out of him, so he has some kind of genuine personal loyalty to them because of that. And that may be true, but you got to meter that. There's also the notion of Tommy, from what I've heard, I think Aiden, I think you're the main source I've heard for this from. He has some sort of like gambling and drug problem, and he's also no longer together with his family. So his life is not particularly healthy from what it sounds like, and perhaps he just needs the money.
Okay, so the gambling and drug problem stuff, that was in Lauren Southern's book. Don't take her word for anything, I would say.
Okay.
But it is well known outside of that, I would say, in right-wing circle, in UK right-wing circles, that Tommy is a fucking cokehead. Okay. And it's had a drug problem for a long time. I know it's coming from me, an alcoholic. However, I think coke fiends might be a little bit different. And I don't know if it's just coke, but also you have to understand, and let's please remember this, that Tommy really was persecuted by the British government.
Yes.
And so if you're given an option out of your persecution, many people will take it.
Mm.
And if the way out of it is to take the assistance of, say, Israel, would you not take it? Now, I know, again, you and I probably wouldn't, but would it not be very tempting? And then you have to go to Israel, kiss the wall, and then do a humiliation ritual where you apologize for all of your nasty, bad right-wing ideas. Too right-wing. Unless they're concordant with the kind of right-wing ideas about nationalism that are acceptable in Israel. Not for Israel, but that Israel approves for white countries.
Chat, is there any chance that if you've been persecuted for 2,000 years, it's possible that it wasn't all other people's fault?
No, are you insinuating something? Is that it, William?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, by the way, I noticed that no one hasn't spoken up in the stream for like an hour. I reckon he's fallen asleep on his desk again.
No, it's more that I didn't. Well, Aiden was discussing something. So
sorry, I've been hyper. I'll shut up more.
No, but it's interesting. So I feel that if I don't have anything like directly productive to contribute in something when someone else is talking, I tend to not want to interrupt.
It's no worries. I'm not trying to hold you accountable. It would have been funny if you'd fallen asleep on stream, though.
Would have been funny, yeah.
All right, let's continue.
I done the Holocaust Memorial Museum today. I understand it a lot better now.
You do?
After that, yeah. I understand why members of the Jewish community get so, whether it be protective, passionate, angry, upset by anti-Semitic tropes. Because things have been said before that, and I think, really? What are you talking about? Why are you getting so upset about that? But after doing the tour today, I understand a lot better. That
he's thrashing around a lot. He's wringing his hands a lot. He can't keep his eyes focused on anything.
But after I have been through the tour today, now I understand. Thank you, Master.
He had a tour with some educational material, and then he had a quiet meeting with some people who have a lot of money, and I wonder which one really had the impact.
I mean, this is PR, but it's such a terrible look. They're so anti-optical in so many ways, despite trying to be optical. Now, I have had fairly decent information that Tommy has been essentially controlled for a long time. Basically since he was released from prison, and maybe why he was released from prison. But this is another level of just kiss the ring, right? Or kiss the wall in this case.
Tommy, if you are being coerced, wring your hands, look around the room, don't sit still, fidget, struggle, trip over your words. That's the signal, Tommy.
From that, in the sense of the dehumanization, it wasn't just start murdering Jews, it was a propaganda for years.
Started with words.
To get it into a position. So I understand it better after today. That's what I come out of that museum thinking to myself, well, I get it a bit better. I understand it.
But you do take over every institution, and those institutions do end up serving the interests of an outgroup from the nation, and it does end up, etc., etc. Yeah, I think he'd lose some funding if he did that. And I don't think we'd be seeing this if he'd done that.
Well, I think Tommy would be in jail were it not for external political influence. I think he might still be.
Possibly.
So now this is speculative, but would you not maybe expect this? It's funny because we did just watch V for Vendetta, but expect this exact kind of response from someone who owes their freedom to the person that they're now glazing.
Yeah, maybe.
Definitely.
He's not. What he's saying here isn't committing too much. Like it's obviously agreeing with their positions, and it's not saying anything negative.
How bad this looks.
But it's not committing too. Like he's not saying, yeah, Jews are sort of the best ever, and they were just hated by everyone for no reason. He's just stating things that are kind of mostly basic facts about politics, about how things progress, with a slightly Jewish tint to them. It's more so the fact that he's doing it under the context. So what he's saying isn't really that bad. It's more the context that makes it look bad.
It is the context that makes it.
So if all he has to say is this
really
relatively,
he's trying to reach with this.
If all he knows
how bad this looks, this actual base that liked him.
Maybe. If all he has to say is this relatively mild stuff, in order to keep going, then maybe he considers that to be genuinely worth it for the cause of helping Britain.
And to many people, this was, and myself included, this was egregious, despite how mild it was. But if that's all it is, probably from his perspective, and a lot of the people who idealize and love Tommy, this is just like, yeah, he exactly as you said. Well, he gave him a little bit of this and that, and he didn't commit that hard to anything. He did kiss them all, but he didn't, say I Israel's our greatest ally and I love Israel forever and ever, or anything like that. But that wouldn't be useful now, would it? You don't want, when it comes to propaganda, you don't want that. You don't want someone, you don't want the simpering coward to be like, yes, I love the state of Israel. It's my greatest ally. This is kind of the best attempt, and it's not a good attempt, in my opinion.
It's as Gorg says in chat. I at least partly, if not mostly, agree with this. He says, Aiden's hit the nail on the head. This is likely a Mossad strategy utilized to keep a stranglehold on political figureheads. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where a lot of the leaders of the populist right are pro-Israel, and that is probably not a coincidence. It might be in some cases honest, but it is really the biggest issue. Now, if we have to say the movement will be broadly pro-Israel, not suicidally, but broadly, whilst also doing almost everything right otherwise, that's probably still worth it, but we still got to solve that problem.
There is no such thing as broadly pro-Israel.
Yeah. Look,
it's not a thing.
I agree.
Genuinely, it is not a thing. Not like mechanically, it just doesn't work.
And I do think that it is completely rational. And I would not have said this, by the way, even maybe 3 years ago. But because the leftoids have taken this up as their shibboleth, I'll say it now, even though I've felt this way for a long time. If you see some shit like this, consider that person controlled. If you see some shit like this from somebody, go, I might like them. I may have liked the things they have said, but this person is signaling to me that they are in some way an operative of or a paid agent of the state of Israel. And you can make whatever judgments you feel like off of that knowledge and reality. Someone goes and kisses the wall, consider it. And that includes Donald Trump and a hell of a lot of other people.
Definitely consider it,
definitely.
Yeah. I think saying it's that clear cut ironically gives Israel more power than they have. If you essentially cancel someone from the region of your allies because they have been made to do this ritual, maybe they don't want that really. Maybe they don't actually fight for it as hard as it looks like. You're right. Consider it. Absolutely. But I would say don't write them off completely. It's like the idea of all the WEF would have to do is put someone on their website, and everyone that supports them but doesn't like the WEF will immediately drop them. That's such a huge amount of power for them to have, and it wouldn't have to correlate with any actual control over that person. So I don't want us jumping at shadows, but you're not wrong generally.
Imagine they went to the WEF and they got their picture taken, and then they consented to their picture being put up on the site, because that's what would have to happen in that situation, right?
It's still a matter of degree,
condemnation.
It's still a matter of degree,
exactly,
though.
no, man.
I do agree with you.
It is the performative aspect of it that makes it stand out. I of course would never do it, but my great grandfather went to Israel and kissed the wall. He was a pastor, to be fair. So he was a very religious man. So I don't think that was a discount against my great grandfather. But that being said, it's a different time. However, these are things that you need to just take into consideration. They are not inherently condemnatory, inherently, because a lot of people don't fucking know. But it's something to take into consideration, right? And yes, descended from wall kissers confirmed. Yeah, they were Lutherans.
You heard it here first. The agents are controlled up.
My great grandfather, yes, kissed the wall.
Quattro, I'm not necessarily referring to anyone in particular that's been on the WF website. That's more of a hypothetical example that, like any of us would, if we saw someone that we tentatively liked being endorsed by the WEF, that would be really bad. That would be like instant distrust. And that's a huge amount of power for them to have. I'm not saying that's comparable to this, because this is more extreme, obviously, and with Trump and also Farage to some extent as well. Unfortunately, there's more dedication there. There's more commitment in that than just being on the website. I'm just saying that we should be cautious of that. I've always been concerned that we may jump at shadows, that our enemy, by appearing to act natural, but by doing it deliberately, would cause us to jump at shadows on things we shouldn't. Basically, don't trust your enemy. Even if they don't appear to be trying to get you to trust them, they appear to be acting normally, and your response is as if they're acting normally. Still don't trust them. What they say, what they put out there may still be deceptive. But yeah, in this case, it's the argument is less strong than
and I do want to be clear.
They went there and did the stuff.
I'm not inherently judging Tommy for this. I also would, maybe not me. I'm too autistic, but. The reason again, the V for Vendetta thing was prescient is because I can understand why any normal person would take that option. Doesn't make them evil or a bad person. It means they are being extorted, right? And potentially, or it looks like extortion. So just take that into consideration when you look at the things that Tommy says and does.
Yeah.
That he's got a leash around his neck.
Tommy is, I'm not disagreeing with you. Tommy is smarter than he looks, and he's also got some smart people around him. I expect that if that is happening, he knows it's happening. He knows that's what's going on. And I do believe he's honest about wanting to do good for his country. So I think putting those two things together, he probably is doing what he thinks is necessary to allow himself to continue doing activism for his country. And that is a positive way of spinning it. There are negative ways as well. But that at least is coming from a good place. He's not, it's not like he's a Jewish agent for no reason. He's a Jewish agent for doing what he wants to do anyway, or, Jewish influenced either way.
This spells out his freedom, right, from his perspective. And that's kind of part of the insidious nature of it, is his freedom and his power and money and his ability to fuel his coke habit, for example, are all dependent on doing this. And judge or make decisions as you feel about Tommy. I loved Tommy for years, and I really respected him. And then I saw the shit that happened to him, none of which was his fault. It was the British government's fault, clearly. But in the years since, I think he's been co-opted, right? I think Alex Jones has been co-opted. Tons of people have been co-opted because obviously it is far easier to work as a willing agent of some form of state or state adjacent power than it is to be oppositional to it. It just is. Being a true dissident is fucking impossible. If you want to, have the ability to access a bank, for example. Seriously. Which are the kind of shit that Tommy was prevented from being able to do. So yeah, no shit. However, I also find it very revolting. And I just would like people to be aware of that.
It's also the question of, is it permissible to keep supporting someone who you know to be compromised, or is it essentially required to divest, whether it be slowly or quickly, simply to to prevent this thing from being able to be utilized in a systematic manner?
Good question. That would be down to the individual conscience, but I definitely understand it. It's a matter of what's the trade-off. Is it worth the good that they can do from their position of prominence for the trade-off of the bad they might do due to their influence? Or can you find someone else who is still good and likely not to be influenced, but nowhere near as potent in their current position? It's a similar question with Farage and what's the guy's name? The guy you keep mentioning whenever I mention Farage.
Rupert Lowe?
Rupert Lowe, thank you. Both of whom I like
Rupert
for different
Lowe
reasons
is so
and to different
based.
degrees. But Rupert Lowe seems genuinely more principled, less unstable, less influenced by outside forces.
God, I hope he's real.
And
God,
yet,
I hope he's real.
And yet,
holy shit,
he doesn't have the position where he can do as much. So the trade-off there is, which one do you support? You can support both, but either way, do you support the one that's likely to have more of an effect, but some of it will be bad, or could be, or the one that's likely to have very, very little of an effect, may do in future, but less of it will be bad? You've got to pick your battles with that one. So the question of whether to support Tommy still, probably to some extent,
Look,
yes.
I think maybe support Tommy on an individual level. Just be wary of his political takes. I think it is sensible, right? I would say he really was the subject of insane political, governmental persecution. So, and none of the other factors change that. I think there's things to criticize Tommy for, a lot of them, and I think you probably shouldn't trust him. But I'm not saying like hate him or something. Just be aware of the circumstances he himself is under to say shit like this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Let's move on. Oh, yeah. UPS Flight 2976 bound for Honolulu, Hawaii, had 280,000 gallons of jet fuel on board when it crashed in Louisville, per a local news channel. Multiple explosions have rocked the area and smoke can be seen for dozens of miles. Here's the video. Deport.
I love how it's someone not speaking English. Adios mío. Adios mío.
Espérate. Ay, Dios mío, señor. Mira la cantidad de gente cogiendo candela, papi.
You get the idea. Big explosion, very bright, very red, lots of smoke.
Wow. It's almost like the infrastructure is collapsing because we've replaced all of the infrastructure and the people responsible for the infrastructure with fucking Indians.
That is very
Hello,
possibly.
Sir, please, plane is getting too low, sir. Please do not redeem plane.
It's very possible that's the
I'm not
reason.
looking into this, but just my expectation.
Ravelon is saying that the number given here is wrong. Yeah. Okay, here we go. It was not carrying 280,000 gallons of fuel, which Nick later corrected to say pounds. Okay, not gallons. The aircraft type can hold a maximum of 38,000. It's also incorrect as the type can carry a maximum.
It was just a correction about the amount of fuel. Yeah.
So, okay, apparently even his correction was still wrong. But yeah, a lot of fuel.
Well, it's Nick Sotor who's... Yeah.
Oh, apparently the mayor of Louisville misspoke.
Louisville is how you pronounce that, sir. Louisville.
Is there anything else on here about why this happened? There's more footage of it by the looks of it. A UPS plane caught fire and exploded at the Louisville airport Tuesday evening. According to the
try it
FAA,
again. Uzalu, try it again. No, that's no.
Yeah, it sounds like
There you go.
it sounds like Dr. Lehman half asleep trying to pronounce it.
Yeah, that's it. Have a sleep and high on every drug known to man.
Louisville Airport Tuesday
the
evening.
Louvre.
According to the FAA, the plane crashed around 5:15 p.m. while taking off from airport. Officials said it was an MD-11 plane headed to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Louisville.
It's Louisville.
Louisville.
No one from that region calls it Louisville.
The Female Alliance is going to break
God.
down now, right before our eyes.
It's all right. It's all right.
Louisville. And they call Kentuckians human.
Are you just letting blacks define how it's pronounced?
No, that's the southern. That is the white southern pronunciation of this town is Louisville. I'm just letting you know how it be.
Listen, the French barely give you any letters you're supposed to pronounce anyway. Don't take even more of them away.
Let me explain why. It's because a Scots-Irish person got really drunk. His name was Louis.
Yes. Yes, Uzlu, imagine it this way: a lot of the U.S. South is very heavily Scottish influenced. So just imagine you're drunk and trying to pronounce the word as if you were a Scot, and then it will make more sense.
Aiden, that is a harmful stereotype and definitely not true. There is this one woman I know from the southern states of the U.S. who definitely doesn't get drunk all the time. Oh wait.
Oops.
All of you goddamn frogs, stop speaking French and anglicize the name. It's Louisville.
Oh, Louisville, the Jew.
Vile.
Yeah. Yeah, his cousin.
It's Dr. Vile to you, Goyim.
Look, the Euros are having a problem with Louisville. Imagine how they're going to feel about Bowling Green.
Oh, Bowling Green, yes. Oh my God, yeah.
Fucking what?
Bowling Green.
Did I just have a stroke?
No, Bowling Green. Wait, hang on, I'll look it up.
I believe it's Aiden having the stroke. Ravalon says, remember the passenger airliner that fell in India not so long ago, killed almost 200 people? It was the fault of the Indian airport as it lost both engines due to fuel contamination. And a reminder, the number of plane crashes has dropped over the years. We did look at that near the beginning of Trump's presidency, and that appeared to be true. And there is no uptick, though the number of airfield excursions has risen. Yeah, the actual rate of incidents is way lower, but I believe most of what Aiden was implying there, although, well, you said two different things, but part of what you were implying is just Indians are the reason probably for any given incident like this, and Eurozone of Avalon implies it. But Aiden also said it's almost like the infrastructure is collapsing. There's not really any reason to believe that, like generally speaking.
No, there's increasing evidence.
In terms of the planes, like I'm saying this while there's a big explosion erupting on screen right now, but statistically speaking, one incident like this is not very relevant, and the actual pattern is a significant downward trajectory.
No, we are talking, whoa, dude, where have you been? We're talking about a significant increase in these kinds of events, not just this one. And you have to not just look at plane explosions, but infrastructure level explosions. Yeah, bridges collapsing, power plants failing, all of this kind of shit that is happening all over the Western world as we see vast increases in the number of, let's say, Indians. But no, but they are all the same issue ultimately. Although they may not seem related, they are.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you on
infrastructure issues.
Aiden, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, bad.
I think your point was specific, that it was general infrastructure, so fair enough. But I'm arguing against the idea, which we did look at near the beginning of Trump's term, that plane incidents like this are going up, but they weren't. The press was just reporting on them more. However, general infrastructural decline in the US probably is getting worse and worse. I'm not disagreeing with that.
It's not just in the US. I'm looking at a broader level in Europe, in the UK, and in the US. We are seeing an increasing rise in not just one type, but in all types of infrastructure failure. Now, why this is happening, I guess, is up for interpretation. But a clear potential avenue for that is mass immigration of people who do not fucking read or speak English. And they're going, sir, I'm playing fucking Candy Crush on my phone, sir. I'm opening Bob and Vagina on my phone, sir. I don't have time to fucking operate the fucking air traffic controller tower.
Yes.
There's just a lot of that kind of shit going on. And you're going to see more of it.
Probably, unfortunately.
Yeah, the crash into in my hometown. Remember the giant the ship that crashed into the Key Bridge 2 or 3 years ago.
I do remember that. Yeah, that was
devastating fucking yes, and that was Indians. There's all kinds of shit like that happening, and it's again very easy to compartmentalize when you don't look at it as a broader level strategic issue as it concerns infrastructure, right?
Yes. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. And there is a really significant correlation every time you see just a stupid incident like this, some sort of crash or disaster. Indians do seem to be involved worryingly often. And of course, you've got the people, Indians being given licenses to drive lorries in the US when they really shouldn't be. This is all stuff that, I've seen from the Trump admin some moves towards fixing, but a lot more is needed.
Yes. The problem is that the level of nepotism that has already been put into place, the amount of this bullshit that these people who are in high level positions who will just hire their cousin Rajneesh and Pajit, it's going to be very hard to oust those people.
Yeah.
I hope they all are, but as it exists, it's going to be very difficult from a human resources perspective.
Race truck driver crashing into stopped cars in Sussex. People suffered life-changing injuries. Kuljinder Singh was arrested and charged with 3 counts of causing serious injury. Yep, yet another example. Let's have a little look. This is probably going to be quite unpleasant to watch, actually. Oh, well, I mean, it would be difficult to watch if it would fucking play.
Yeah, boy, it actually is difficult to watch, quite literally. There you go. Oh.
Jesus, full fucking speed.
Oh, yeah, I saw this. Just, yeah.
What in the fuck?
How did they even manage that?
They're on their phones. They're on their phones the entire fucking time, talking to their cousin, Rajneesh.
And the Stockbridge thingy, but a lorry hit a car and it's really, really bad. Yeah, he smashed it. It's rolled over.
Oh, and right next to a house.
Yeah, I've got 2 in the car that are in a bad way.
Yeah.
I've got another car full of kids and everything else in here. There's blood in there. And then
oh, Jesus.
Car on its roof. It's a bit up. There's someone trapped in the car as well, and they're holding it up.
Okay.
There were kids.
Yeah.
Subhuman fucks.
Yeah, and again, and we're supposed to believe that this guy is as English as anyone else. I'm sure. Jesus fucking Christ! It makes me want to free. I do not crime.
A lot of deportation is needed, and frankly, deportation is the option you better hope we go for. with how bad things are, I hope we only have to go as far as mass deportation.
Well, did you see? What did they describe? They were British. They were British. They were 2 black guys just recently. Or the black guy, and it was like, but even though yes, technically, but everyone knows the fucking difference. This reliance upon labels is so fucking transparent and retarded. We know what you fucking mean.
Yes, Firekeeper says deportation is the kind option.
I kind of hate it, but I do agree with sort of the idea of abandoning the term British because it has been so fucking just bastardized to mean, anyone who is from any country that was ever part of the empire at any point forever, therefore can become British at any point in time, or is already inherently. That's retarded.
If the choice is between dropping the term or continuing to misuse it, maybe dropping is better, but I would prefer the third option of just using it properly. And I think we can get to that point.
I'd hope so.
Avalon says certain classes of Indians, like Chinks, lack empathy. They have selfishness as foundational trait of their culture. It's remarkably awful. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, you do find a lot of that. Like, look at those live leak videos where just like somebody in China gets run over by a car and nobody reacts.
Yeah.
They'll run over them again so they don't have to fucking...
I know. Yeah, double
it's
tap.
an actual problem.
It is. In India and in China, they will literally run the person back over because it's easier on them financially to kill the person than to have to pay for their disability. Insane. Yep. I'll be right back.
Right. Next thing.
You can never hate them enough.
True.
Who was this? So this is the same. Okay, so this is slightly different. Yeah, but yeah, look at this guy. So this is a similar story as to earlier with the blue elections I was talking about. But I think this is a smaller scale one. But let's see what has this guy done? What is this? Because he kind of looks like Cat from Red Dwarf. If he had much less style. So Des Moines election, they say, proves once again you can't fix stupids, from the Federalist. Incumbents were re-elected to the same school board that hired an illegal immigrant convict to serve as superintendent. It says, as the old man used to say, you can't fix stupid. He had a cupboard full of old man aphorisms. That one remains one of my favorites, they say. The expression developmentally fits the blue states and blue cities that just elected or re-elected far-left politicians to lead them deeper into the promised land of failure. Apparently, these voters said, we don't have enough crime, homelessness, poverty, misery. Let's throw some gas on this dumpster fire and see what happens. GCS elections underscored the left's disinterest in accountability. So I think this is just sort of a broad wrap-up on all of these outcomes. I kind of want to see, like, what's this guy specifically, but this article doesn't seem to have it. We've already talked about this topic, so I will link this in chat as sort of a broad overview for the elections, and I'll move on to the next thing. Trump is not to blame. This is similar, but a bit more specific. Trump is not to blame for Democrats electing violent extremists, it says. I don't know who was blaming him. Maybe this is, again, an idea about the midterms being an indication that Trump is disliked, but I don't think they actually are. I haven't seen any evidence that Trump's popularity is going down. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Hawkeye actor Jeremy Renner reportedly threatened to call ICE on his Chinese film partner. That's interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. So Democrats have a long history of defending and electing party leaders engaged in the worst behavior imaginable, they say, while Republican voters are still rejecting extremists. While liberal America is justifiably triumphant about Tuesday night's election results, they say, a lot of professionals are quietly worried about extremism infecting the party. Certainly electing a mayor of New York who's an unfortunate hell broth of communism, Islamism, and to defund the police is not someone you want defining your party nationally, they say. The problem of Jay Jones, the Attorney General-elect of Virginia, who won handily despite being caught sending text messages wishing death on the Republican colleague's kids, and this wasn't some flippant message. After he did this, he called up his colleague on the phone to further argue his point about needing to watch the kids die in order to make political progress. He also appears to have deceived the state and faked community service hours as part of a punishment for being caught driving 116 miles per hour. Wow. Despite this, no notable national Democrat called for Jones to withdraw from the race. Virginia governor candidate Abigail Spanberger refused withdrawal, her endorsement of Jones, and Virginia Senator and former vice presidential candidate Tim Kaine also continued to support him. Further, Northern Virginia, where the bulk of the state's votes are, is comprised of the Washington, D.C. suburbs. It's perhaps the most politically attuned area of the country, so it's nearly impossible to make the case that voters were somehow unaware of Jones' conduct. Jones was also running against a moderate incumbent Hispanic Republican whose tenure in office was scandal-free, so voters really had no excuse to justify voting for Jones. Well, last time I checked, D.C. voted over 90% Democrat. I expect even with some of the improvements Trump has made there, apparently, that's not changed still. So yeah, the answer to this is it's hard to give a sort of a balanced answer to this because the answer is basically the left really, the majority of leftist voters care less about evil and care more about adherence. They care. Evil doesn't matter to them if someone's evil, but as long as they adhere to the ideology, because these people have been psyoped one way or another into believing that adherence is morality. That's more important. That's how the ideology works. I think if you were to take them at base without the ideology, without the propaganda, without the manipulation, they wouldn't be as bad of people. But the spark was still there. The originating potential was still there. So. Question as to whether
there's still the fucking problem of their absolutely psychotic reasoning.
Well, I do think, as I say, I think a large part of that is yeah. I think a large part of that is deliberately socialized through propaganda, but some part of it is inherent.
There has to be something to grab there.
Yeah, I think some of the same potential exists on the right, but it is very differently manifested and maybe less strong for this kind of evil. So the author says they live in Northern Virginia, and much to their own discomfort, there's no way to get around the fact Jones owes his victory to a bunch of, they say, liberal neighbors deciding in the middle of a government shutdown triggered by congressional Democrats that they're fine with wishing death on children if it helps protect the cushy federal jobs and lucrative government contracts that make Northern Virginia one of the wealthiest areas of the country, he says.
So Northern Virginia, outside of D.C., is where all the politicos live, all of them, for the most part. A couple of them live in Harpers Ferry in West Virginia. A couple of them live in St. Anne's County, I think it is, in Maryland, or St. Mary's County. There's a couple of counties in Maryland they also live in, but the vast majority live in Northern Virginia. So, unfortunately, Northern Virginia controls the rest of the state, how it votes, and what it does, because they have all of the capital, all of the political power, and all of the influence. And so, essentially, the state of Virginia is it's a satellite state and owned by DC. DC is supposed to be its own area. Virginia is DC, functionally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's really fucked up because there's large portions of Virginia, like where I was born in Norton, that are very, very impoverished, that have none of the luxuries and the wealth and the exorbitance of the district.
So
I'm not trying to make a Hunger Games reference, but
Revlon makes the point: Trump is not to blame. The neocons that sabotage MAGA Republicans are. If anyone on the right is to blame, it is them. But again, I'm not sure that I don't know which way the midterms are going to go, but I suspect it's not going to be a big win for the left. Of course, they'll pretend it is if it's even a tiny one. It might even be a loss for the left. But this kind of election doesn't indicate much about a direction change because it's such a blue area anyway. DC is by far the bluest area in the country, I think, at least on the scale of.
Not compared to it's very strongly blue.
Okay, let me put it this way. When you look on the election map on election day in the US, because it's counted sort of as a state, it's by far the bluest of the states or state-like entities. But yeah, okay, for a region its size, it might not be the bluest, but it's pretty up there.
Well, because again, Virginia is highly disparate. Because, like I said, once you cross or get near the Blue Ridge, it's all impoverished white people. That being said, what this is illustrative, in my opinion, more than anything, is the Democrats kind of staking out their claim, which is that, yes, this is acceptable. This is the direction we're going to move in, and this is courting the young extremist radicals that they have spent the last 20 years quite literally from birth cultivating.
Yeah.
Of, we don't give a fuck. Yes, we wish death on children. We don't give a shit. That is our platform and our paradigm. I don't know how else this article, of course, agrees with me, strangely enough, or seems to, but I don't know how else you could possibly read that, which is that the Democrat platform is at this point murdering their opponents and threatening to murder children.
It's the only thing they have left, realistically.
Yep.
You can certainly interpret it that way.
In a sense.
It's the signal for the noise, and I would expect it's because maybe the left doesn't have the notoriety because of the statistical reality of it for being as violent and terrifying. So they are hoping actually to kind of utilize the terror that they have instilled via the assassination of Charlie Kirk, via the incessant violence they've inflicted upon the U.S., particularly over the last 10 years in the form of Summerlee riots to go, this or else we will kill you. That is the message, implicitly, intentionally or not, and I think it is intentional, that is being sent. This is who we support, people who threaten children, and if you disagree with it, we'll kill you too. I don't know how else you're supposed to interpret it.
Escalation, quite frankly. I think they feel cornered.
I don't think they actually. I actually think they feel quite strong in a strong position.
Or rather, I think they know they're cornered. They may delude themselves into thinking that they're strong, but they, quite frankly, is it not just kind of scared at the moment? I think
there is an interpretation of this that is positive. It's not the only one, obviously, but consider that while I think I agree with both of you that some of them will feel they're cornered, but most of them just still feel just as arrogant as ever. But they actually are cornered.
Will feel they're cornered.
They actually are cornered, practically speaking, and there will be some sense of that among some of them. Whenever you get a movement which is powerful and is supported by a lot of money, eventually the money dries up because you can't support something just with money. It has to have some sort of merit to self-support. So eventually it becomes unprofitable. That's roughly happening now. What would happen at that time? The most radical elements would stick around and the less radical elements would gradually peter off of it. And so you get, and the more radical elements gain more and more power because adherence has become more and more necessary and money has less of an influence. So just adherence becomes much more of a,
it becomes a purity cycle somewhat.
Purity spiral, yes. So you end up with the movement getting ridiculously extreme, intensifying. And I've been saying for years, this movement will intensify radically before it dies. We might be seeing the very last stages of it here. And I really hope that it doesn't come to the point of they just win through terror. I don't think it's going to happen. But this is, I think, what you'd expect. To enforce
terror, you have to actually be able to enforce.
A movement of this style dying. I think this is what you'd expect it to look like.
Perhaps. Let me see if I can find my other graph here, because this is kind of important. What I will post here now is this is the CSIS. This is the centrist think tank study here. Data on the amount of terrorist violence. I brought this up before, but this is the first year ever in terms of reported terrorist attacks that left-wing violence has surpassed the right. If you are on the left, do you not feel emboldened by this statistic?
Maybe.
Oh,
depends on if you're
winning.
Smart or not.
No, intelligence doesn't enter into it, obviously. But
I mean, your feelings are going to be.
Your feelings are going to go.
Obviously,
we're winning. Now, I'm trying to find my other graph here. Maybe I'm trying to find my other graph here that shows the long-term statistics. Oh, it's in here. Hang on.
To whatever extent the left is full of psychopaths, which is worryingly consistent these days.
It is.
They would probably think, "Oh, good, finally, we're taking the lead in the terrorism statistics." The rest of them,
where's my stat on this?
Or would less. Yeah, but that's definitely a factor. It depends on the source, but some do that. Yeah.
I can't find it right now, but I do have another graph. I'll keep looking for it. But basically what it found, or what I found in my own graph of the analysis of terrorism data since 1948, is that this is cyclical. It's cyclical to a insane degree. That, as you can actually see here in the right-wing violence in this graph. You see that right-wing violence goes down, left-wing violence goes up. But the most curious thing here is that in a bunch of research, it shows that when people have representation in government, the level of violence from that group that feels represented goes down. It did not decrease during Biden. In fact, it went up. Something about the left in the United States is not being ameliorated in its violent tendencies under Biden, because Biden was a fake president, probably. But at least that, I mean, I'm not even saying that because it's my opinion. I'm saying that because that is the vibe that was apparently instilled in people who continue to engage in violence to a degree that would otherwise be indicative that they were not in power.
Here's what it could be. The reason that probably happens is because whoever is in power is usually, and in the data would usually be, a strong figure who defines the direction of the nation. Biden wasn't. Biden was a stand-in and a puppet.
No.
Now, most of the left would have denied that if they were asked it directly, but they could still sense it. He wasn't a thought leader of any kind. He wasn't defining anything. He was just letting things continue to get worse as they were. the left were already so emboldened they just continued. So that could be
This is the graph. It wasn't since 1948. I just did it since 2002. This is left and right-wing violence since 2002.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the cyclical nature of it, and it does align somewhat with their graph, not entirely, but we may be judging from different sources, which is the whole fucking problem with this analysis, is that you only have so many data sets. And by the way, CSIS is going off the same data set I am, which is why I'm a bit confused as to why our graphs look dissimilar, but theirs is zoomed in a little bit on different time spans, which might be why, because you can see that same bump in 1995 that is apparent on my graph here, right? Now, they report far lower left-wing violence, but that might be because of categorization.
Yeah.
However, what you can notice on my graph far more clearly, which is maybe because my categorizations were a bit more accurate, just saying. Anyway, when you find a spike in right-wing violence, it is almost always followed by a spike in left-wing violence and vice versa. You find a spike in left-wing violence, you see a spike in right-wing violence. It is so consistent. It's cyclical. And I don't know if my graph is more or less accurate than the CSIS. However, I am going off of the exact same data sets they are.
Yeah. I says CSIS stats are bunk. They're pulled from poisoned data from ADL.
The GTD, this is so it says start GTD. That's the same data set I've pulled this from. I didn't alter these data. I didn't do anything to them. All I did was maybe categorize them a little bit differently than the CSIS did. Right? That's my analysis of the exact same data set.
Yeah, so guys in chat, I've talked to Aiden about this as well, and of course I've noted the danger of the categorization being wrong. I believe Aiden has looked in more detail to try and categorize them properly in as many cases as she can, but there's a lot to do there. There's thousands of incidents.
It's thousands of cases. However, anytime that I was a bit confused by it or I had any kind of questions, and even when I didn't necessarily, I went and looked it up, because the cool thing about the START GTD, which is the Global Terrorism Database, that you can see START GTD right there. It's one of the data sets they use. That's what my analysis is based on. They used other ones as well. I also used the PIRIS data set, which is the Persons of Interest in Radicalization database. They did not use the PIRIS. I actually think it's good that they didn't use PIRIS, because PIRIS is fucked. The point is, I'm using the same data, one of the same data sets they are. And it does come down to categorization. You need to go through and read every one if you can, and it takes a long time. I spent weeks doing it. Doesn't mean mine's more accurate than theirs. It's just a different perspective on the exact same data set.
Yeah, I short of going through every single incident and recategorizing them, I don't think we're ever going to get great data on this, chat, but I would certainly trust Aiden's more than the establishment's data.
It doesn't really matter. You see the same pattern in my analysis of the data as you do in the CSIS. The only thing that I think mine makes more clear is that you see the reciprocal nature of violence a bit more clearly in this one. Mm-hmm. It just, you can see right-wing spike, left-wing spike, left-wing spike, right-wing spike, right? Like look at between, in particular, 2002, right? Or no, 2007 through 2010. Look at that one. Look at those double peaks.
Yeah.
That one's the most visually obvious one.
The numbers are quite small here, so that's kind of margin of error.
Yes, they are small numbers. So these are completed and planned terrorist attacks. Yeah. So they are small. But when you keep seeing the same kind of pattern emerge, you should start to look at maybe there's a correlation there. That violence is reciprocal and cyclical.
Yeah, I think I'd want to see a longer in time set of data to confirm that, but you may well be right. It does sound like
here's the full data set. Here's the full data set of GTD from 2002 to 2019 with all groups. It's much less legible.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Indeed.
So that's why I sent you the legible one.
Yeah.
Whoa,
this isn't across
fucking mess.
Yeah.
This is different groups.
This isn't across more time. It's just more groups. Yeah. Okay.
It's the same timestamp, but it includes different, because I cut out things that, for example, a huge amount of violence, and in particular, look at that spike in 2015 and 2016 when Trump becomes president or is running for president. in that time frame, enormous, insane spike in unknown, and that's according to the Global Terrorism Database, of unknown terrorist attacks. Oh, by the way, sorry, it's so it's not just one, it's like 225. It's not just like one or two, right? This is like 110, 105, or something like that. Why does this data not make sense? No, it's 1520. Ignore those ones on the side. That I must have not clipped those out because there's no way that makes sense. So it's 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Ignore those ones on the side. I got to go fix that in my video, actually. This is just clipped out in a Paint, in Microsoft Paint poorly. Anywho, this is because this is an incomprehensible image, right? That's why I cut out the extraneous data. And I was very, very clear about what I defined as unknown, Islamic, anti-government, anti-Muslim, and the incel violence, which of course you only see spikes in a couple times.
Let's try and make it more incomprehensible. Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Like
That's now it's modern art.
Yeah, we can sell it in a museum now.
Don't sell my graph as modern art without paying me first.
I'll pay you what it's worth.
Oy vey.
Nothing. Modern art, that is. Modern art is worth nothing. The actual research, though, isn't worth nothing.
And yeah, this is, sorry, I typed that wrong, but this is my categorization, and I am really trying to be as fair and balanced on this as I can. If a group is, and I put the KKK as right wing, despite me knowing that they're feds. I was very broad with my definition of right wing, and I was actually quite limited in my classifications of left wing. This is my best faith analysis of these data, and that's the results I found. And yes, incel violence, I did separate because it is against a specific group that is the target of grievance. The same reason I separated like anti-Muslim. And also in my further data set, which I don't have here though, I separated out anti-Jewish, because you find a bunch of increases in anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic, whatever, violence, seemingly, strangely, that aligns almost 1-to-1 as the number of Muslims in the fucking country increase. Oh, that was in the UK, sorry. But yeah, what a coincidence.
Yeah, there's the data. Atronics says data is incomplete, as we know they don't report at least half of left-wing bias.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, your analysis, I think, is always going to be tainted by the incomplete and biased data, Aiden.
So I can tell you about this data set in particular, is that I chose the GTD, the Global Terrorism Database, which 6% of global terrorism attacks are attributed to right-wing groups, according to this data set. Only 6% globally, right? That's a skewed database, in my opinion. Not necessarily inherently, but it might be. So I also looked at PURIS, which is the personal individual radicalization in the United States database. And that one is only looking at the US. And I found basically the same results. So I'm not sure what the answer is. And I bring this up repeatedly in my video, which is that, like, I don't fucking know, because who knows what data are kept out of these data sets. All I can do as a math sped is look at the data that are presented. However, take them all with a grain of salt. This is a PURIS data set, for example, analysis.
I think it is worth stating in the video that you make that unfortunately this is all subject to categorization that I don't have the time to go through each of thousands of incidents and to recategorize them myself.
Oh, yeah.
But I've tried to do the best I can to categorize them better than the original source did.
Yeah, I made all those. Trust me, I covered my ass on that because I don't know.
No worries.
Who knows? Nobody fucking knows. These are the data that are available, and so I've categorized them to the best of my capacity. This is the just US data. And these are the violent and non-violent attacks that have been perpetrated on planned.
Attacks?
Non-violent means it causes no injury.
Well, so non-damaging, not necessarily non-violent.
okay, I may have phrased it wrong. I realized that about halfway through my video. That's like calling it nonviolent is incorrect. But I'm already like so far through it. I don't know how to go through and re-fucking phrase it. It is an attack that caused no injury nor death. It's very clear, I think, in the video.
Attack.
Yes, so a failed attack. But it is an attack nonetheless. So yeah, maybe no harm. I couldn't think of a better way to say it.
Failed implies violence was the goal, but terror was the goal. So it's not necessarily failed,
right?
But just non-grievous attack.
Like it is a sub goal.
Of course,
depends on what frame of reference.
Well, actually, I would say that terror is the only goal. Violence is merely the means.
Well,
I mean, but like you have the goal to reach violence as a state to cause terror.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a better non-injurious. Lord Emu, I did use the term non-injurious in some other graphs and in some other parts of the video. But non-violent, I guess it was the best term that came to mind at the time. I don't know what I'm going to do about it. But it is a bit difficult, to describe. What do you mean by a failed attack? Whatever. This is how I've chosen to do it, and it's probably retarded. But yeah. So you can see it's the same thing I described earlier, which is that the left, at least, causes as many non-violent attacks in terms of non-injurious attacks. It's less than both groups, but it's not that far off, really, from either, and particularly from Islamists. Because when Islamists want to go fucking kill somebody, they do. That was the strongest finding I had, was that. And I'll show you this. When Muslims want to kill somebody, look at this shit, by the way. I swear this is my last graph.
We will move on in a moment. Wounded,
Whoa.
yeah.
Jesus. Yo, what the fuck?
In this one, I separated anti-government because anti-government depends on who the fuck is in power in the government. And there's a lot of them. So I separated them as their own group. Wow. You can't even see left-wing violence on this fucking graph because of fucking Muslims. This includes 9/11, to be fair, and that's why it's like this. But Jesus Christ.
I mean, that still only accounts for a relatively small portion, like a smaller portion than the orange bar on this list there. It's accounted for by 9/11.
Like fucking 2000?
Or no, sorry, it's 2000 deaths.
This is 1990. Okay. So this includes 9/11, which is why this is so extreme.
Yeah, okay.
Do I have the 2002 assessment here?
It's being stated that the graphs are a form of non-violent attack on nachos.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Also, you promised that this was the last graph.
I love my graphs. That's
so I think we needed to move on now.
No more graphs.
But
I do have the other one, though. Hang on.
This is all basically a preview of Aiden's next video, chat. This is what it's going to be about.
This is, hang on, real quick. This is since 2002, so after 9/11.
Okay, so yeah, it's still pretty extreme. It's still pretty extreme.
Yeah, there you go.
Aiden.
Sorry, I'm autistic.
Aiden, you've switched around right wing and left wing between these two graphs.
I did?
Yeah. The order is different.
I don't care.
Oh no.
It's just, it's how Excel fucking organized it. Whatever.
Look at this graph.
I'm the one who made the Excel spreadsheet.
You sure are.
It was me. I did it. They show up in different parts of the video. They weren't necessary to be identical at the time. You can read, right, Islu? You can read?
I don't think you can. That's kind of the thing.
Bryce says, Cabal gets the news so fast we see Aiden's video before it's even out. We sure do. Well, thank you, Aiden.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, like, I love data. Both the character and the thing. I do. So I just like to share my data. It's fun.
I appreciate it.
That's why I'm able to have information.
Speaking of, let's get more information. All right, here's Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe says Hitler and Goering were war heroes and we need more nuance instead of blind demonization.
Holy fuck.
I wasn't expecting that. I have thoughts on this, both directions. It's not really important to share them to a great degree. The Nazis did lots of stuff wrong, and not everything they did was wrong, but lots of it was. So I don't really care to support them. However, I greatly admire the call for nuance instead of blind demonization. 100% on board with that. So yeah, I didn't know Russell Crowe was based in that way.
Holy fuck. Like, I don't necessarily agree with, I know I don't agree with him for the most part, but well, maybe they were in the context.
I mean, literally.
Yeah, in the context they were.
Correctly.
Yeah.
To their own people,
not in
there's
context.
no question.
I mean,
they were.
literally. They were both, I think, veterans of World War I, weren't they?
Yes. Well, not just
to
that,
their own
but,
people, they were war heroes.
And understanding the conditions of Weimar Germany and how objectively fucked the German people were following the Treaty of Versailles in many ways. Of course, Hitler and Goering were heroes. And that kind of stuff is entirely forgotten about because the greatest evil that's ever existed forever, ever is the Nazis, which is a element of modernity, without ever considering or taking into account what the situation in Germany was at the time.
Do you think you're going to get in more trouble if you said nigger than what you just said about the Nazis?
No fucking way.
Because I don't know. At this point, you might as well just say the N-word, to be honest.
Wait, I fundamentally don't understand why what I said is in any way offensive. It's an objective truth.
Because no one who would care to use it,
time.
Because no one who would care to use it against you is going to care what the truth is. They're not going to take into account the nuance. They're just going to look at you saying something unconventional about the Nazis and throw you away for it.
But I'm not talking about the Nazis. I'm talking about the German people.
I know. It doesn't matter to them.
I know. But anyway, if you just have a nice clip of someone saying the N-word, they can use that.
Understand.
Whereas, I mean, they could have used that as a clip too, but it would also be like in the context of, oh, are you saying the German people deserve to suffer for all time? The German people should have suffered so much from World War I that they have to carry barrels of money, of fiat currency to the store to buy a loaf of fucking bread?
Wheelbarrows
that was
of
the case. That was
Jewish
fucking
quotes about
Weimar
that,
conditions.
actually.
Yeah?
What did you say, Norman?
I said I have some Jewish quotes about that.
What the point is that the conditions in Germany post World War I were abysmal, and you're talking about this great empire that had been brought to its knees, and not just brought to its knees, but made subjugate. So of course those people were fucking angry.
Yeah,
and they're quite clever too. So, yeah.
Verdant asks, so anyone up for rewatching Gladiator now? What do you mean rewatching? I've never seen it.
You've never seen Gladiator?
No.
Oh, it's a really good movie.
Should we watch it after the stream in honor of Russell Crowe apparently saying something based?
And in honor of Russell Crowe going fucking ham. Holy shit.
To be clear, it's the specifically yes nuance, no to blind demonization. That's the part I approve of. Regardless of the Hitler and Goering thing.
You don't approve of Hitler and Goering?
He's quite welcome to have his opinion on that. I disagree with depending on the context, but the nuance.
Do we do this too?
I approve of that. It's hard to go out in public and say no, we need more nuance because neither side wants you to say that.
Yes, the thing I think that people should ask is there any other war in history where we do not consider the conditions of the people who lost it in any way? Now, of course, history is won by the victors and written by the victors. Written by the victors. But is there any other historical conflict wherein it is so much, no, these entire people and every single one of them is so evil, they must be condemned for all time, and you cannot even say what I just said, which is we should look at the conditions that they were in. You should look at the things that preceded it.
The only thing I'd say in slight disagreement with that is there probably were examples like that close to the time. So with the World War II, it's such a huge conflict, and even though it was like 70 or 80 years ago, it's still so fresh in everyone's minds. Because I mean, yes, I think it is milked aggressively too much, but at the same time, it's not 100% off with how much it's talked about.
Maybe the Second Punic War. Yeah.
It defined the 20th century's moral compass of the Western world, but I think that era is coming to a close.
And I think it's time we readdress and reassess some of the, let's just be honest, myths that have become part of the cultural zeitgeist about World War II.
As far as I'm concerned, speaking of wars that shouldn't be forgotten, the French will never recover from the humiliation of their loss at Agincourt and never should.
Well, the French should never recover from anything because they're fucking French.
They are indeed.
Mike the Exile says, Uzazu watches 700 episodes of Fairy Tail, 0 seconds of Gladiator. Make that make sense. Because Fairy Tail is the best anime of all time. However, I will watch Gladiator. Chat, press 1 if we should watch Gladiator after this stream.
That seems like a yes.
It does seem like a yes. Yes. We'll do that then. And if you're watching on Kick or YouTube or wherever else, join Cabal in the Discord server, cabal.uzulu.net or cuck.shortfashiotaku.com. And
the more based link.
Yes. And you can watch it with us. Burden says, it's criminal you have not seen it. It's a great film, dude.
Russell
Crowe, I did not understand your game. I didn't know that he was based and nuance-pilled, so yes, we shall watch Gladiator.
Actually, I haven't seen it either.
Oh, okay. There you go, chat.
Very astonishingly,
there appears to be a 100% correlation between people who think Fairy Tail is the best anime and people who have not seen Gladiator.
There's a very interesting thing that's happening with the narrative regarding World War II. The left has decided, and the left are the quote-unquote culture makers, and they have decided that they fucking hate Jews, right? Just broadly speaking, they fucking hate Jews. They want to kill them. They want to wipe them out. They hate Israel. And all of a sudden, you can say things like this. You can be like, maybe we need to reassess the narratives surrounding World War II. And I really fucking hate that even now, narratives about World War II, narratives about everything, are still dictated by movements from the fucking left. When the left decides, actually, we hate the Jews, then all of a sudden, okay, can we question some narratives about World War II? Can we try to put this into realistic perspective? Fuck me, it makes me so pissed off, dude. But that's the way it is.
Nachos, you've never been more wrong. Specifically that you say happy is the best part of Fairy Tail. We are now reformatting this stream into a Fairy Tail debate stream. All right, let's get started.
Oh my god!
Actually, I'm kidding.
Damn,
but you are wrong.
I didn't know you hated Fairy Tail like that.
What?
She's asking for a fight over this. It's not worth the fight, Nachos. It's not worth the fight. Why would I fight with a happy is the best thing in Fairy Tail appreciator? Happy is by no means the worst Fairy Tail anime mascot. By no means the worst.
No, I like Happy.
There's many good arcs with Happy, many good interactions. But Happy is, in my opinion, among the most annoying of the main cast. I would reduce Happy's involvement, ideally.
Happy is annoying, as are many mascot characters. I think Gintama's mascot character, Elizabeth, is the best because she doesn't say fucking anything. But
a woman who doesn't speak. I'm sure Nachos likes her too.
Yeah.
Yes, Triple. Oh, to be fair, Triple, anything in Zenshu is going to be worse than anything in any other anime.
Yeah, why
I
would
can't
you
believe
ever
how bad
mention
that was.
Zenshu? How could you do this to us?
Oh yeah, Odysseus, Daedalus would be stricken from the record if I had the power to do so. It
You just
didn't
need
happen.
to mental fucking.
I find I've not watched the English dub. Obviously, I've watched a bit of the sub of Fairy Tail. I don't find Happy to be any more insufferable than any other shonen mascot in the Japanese dub. But I mean, it is annoying because shonen mascots are like supposed to be annoying for whatever reason.
I haven't seen
I don't entirely understand that
to compare really, but I imagine Happy is below average of annoying for anime mascots because there are actually some good arcs with Happy, just not endless.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Nachos likes him because he's annoying.
That's based, to be honest. That's based as fuck.
I don't know about that.
That's questionable opinion.
Triple liked Panther Lily. I mean, fair enough. You know, there's definitely bad things as well there.
Fucking nigger cat.
I mean, they invented Nigger Cat specifically to give Gargiel a cat, which is kind of funny in and of itself. Anyway, congratulations. This is now no longer a fairy tale debate stream. Moving on, we shall now bring on a correspondent. Quattro, are you ready? Because Quattro
there you go.
follows more closely, I think, gaming than I do. So he did say that he would be happy to come on for this. I believe he has some opinions. So Quattro, let me know when you're ready. Now would be a great time for Quattro to be AFK.
But he's out for smoke.
Indeed, Triple. Oh, he's AFK.
Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Fantastic.
Of course.
Emu
Great
asks,
timing as always.
Oh no.
Emu asks, is there a fairy tale stream overlay? I may be willing to give a discount on creating
He
a new
always
one.
knows just when to smoke.
Quick, Triple, go, pull him back inside. No,
Dude,
you don't have to.
okay, hang on. Smonks take like 3 minutes.
We can come back to this.
So
we can come back to this. So Triple,
what do we ramble about?
Quattro, just let me know when you're back. That just is how much for a happy overlay. Adding overlays, by default. Oh, let me get this up. By default, they are.
Isn't it $50?
It is 50. But for a fairy tale one, maybe I would give a discount. I don't know. I would consider doing a fairy tale one for 25 because no one's ever going to choose it, are they? Except maybe Nachos specifically. Incidentally, I think it was 50, was it, for the fighter pilot helmet? I can't remember how much someone contributed for that earlier. My words as Nachos. Well, in order to be the active overlay today, it would need to be 50 anyway to overcome or was it 50 for the fighter pilot helmet? I can't remember. I'm going to have to check actually. It's actually worth checking. 1 second, chat. Did I ever configure that properly so it actually works? I can't remember. I might have to look back in the logs of the chat to see that. I can find it here. Okay, it was, I think it was, may have been $50 actually. No, it was £50. Okay, it was £50 for the fighter pilot helmet, so this is accurate. Okay, so in order for adding the happy overlay, it would be £50 to make it active anyway. So with the JF voice. Well, I'll tell you what, Nachos, if you contribute for the overlay, I'll also let you apply the JF voice along with that contribution. All right. Until Quattro gets back, let's have a look at another story. What was this one? 3 illegal aliens from Honduras have been arrested and federally indicted for running a sex trafficking ring in Baton Rouge. Women were kidnapped and sold for $40 to $60 on WhatsApp. All 3 of these monsters were imported by the Biden-Harris administration. Now, normally I don't just cover instances of horrific crimes like this, even when they are immigrants or there's some sort of political angle, because there's not a lot I can say about it except just rank condemnation.
Well, and it happens every day.
With this, and it's unfortunately quite common, but it's mostly the first reason. But with this one, it's like $40 for a whole ass human female?
$40.
This just
man's gotta eat.
That's a hell of a deal.
Gotta eat.
I said there might be very high competition in the human trafficking market driving down the prices. Who knows?
Yo, look,
the prices down.
Listen to me.
Oh no.
They're selling Honduran women. That's a premium.
Well, I guess, yeah. It's I
mean, hate to say it, but
they should probably pay you, honestly.
Even they like those women just come in here. Like, okay, just be clear, I'm joking. Human trafficking is fucking horrific, and
human trafficking is bad, guys.
One of my fucking biggest issues with all the rampant illegal immigration into the U.S. is that a lot of it is sex slavery. However, it's a Honduran woman. You gonna pay more than $50 for that? 60?
Nah, it's pretty high actually.
So my question is,
realistically, they should pay you.
if the price was between $40 and $60, they must have had a very, very slim range of quality of women. They never got one that was attractive. Never, not once.
They're all probably like morbidly obese. A lot of people in South America are. Like real big
for them
fat.
to be this cheap, they must have
genetically
been.
fat there.
She's got 6 niños, hombre.
But I can't imagine that this could have been profitable for so little money.
It's not. I would assume it's not.
Quattro, when you're ready, we will do the story that I was going to bring you on for after this one.
Hombre.
All right, let's watch the video.
The investigation, which began over a year ago, centered on a home where 3 to 5 men at a time would be waiting in line outside. This video shot by the
They weren't selling the women for 40 to 60. They were selling a brief time with them. Okay, that's bad.
Oh, never mind.
Pretty fucking cheap, honestly.
But again, Honduran woman.
True.
I mean, I'm trying to be rude, but I'm just saying, like,
Aiden, these are real people. Have a heart.
I do, but if you look at if you look at the rates of like what who people find attractive, and it's like it's white women and Asian women all across. Asian women the most, actually. They're not either one of those things.
Chat,
You're
if
not
you'd
getting a
like
premium
me,
price for that.
If you'd like me to be able to
sex
afford
slavery, like I said, it's sex slavery.
Aiden, stop taking it seriously and being compassionate. I need to make a joke about it. Chat, if you'd like to contribute so that you can help me to buy some time with a Honduran woman in a small shack in the US, you can contribute via tips.uzlu.net or fund.uzlu.net. Currently, good point. Currently, I could afford about 2 of these sessions.
Contribute to selling Uzulu into sex slavery. There you go.
Oh, I don't know, Aiden. Don't reveal your preferences so hard like that. Right. What do you mean, you liar? Someone says they couldn't pay me to patronize their subpar establishment. Yeah. Yeah, true indeed. I mean, you can just imagine the stench in that place.
Did you just fucking say, just imagine the smell?
Yeah,
basically, yeah. I say that often.
Sincerely, imagine the fucking smell.
Do sincerely. I mean, don't hurt yourself. But sincerely, it must be awful. That's probably why it's cut price.
Like, no, is that they don't even have the
drugs
decency.
And cigarettes.
Yeah, they don't even have the decency to have a nice sex trafficking shack.
I mean, to be fair, the roof is bowing a bit in the center.
It is a bit, yeah. It is Boeing 747. Right. So that's all I need to say about that story. I think that solves it. The only reason I was concerned is like, not is it on WhatsApp, but like how the hell were the whole ass women being sold for that little? But no, it's just time with them. It's basically the way what we do with markers. It's a timeshare on markers. So yeah, that's that story. Unless there's anything else you guys have to say on it, we shall now move on to the story we were going to bring Quattro on for. So
let's go. Selling Uzulu into sex slavery.
Chat, if you'd like to fund my movement into sex slavery, I don't know exactly how the money would go towards it, and I can't guarantee it would, but you can contribute via tip.uzlu.net or fund.uzlu.net. Quattro, let me know when you are available, and I shall drag you on.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, a new comic. Oh, wait, no. Not a new comic.
A good comic, but an old comic. Welcome, Quattro. Yeah.
Yo.
Hello.
So, Rockstar, going through some problems, shall we say. But Rockstar, you said the game will finally be released after the several delays you announced. I'm going to be honest with you, Lisa. I never made the game. Now, this is wrong, because I think Rockstar have actually made most of the game. The Big 6 game that you are confusing this with, where they might have done literally no work at all to make the game, is Elder Scrolls 6, where I give a 50-50 chance they haven't even started yet.
Honestly, I completely agree with that. It is entirely possible they haven't even started yet.
Yeah.
It's fucking vaporware.
I mean,
it probably is, yeah.
Well, you have to, I didn't realize this until today, but do you know what the most profitable single piece of media of all time is?
Fallout Shelter. Oh, of all time. Sorry, I thought you meant Bethesda.
No, of all time, the most profitable single piece of media ever made. It's not Fortnite.
Okay.
It's GTA 5.
Okay.
Xbox had 3 consoles worth of time.
It made $6 billion with a fucking B, dude. So yeah, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. Well, Todd can't. He
No, 'cause
he released that fucking trailer. He released that trailer to bait Microsoft into buying his company and then shit out Starfield.
I love
reckon
Todd's little fucking passion project, Starfield, Redguard. He actually did Redguard himself, so it's a little bit better. But it's a fucking Starfield. Yeah.
The thing about GTA 6, just to be clear about why it's the most profitable piece of media ever, it's not just the sales of the game. It was GTA Online. The GTA Online stuff that had all the microtransactions. People apparently dropped an insane amount of fucking money on that. So if you want to double check me and fact check me, go to Google, type in what is the single most profitable piece of media of all time. It will tell you it's GTA 5 and it'll give you the same numbers.
HFNA, if you don't like the JF voice, that is also a bidding system. You can also bid against the JF voice if someone else has bid in favor of it. So this is the meme introduction, but the actual content of it, this meme is not actually directly about what we're talking about, but this is just sort of a look on the state of Rockstar on one particular thing, a claim by this guy on the forum, but I'd wager it's true. And I shall begin reading, and do interject if you have something to say as I'm reading. So this is from a member on the forums. I think the Rockstar forum specifically, but either way, some forums. He says, "Hello everyone, Rockstar employee of many years here. Understandably, I want to remain anonymous due to retaliation from the company, but I may be willing to verify I'm an employee with @Spidervice via DM if required. I'm also a member of the union. I've been reading a lot of discussion on here and elsewhere about the firing of more than 34 of my colleagues last week, 31 in the UK and 3 in Canada, and I've seen a lot of disinformation and lies that are really concerning, particularly concerning how so many folk are willing to believe the company's excuses. Yes, they use the word folk, infer what you will from that. Last week, my colleagues who were in the studio were each individually messaged by HR for a short, friendly meeting, under the friendly guise of, hey, are you free for a quick chat? Upon attending this meeting, they were handed an envelope with a short letter stating that their employment had been terminated for gross misconduct regarding posts made in Discord. They failed to provide any evidence when asked, nor was any stated in the letter. People asserting that immoral things have been done on Discord and presenting no evidence when asked for it. That's interesting, isn't it, Quattro? We probably encountered that, haven't we? Either way, it continues. They failed to provide any evidence when asked, nor was stated in the letter, and did not divulge any other information or reasoning, and no other reason. They refused to give the union. They refused their right to union representation in the disciplinary meeting, which is against UK employment law, and were frog-marched out of the studio with the meeting lasting less than 5 minutes. For colleagues who were not in the studio that day, they received a phone call from HR that lasted less than 2 minutes, telling them that they were fired and they'd received the same letter as the above. He says, I am aware of one employee who had a panic attack at this moment, and HR hung up on them during this panic attack, not caring at all about their well-being. The company doesn't have to, but holy shit, that indicates heartlessness from the person that called them. These colleagues of mine, he says, were hard workers who have spent many years at Rockstar in critical roles, with colleagues who have been at Rockstar for more than 18 years, and none of them have ever had a disciplinary in that time. They are not easily replaced and will certainly affect us in making our project deadlines. As I understand, GTA 6 is mostly finished, so perhaps that's a factor here. They got most of what they needed out of these employees anyway. I don't think it's completely finished. He says, there are very senior artists, animators, QA testers, designers, programmers, and producers. Hard to believe any AAA studio has QA testers anymore these days, but apparently these guys did. Including leads. So they've been in charge of these departments, apparently. All super talented people, he says, who are proud of their work.
Oh, they're in
multiple...
fucking leads? That explains it.
With an A. Multiple Rockstar titles. And all they wanted was the best for Rockstar and the fellow colleagues, he says. Some of these members were off sick, recovering from surgery, or on paternity leave, fired without pay, losing their careers and putting them into hardship in the lead up to Christmas, and even potentially losing their visas to work in the UK. I'm less blanket sympathetic about that one, but still there may be some who are worth it. He says, let me make this clear. I never saw any discussion or leaking of Rockstar projects in the union Discord. The only ever discussion was around unionization efforts and working conditions at Rockstar. The Discord wasn't public. It was a private Discord group that only contained Rockstar employees and the IWGB union officials. This was union busting and nothing else. Everyone fired was a union member. They were also predominantly from those who were on the union organising committees of each UK studio. Just 1 week before, the union had reached about 200 members, taking us over the 10% threshold required to seek recognition and begin engaging in collective bargaining, allowing us to negotiate directly with management on the key issues that affect us, worsening crunch, inadequate pay, and inflexible working arrangements. That seems quite clear-cut as to what this was then, doesn't it? They continue. They are fired. Go on.
I do have something to add here. You see, if you check the CEO of Take-Two, the parent company of Rockstar Games, his Wikipedia page, you'll notice a little something here.
In the early life section, perhaps?
Yes, in that section, actually.
How did I know?
Okay. He has a mother. Oh, Manello? Sounds Italian to me.
There's a certain something that I think they'll make you say every fucking time.
No, I'm just saying that it appears to be an Italian name. Oh, Strauss. Yeah, German. Italian and German, bad combination.
Yeah, I was more fixated on he's from New Jersey. I mean, that's a terrible sign, isn't it?
Yeah, that wouldn't help.
Yeah, that's condemnation.
Boston as well. Yeah. So.
And he was also a lawyer.
Oh no. Oh well, that's terrible.
Make things even worse.
If he was a lawyer, I bet he was Jewish as well. Anyway, back to this. We'll continue reading, but we got most of the details now. They said they have fired over 34 of us now. There were over 250 of us in the union employee Discord group. There is the fear that if they get away with this, they'll have nothing stopping them from doing this again and again. Those of us who are merit, like the survival of their company, you would think, wouldn't you? But we'll get to that in a second. Those of us who are lucky and remain for now work in fear, fearful when talking to each other at the tea prep, fearful that we're next in line and easily got rid of, too scared to go outside the studio and talk to or even acknowledge our colleagues outside protesting in fear of reprisals. Morale in the studio is at rock bottom. When we should be excited about what's to come over the next year, we are now totally deflated and our trust and confidence in others is totally shot. The one thing I can say positively is that as far as I know, and I don't have much precise knowledge on this, the UK courts will take employee mistreatment seriously, but they won't. Obviously, that doesn't give you an instant resolution to this. It's just going to be a fine, probably quite a big one, but a fine on Rockstar to help the people that were got rid of in unjustly. It's not going to resolve the problem, though. Ultimately, see you soon, Amy.
I don't think that there's much that they can do to resolve this problem because this isn't just limited to Take-Two. This is a widespread problem. Pretty much all of the publishers, well, at least the AAA ones, they all seem to have this thing in their head that all their employees just have all of their lifespan to give. Doesn't matter how hard they work, they always need more. They always need to keep chasing this dragon of infinite profits that cannot exist. Because they got extra money during 2020 when everyone was forced to stay inside.
Yep.
And they've been chasing that ever since. They can't really reach those heights.
Yep. That's really tracks, doesn't it?
It's a good theory.
Gosh.
I mean, this was a problem before, but not to this degree. It wasn't anywhere near this prevalent. I mean, EA was, of course, the main slave driver back in the late 2000s to early 2010s. They, funny enough, seem to have backed off a little bit. Not as much as they should have. But ironically, they're one of the better companies for that now. Go figure.
Indeed. Yeah. So that's just what's going on at Rockstar. I don't have much more on this, but the concern is always that Western companies are just having their employees replaced mostly by Indians. And I wonder if they were going to do this, if they were going to fire people to get the numbers of the union below that threshold, why not fire lower tier people? My suspicion is that they weren't firing these people for union busing. That was a convenient bonus. But the main reason was that they were planning to replace them anyway. They're at the end of a project now. Replacing them now would be the least damaging time. Well, they're near the end of a project. Replacing them now is the least damaging time. They may have upped their schedule a bit because of the union busting opportunity. Maybe the union was getting a bit too powerful for their liking. But maybe they are planning to replace them with Indians or just someone else, planning to outsource a bunch of their their work outside the country. If so, we should be looking into who exactly was responsible for this decision, and whether they might be Indian.
My insight into this is that they are probably doing this so that when the release comes, they won't have to pay these key people their due bonuses, because they're taking it as a foregone conclusion that the game will succeed given GTA 5 success over the years, right? Even if it takes them a few years to make up the costs for development and marketing and all of that. But the problem that they don't realize is that it's not a foregone conclusion. Yeah. And on top of that, they've invested a shitload into Rockstar India, which has not panned out at all. And we can tell, for example, by the quote-unquote definitive edition remasters that they put out for the third-generation games for GTA, and how disastrous those were. And they never really got fixed. Because what they did, get this, they didn't use the original source code, because, well, Rockstar India didn't have access to that. Nor did they use any later ports. What they did is they used the iOS version as their basis.
What?
Yes. The version that we got, that they delisted the original games for, was the fucking earliest version of the iOS application that you could get. That's what they were working with. That's where everything that they were working with came from. That's why it's so janky. That's why it feels wrong. Because it wasn't made to be played on consoles or PC. It was made to be played on a phone screen. Where you don't notice these things as much.
Interesting.
And of course, they thought they'd save a buck, but turns out, no, it's not good. Nobody wants that. And yeah, as John Wick Returns says, Rockstar have had some really, really bad PC releases over the years. Let me give you another example. I believe it was Manhunt 2. They fucked up the DRM so badly in that game.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It would actually brick itself if you got to a certain point in the game about halfway through, and you wouldn't be able to continue no matter what, because the DRM would just shit the bed. However, the pirates had no such problem. They did not have to worry about this. They could play the game just fine. So, do you know what the fix was? It wasn't just, oh, let's update and remove the DRM. No, they used the fucking crack that was released. They didn't just remove it on there. No, they used somebody else's fix.
Alleged.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry for my low IQ intervention. Please continue.
They straight up used another unaffiliated group's crack for the DRM to bypass it instead of just removing it outright, because I couldn't be bothered.
Yeah. Once again, the pirates get the better experience.
Like, there's so many examples of them just fucking it up royally over the years, and people still eat this shit up.
Yep.
Like, they just don't know any better, I guess. They think, oh, surely this time it'll be better, but it never really is.
Well, we'll see what happens with GTA 6 if it ever does release. And I do think that they are good. Unlike Elder Scrolls 6, which I don't know if they will ever release, GTA 6 will actually be released. From what I've seen so far, it might be good, but it's been a long time since GTA 5. A lot has changed, and given what the company's doing, taking that as an indication, it might not be good. It might be that they've copied the good parts from GTA 5, but everything else they changed is worse. I'm not sure. What do you think, Quattro?
There's a few factors here that give me a lot of hesitation as to why I would say it could be good.
Mm.
The first one is, well, the absolute state of Take-Two right now. It's not looking good for them. They've invested enough to build 2 Burj Khalifas into this game.
Wow.
Mathematically, right? Even if they launched at $120 US, do you know how many copies they would need to sell?
More than of GTA 5, I guess.
Well, yeah, and
More
again, it
than
wasn't
every version of GTA 5 combined.
And that has to also include...
They have a very limited time span to do so before they would have to declare bankruptcy.
Well, again, remember that a huge portion, if not maybe the majority of the portion of GTA 5's income came from in-game purchases made for GTA Online, which is something you could presume you would have the ability to make. But the game has to be an absolute bop. Yeah.
They're not launching with online for 6.
And that is the very curious part. Yeah.
Because
when that's how they made all their fucking money. It's so bizarre.
Because GTA 5's online mode, that was not with the original launch of the game. That came about a year later.
Yep.
And even then, it was a complete and total afterthought. Even to this day, they barely put any effort into it.
What's bizarre is, again, that's what made them all the money off of GTA 5, was all the fucking whales who paid for a bunch of stupid shit on that stuff. Now, I don't even know if that's a profitable market anymore to the way that it was. Good God, how long ago did GTA 4 come out? 10 years ago? 12 years ago? Something like that?
GTA 4 was... Yeah, it's like 15 years ago.
What? No, GTA 5, though.
5 was
GTA 5 was
10.
2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 10 years ago. They, that was at a kind of different point in time of the idea of online purchases. I think people, I don't know this, but I think people might be a little bit less willing to make, I don't know. I mean, the Fortnite game shop is super profitable. So maybe, I imagine Rockstar's perspective here is, we're going to become Fortnite, but for this. And we already were the most successful ever in terms of video game profitability. So there's no way we can fail. I think that's the interpretation. Now, what remains to be seen is that the entirety, or at least, no, the entirety of GTA 6 was made under the woke paradigm. If it's been the last 10 years, that's the entirety of the game development period. So if they're sitting on a fucking massive turd because it's all full of like gay woke shit that is now being cycled out, again, however you choose to define what the rationale for that is, stuff that is like no longer cool, they might be in for a real fucking rude awakening.
Indeed. And as Vavalon has said more than once here, HR in any AAA company is completely subverted and will fire skilled whites and hire woke or Indian.
Well, yeah, because HR exists in these companies to be fake work for women who otherwise could not do any real work.
And would have to shock horror start a family.
Anything else. Yeah. But there is so many other factors that play. Again, there is the Indian factor to contend with. But that aside, right? Even if we take a look at the past and current business model that they have with GTA Online, right? Do you know what their cycle is?
Go on.
I'll take that as a no. All right. So what they do is they introduce a new thing that is absolutely busted, right? It validates everything else that came before it. And they keep this power creep going. But then what they do is they price it in such a way that you'd have to pay $50 to $100 real world money in order to just instantly have it. And then about 6 to 9 months later, after everyone's pissed off enough, they then sell you the solution to the problem, the counterplay, which guess what? Happens to cost about the same.
So you have to pay a invisible subscription to just keep up with the meta.
Either that, or you have to grind like crazy with missions that are deliberately designed to frustrate you and make you feel like shit.
Yeah. The only time I ever got close to a trap like this is I played a game called Blacklight Retribution at least 10 years ago. There's a first-person shooter, kind of like Call of Duty, but sort of near future. I enjoyed the game, but I realized at one point that I would have to play for something like 4 or 5 hours a day, every single day, to keep the gear I wanted. So, or pay them. So my choice was at that point just a hard stop playing straight away. Because as soon as I reduced the amount of playing down to a more reasonable amount, it was no longer worth playing. So that's the answer, rather than paying them. If you really like the thing, if it's an important part of your life, go for it. But if it's not, consider finding something else that's less of a trap.
Well, of course, there's also the problem that they have with hackers, that they implemented one of the worst anti-cheats around to try and band-aid solution it. But the problem is, it's client side, not server side.
Yeah.
So it's all a fucking rootkit, and it does nothing at all. In fact, and we can tell you from experience, there are multiple people in here who have had this happen to them. The game will just kick you from the lobby for no reason, because BattleEye just throws a shit fit. Because it's some of the worst fucking software ever made. And there's no reason for it to exist other than to scam publishers.
It is strange to me that fucking publishers and developers keep assuming that client-side anti-cheat is going to work. It may slow some cheaters down, but it's just going to piss everyone else off. Maybe it's more so to try and keep it off Linux, but I still don't know why they would bother doing that.
Well, see, that's not even really a problem either, because, hey, guess what? BattleEye specifically has a single checkbox or a variable, right, that can be flipped at any moment. Should somebody from the publisher send the people at BattleEye an email? That's it. You just have to ask for it. And then suddenly, it has Linux support. They deliberately didn't do that because guess what? When you do that, it gives you a more lax version of it, which ultimately makes no difference because guess what? You still have the hacker problem. You haven't actually gotten rid of it. You just swept it under the fucking rug. And the rug being a fucking rootkit.
Ultimately, you
nobody
need
really wanted.
For any anti-cheat system to be reliable, even close to reliable, you need something heuristic on the server, something clever that works with limited data, but isn't within the domain the players can control. It's always been the way. And I guess it's easier to just make them install a rootkit than it is to innovate.
The reason why they did this is because they don't actually care about the hacker problem. Because the only thing that they care about is if you're cheating in money.
I guess, yeah.
Because you can do that client side, even now, to this day. It is still possible to do that. The problem, however, is for literally anything else that makes the game utterly unplayable, and especially with BattleEye being shoved in there, it's actually worse than ever as a result, because it's so easy to make BattleEye ban people forever. Because say, if you're a script key,
money.
You buy a little script hook, you throw it in your game files, and hey, suddenly you can go, I don't like that guy over there. I'm going to cheat in a shit zillion dollars into his account. And his account gets flagged and he gets permabanned.
Yeah, that'd do it.
So you can't actually play in public lobbies anymore for fear of that happening. They've took out the text chat in favor of proximity voice chat that they AI moderate that nobody uses, mind you, because why would you? It's functionally useless anyway. Like, what is even the point?
So it's also correct that
why after a few expansions, why there's hardly anyone playing the game anymore, especially not in public lobbies.
Soldner is also right that you could also just use private servers, which allows people to discriminate on who they want to be in there so that they can prevent cheaters from joining. But there are limitations to that, and it doesn't make the company as much money, I expect. The Minecraft model shows the problems with that as well. If you let people, for example, have private servers, especially if they can self-host them, then you get issues of abuse. And I have some sympathy to Mojang for the amount of messages they must get from angry parents who think that some private server who scammed their kids represents Mojang, and so they complain at Mojang. I do have some sympathy for just the amount of that they must get. So there's issues with all of these approaches. But my suggestion of a server-side anti-cheat, which needs to be smart, heuristic, and custom for your game, is the best overall solution to stop cheating. There is other things you can do as well. But there you go.
I hate to say it, but the VAC system, that works. The reason why is because there's human oversight. All it does is it goes, I'm going to record some gameplay if I suspect that there's something amiss.
Yeah.
Or if a user flags this. It is then sent off. It's combed through on the input level. And then if nothing's, it's then sent off to a person to look at. And that's where the bans come from most of the time.
Yeah.
As a result, there's nowhere near as much of a problem with, say, Counter-Strike having hackers in it anymore because, well, the system is tried and true. They've had a lot of time to refine it, and it's server side, not client side. So they can throw more processing power at it too.
Yeah. Somnus says that back in 2020, Rockstar co-founder Dan Houser, who wrote all the studio's successful games, quit the company because his brother Sam went insufferably woke. The studio hasn't put out anything new or successful since Red Dead Redemption 2 in 2018. That's in line with what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah, that is true. It is a complete fucking mess at Rockstar. They are too busy slipping on their own shit to actually be making games at this point.
So
which is truly unfortunate.
Yeah. Would we generally conclude it's more likely GTA 6 will be crap than good? Because it's not looking good.
I'm going to say even more so than that. It won't just be crap. It'll be so apocalyptically bad for the company that they may end up going bankrupt because of how much they are staking on this. They have put everything at Take-Two into it. Because they have 2K, sure, but those games aren't selling anywhere near as much anymore. The sports bros, they're starting to finally see that they're being handed the same game but worse every year. And that's how you know it's bad. When even the brainless sports bros who they're not gamers. Like they don't pay attention to what's going on in the industry. They come home at the end of their day and they unwind with a bit of fucking glorified casino, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when they notice that does not work anymore, and each game every year has less features than the last, and they're worse implemented, despite still running in the same engine they've been using for 10 plus years, it's not looking too good. So they probably won't be able to rely on that to make up the lost revenue. And even then, they still have to fund development for all their other divisions, which a bunch of them have had to get closed down recently. There was, I believe, Private Division, another one that they owned. Did you ever hear about the Kerbal Space Program fuckery?
A bit about it, yeah.
So what they did is they bought out the original developers of Kerbal Space Program. And then almost immediately, they tried to sneak in something called Red Shell, which is another rootkit. It wasn't for anti-cheat or anything. It's purely nefarious. So they saw that everyone who had the game uninstalled it or reverted back to a previous version and, well, stayed that way for a while until they finally said, okay, fine, we'll remove it. Then, after some time, They're like, all right, well, we're gonna make a sequel. And we're gonna have to rebuild everything from the ground up because the original people behind this are long gone. They've gone to do other things. And our people here at the studio that we've set aside for this have no fucking clue what any of this legacy code looks like, how it works, any of it. They could not replicate it even. Because they're inexperienced. They don't have any experience working on a game of that type. Hardly anyone does. The advanced physics calculations that you have to be able to do on the fly consistently is extremely difficult. And the fact that they managed to do so before was massively impressive in and of itself, even with all the janky shit going on. I'm sure you've heard the memes about the space kraken and it just tearing your rockets apart at random. Because that sort of stuff's really difficult to model, especially with the hardware and software available at the time. So they then decide, okay, well, we're going to have to throw everything out. It means we're going to have to start off with less features. So fuck it. We'll do the same thing as last time. We'll put this in early access. We'll just keep building it up and not really say when exactly it'll be complete. Problem was, after a few years of this happening, the developers started stalling for time because, well, they kind of had to. For the things that they wanted to implement, just to have feature parity with the first game, they couldn't do it. Even just to have basic quality of life stuff that mods added it was extremely difficult for them. Because they had to redo all of the groundwork. And again, they just couldn't replicate it. So Take-Two sees this and goes, all right, well, you're all getting shit canned. And we're shutting down the studio entirely. While the game is still in early access. Oh, and we're also going to keep the game up for sale. We're not going to notify anyone of this. We're just going to do this quietly. So for, I believe, a couple months, like 2 or 3 months, the game had no developer. Straight up. They kept it up for sale. They would take your money. The game's never getting finished, though. It is a complete shit show. And then eventually they just canceled it because they dumped a bunch of money into it. The people had no idea what they were doing or what they were getting themselves into. They never bothered to even contact the original creators either, even though they offered to come back and help with it. There was actually an interview done, I believe, last year from the lead who started with the original prototype that led to it. He said, I believe that he offered them to basically break down exactly what he did and why he did it all and coach these new developers. And they never got back to him. No reason in particular.
Hubris. Sounds like.
Yeah. They refused him at every turn.
Said lead was involved with Kit Hack Model Club, which is a great game, and the spiritual successor to Kerbal.
Yeah, I did hear that there was a spiritual successor made by some of the original developers.
So that is made by the lead of KSP. He is very down to earth, ironically, for a guy who's making a rocket game, but he is very laid back. He was perfectly happy to help the new team because he's like, yeah, I wanted to move on to some other things, but it seems that because KSP is what it is, and the second one could not measure up to it, and he's really the only one that has the knowledge and the experience to put something like that together, a spiritual successor was in order. So what better to do than to decrease the scale and involve even more customization? Model kits, which is what his new game is.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And I've heard nothing particularly bad about it so far.
I've also heard of what's almost saying the Kitten Space Agency. I think there was another spiritual successor.
Yeah, so some of them, went their separate ways after, because they were basically the game was bought out, I believe, twice originally, before the second one even. So there's a few different developers that have some idea what they were doing, some more than others, of course. But KSA is another alternative by some people who actually did work on that game when it was good. So there is that, which again just goes to show that the future is indie games. People are willing to pay a little bit more for games that look worse, as long as they play good.
Yeah.
True. I'm exhausted. I'm about to pass out. So I'm going to go actually pass out.
No
Cheers,
worries.
guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us.
Night. Bye-bye.
But the funniest part is, that's not entirely true as well, because the games are also cheaper.
Yeah, indeed.
So they're competing in both price and quality.
Yeah.
Which AAA inherently can't do, because they have so many people that they need to pay, because they've decided that, well, they need to get the entire company and the entirety of the publisher involved with every aspect of development now. The shareholders have to decide everything, which then means that you have to have a million different divisions filled with tons and tons of people that are doing basically fuck all, except for emailing each other a couple of times a day and kicking back and doing nothing.
And everything has to go through marketing as well.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I think
and
you're
marketing,
I think
of course, they don't know what the hell they're doing, because they're a bunch of either dinosaurs or people fresh out of university or college or whatever, who have no experience and don't actually understand what people want. They don't look at what the market is in the moment. They look at the past. They don't look towards the future.
Yeah.
So as a result, it's an endless cycle of fuckery.
It all
the
seems
only way to stop it is for these companies to go back to being private and not be publicly traded. You can't be beholden to shareholders anymore, because that inherently means that you're going to screw your business model to the point where you can no longer operate. You're completely inefficient.
It does seem ridiculous how many companies don't seem to realize that if they do the thing that seems cheaper now, like hiring Indians, they pay the price later. Like hiring people that aren't talented, even though they're cheaper. Surely they must realize that's not good long term. But it seems like very few of them do. All these big companies.
Well, Ubisoft, they've been especially bad for it. I know I've probably spoken about this before, but Ubisoft is just one big fucking pyramid scheme where they cycle in interns every 3 months or so.
Yeah.
Even their recruitment is done by other interns, because that's what makes up the majority of the company. They don't have positions like lead developer or lead art designer anymore. It's just interns all the way up.
Bryce says they do realize that people making the choices just don't give a shit because they get golden parachutes, and perhaps that's what you mean about the shareholders. The way that development worked and was so good in the late 90s up until the early 2010s was where it was good. It was primarily a small team of very passionate developers who had money thrown at them.
Well, see, a development studio is much like a band. The studio is the people working there. If you start swapping them out interchangeably, it's not the same.
Yeah.
You're going to get a different end result because you've changed the process. And as Mick Gordon says, if you change your process, you change the outcome.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just inherently true, and there's no two ways about it. And even then, getting the same people back after they've either gone their separate ways or being fired isn't really an option either, because guarantee is they've already changed.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the same result. You can't do that.
In many cases, they probably realized that they're glad they got fired wherever they ended up, a lot of them.
Well, it's like you look at old Bethesda versus new Bethesda, right?
Mm.
Because after Redguard, right, it was determined, Todd, you're not allowed to touch anything major on this game. You nearly killed the company by releasing Redguard, which is your pet project. You couldn't even figure out how a compass worked. So he was handed the two most lackluster quest lines in the entire game that nobody likes universally. And after Morrowind, basically everyone's decided that even just working with the guy is really starting to piss them off. Because he just wants to dumb everything down and make it more quote unquote accessible for his build, which is always going to remain the same because he does not really change. He doesn't understand that concept. So as the years went on, even throughout the development of Oblivion, we saw lots and lots of people leaving, to the point where they had to start cycling in a lot of new people. New people who, well, they don't have any experience with the company or the games or the engine. And things started breaking down pretty rapidly after that point, which is why Oblivion and Skyrim are very, very different games from what came before. Because Bethesda, up until the point of Morrowind, was really, really trying to push the boundaries of what could be done with a game, with what little tools they had, right? Even if they had to jank it into working, they went and did their utmost. Like we have Daggerfall, for instance, one of the largest game maps in history to this day. And they managed to fit that in such a tiny amount of space because of their innovative approach. They made that work. And yes, as Somnus says, they're still using the creation engine, which is a modified version of Gamebryo, which they have been using since at least Morrowind, because there are still engine bugs that were created during Morrowind's development that are still in Starfield to this day.
Yeah, so it's almost or possibly at least 30 years old, that engine. Brief defense of the engine, though, is that that's probably the only reason that modding support has remained in their games all these years. Because if they had to make a new engine, I think modding support, even for Bethesda, because they're not very smart, modding support wouldn't be a top priority for them, though it obviously should be. But because they're still using the creation kit, it's built to be moddable. And they've also demonstrated with the Oblivion remake that it's not integrally tied to the graphics system. It's basically just there to structure all the stuff in the game. So I would defend a little bit the fact that it is an old engine. It's not critical that they update that. And if they did, we might regret that they had. But yes, it is about a 30-year-old engine still.
I'm actually going to say that I do somewhat agree with you here. And I have a few reasons for this. The reason being, the engine was initially designed to be modular. So you could just keep stacking stuff on top.
But brief interjection, I do actually have to comment here that Oblivion Remastered is not done in the engine, it is done in Unreal 5.
It's both.
Well, yes and
they
no.
use
It is
the
a
creation
hybrid
kit for the stuff in it. The graphics is in UE5.
Yes, okay. It is a weird abomination of a game. It's basically just a fresh coat of paint on the same thing before, but somehow worse.
Yeah, horrendous fucking performance.
They completely destroyed the art direction.
It's better now
because
but
realism, right?
Yeah, realism looking like a clay fucking like photorealistic clay people.
And then look, I'm not saying that Oblivion looked good when it came out, but at least it had a coherent art style. And yes, the faces were Madame Tussauds in a fire, but that's something that eventually you would get desensitized to after playing for, say, 6 hours. And then you see a high elf and you're like, Jesus Christ, what's that? But that aside, right? The engine was originally designed for MMOs. And when you're making an MMO, you need to make sure that your engine can handle radical changes to it, which is what Gamebryo is good for. Which is why they continued to use it and modifying it and update. So yes, technically it's a newer engine because they've revamped it multiple times. But ultimately, the core of it is still there, and there's still horrific engine bugs that never got worked out because, well, they don't know how to. All the people who are experienced with that are gone. It's a black box now. They can't touch it, or everything breaks.
Yeah.
Which makes it especially funny when they released Fallout 76, which was supposed to be, guess what, an MMO. And they couldn't make it work. They couldn't get it to work online. They couldn't figure out how instancing worked. Which, again, these sorts of things are solved problems.
Yeah, 76 was entirely fucking horrific. I played that shit on launch day while it was launching.
Why?
So one of the worst things I've ever fucking seen.
So here's where it gets really funny, right? This game is supposed to be cooperative multiplayer, right? But guess what? It actually isn't. It's a single player game LARPing as well.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because
that's about
every
right.
single quest line was designed to be done alone. Aside from a couple small events here and there that are just designed to have more people for pure DPS and nothing else. That's it. Every single thing that you have to do, both players have to do on their own. So say you get loaded into the same room instance, right? Where you have to go press a button. Both players have to go up to that button to press it in order to get progression for their quest. It can't just be one. Otherwise, you get left behind. Because they couldn't figure out how to sync that with people you're playing with. In an engine designed for MMOs from the outset. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's not to mention everything else surrounding that game.
You're forgetting one crucial detail about that game.
Enlighten me.
Fallout 76's engine is an unholy abomination of id Tech 6 and the creation engine. Because,
right.
And I quote, the net headers didn't work.
Yes. That is true. Well, actually, what's really funny is that for Fallout 4, they had some of the senior staff at id come in and gut all of their shooting mechanics and rebuild it for them because they couldn't figure out how to make it feel halfway decent.
So, I hate to interrupt what is obviously an interesting conversation about gaming many of us would enjoy, but we'll end the stream pretty much here. I think we're almost at 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I say that I'd be happy to maybe just like continue just chatting about games for a while longer, but we did say that we would do something after stream. We're going to watch Gladiator, which I've never seen and several people want me to see. So we will do that. However, before we end, I do want to show this, and there's not really much time at this point to justify making this the overlay, but actually, tell me in chat if you want to be credited for it, or in DMs if you want to be credited. You've DM'd it, so I won't assume you want to be credited for it, but I'm happy to credit you for it. This was just made a little while ago in the stream, during the stream, as a potential overlay that Nachos might want me to add.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So yeah, I would like to credit you for this, the person that made it, but you DM'd it to me, so I don't know for sure if you want me to or not. So, okay, they say they don't want to be associated with Fairy Tail in any capacity, so they don't want to be credited.
Pierre, was this your creation?
You may go ahead and guess. Nachi says that's perfect. Thank you, everyone. Yes, it's really good. I appreciate it. If you want this thing on my head, then every new overlay added usually costs £50. However, I will do a discount for this one because it is Fairy Tail, because I do think it's funny and because someone put in the effort to make it. So half price for this one. However, for adding it for this stream, it would be 50. However, we're ending this stream now. So if you wanted to add it onto next stream, it would only be 25. And you could do that now if you want. So yeah. Okay, no worries, Nachos. I tell you what, Nachos, if you did want to contribute for that now, I will count that 25 on the next stream. Just remind me if I forget. Or we can wait until the next stream if you like. I don't mind. So there you go. But that's pretty fun. He said that it was a combination of AI and manual work. I do appreciate you doing that. And I shall respect your preference to remain anonymous, even though Fairy Tale is great. So yes, those of you who are still around, we're about to wrap up. Hopefully you'll join us in, well, we're going to pit 1 first, but then we'll probably hop into stage 1 or 2 after that, and we shall watch Gladiator. Okay, understood, Nachos. All right. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I will see you shortly. Thank you to my guests, Aiden, who has gone to bed, and Nomon and Quattro.
Anytime.
Yeah.
And I'll see you all soon. Good night.